Immortal clan, starting with the power of the dragon and the tiger. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 126: The Wind is Blowing. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Su Mingxuan nodded. Patting Su Dezhao on the shoulder, he said with relief, as expected of my eldest brother's son, you must remember that as a member of the Su family, you must think twice before doing anything, and as the head of the family, you must think twice even more. Third brother, are you taking this opportunity to scold me? Su Mingxu raised an eyebrow. Be careful, I'll tell father when I get back. Su Mingxuan shook his head and smiled. Zuji, you've been spoiled by father. If your impulsiveness brings disaster to the Su family, do you think father will punish you? Third brother, I was impulsive this time. Next time, I'll listen to your advice. Okay, I hope so. At this moment, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky. Su Mingxu looked up and said to Su Mingxuan, Ada said they were going in the opposite direction from us. That's good. If they're heading towards our Su family, we'll have to consider whether to let them stay in the Broken Tooth Mountains forever. Su Mingxu finally understood Su Mingxuan's thinking. As long as they didn't threaten the Su family, they could turn a blind eye to everything. But if they were a threat, then we must eradicate them completely, leaving no future trouble. But, third brother, didn't you say there might be trouble? Then how can we stop them? The hermit has a clever plan. Su Mingxuan smiled softly, then looked at Wang Yan and said, how are you? Are your injuries okay? Third master, I feel completely healed. Su Mingxuan nodded. Then let's continue on. We'll try to explore this area today and return home in 3 days. Yes, third master. Elsewhere, Su Dingzhan and his companions searched for several days, but only found 1 decades-old spiritual herb, the blue heart flower, and only a dozen or so more than a decade old. In this remote area, spiritual herbs are pitifully scarce. In the end, they could only return disappointed. Back at the Su family, several herb collecting teams turned in their collected herbs and hunted demonic beast materials. Aside from their own team, the others suffered varying degrees of damage. With the abundance of spiritual energy, where there are abundant spiritual herbs, there are naturally more demonic beasts. Su Dingzhan and his group were the second to last to receive the prize, so naturally, they had no share of the martial arts elixir. The Su family mission hall. The main hall. After everyone else had left, Su Dingzhan remained. The Su family elder in charge of the mission hall stroked his beard and looked at him in confusion. Su Dingzhan, what else do you want? To Elder Shangfang, Su Dingzhan said respectfully, clasping his fists. During this trip, I encountered something unexpected. Oh, tell me about it, Su Shangfang said calmly. While searching for spiritual herbs, we encountered a herb gathering team from another family. What's so strange about that? Did they attack you? That's not the case, but some of them rode demon beasts, and they would give a healing pill to any injured postnatal warrior. It's not for mortals, but the Jade pill commonly used by cultivators in the early stages of key training. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Su Shangfeng's eyes suddenly showed surprise, and he pondered, I remember that there has never been a family in our Yuhu County that tamed spiritual beasts, and the Jade pill is not cheap enough for ordinary people to use. Moreover, Su Dingzhan added, they are located in the Broken Tooth Mountains, where the spiritual energy is thin. It is rare for aristocratic families to send herb gathering teams to such a place, specifically showing up in a place with thin spiritual energy? That's quite intriguing. Su Shangfeng's eyes darkened slightly. It seems that some people have calculated that the end of my Su family's ancestor is not far away, and they have made preparations in advance. After a pause, he looked at Su Dingzhan and said with a faint smile, Dingzhan, you've done well. I'll report this to the Patriarch and the Great Elder. It's time to investigate the backgrounds of some of the aristocratic families in the county city. With that, he waved his hand, and 2 bottles of elixirs flew out of his storage bag and landed in Su Dingzhan's hands. One is a martial arts elixir, a reward for the Su family guards accompanying you. The other contains a barrier-breaking elixir. His mind swept through it, and he said calmly, Your cultivation level is still a bit low at the peak of the 4th level of key training. The higher your cultivation level, the better you can contribute to the family. Dongxi understands. I will not disappoint Elder Shangfang. Well, proceed, Dongxi, take your leave. Su Dongxi took a few steps back and turned to leave the mission hall. Taming spirit beasts? There are very few families in the Wei dynasty that tame spirit beasts, but there are quite a few in Dalian. Which one could it be? Su Shangfang then reported the matter. A cup of tea was enough. The head of the Su family, the elders of the Su family, including those who were mid-stage martial arts masters and above, except for those who had come out of seclusion and those who were away, almost all of them gathered. Unfortunately, like Su Dongxi, they had preconceived notions and believed that it must be a key training family in Yuhu County that was secretly accumulating strength. They were just waiting for the death of their ancestor of the Su family, and took advantage of the unrest in Yuhu County to rise up. Over the sky of Yuhu County, dark clouds lingered, and it seemed that a storm was coming. On the other side of Qingjiang Dongxi, the sun was still shining brightly. Su Mingxun and the others returned to the Su family, and Su Mingxun naturally told Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingyan about this matter. I know the Su family, Su Mingyan said. They were once Yuhu County's only foundation establishment family. Since the rise of the Zhou family, they've declined significantly. I've heard there's been a long-standing rift between the two families, and there's been constant friction among their descendants for years. I've also heard a rumor that the Su family's foundation establishment ancestor is nearing his end. It's likely either groundless or the exact date is unknown. Su Mingwei and the others pondered this. After a moment, Su Mingwei said, Yuhu County is about to be in turmoil. It's like a pack of wolves devouring a tiger. This should be an opportunity for my Su family. Big brother, you're right. Not to mention the Zhou family, a powerful tiger, watching closely. If we can obtain the Taoist canon of the Su family, a long-established foundation establishment family, it would save my Su family decades of accumulation. The Su family is not weak in strength, but their Taoist canon of texts related to cultivation is very limited, even surpassing that of other key cultivating families in Yuhu County. Su Mingyan smiled faintly. Tantao has grown a lot in the past 2 years, and now his insights are extraordinary. Su Mingwei nodded in satisfaction. What about me? Su Mingshu asked curiously. My strength is growing rapidly, but my temper still needs to be tempered, Su Mingwei said calmly. Big brother, alright, Zuji, stop being so stubborn and just listen to your brothers. Su Chuan glanced at them, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He nodded and said, you are all good. My Su family is patient when necessary, but when the wind blows, we will also ride it. However, this place is also full of dangers. You must plan carefully. Once you have reached a conclusion, you can come back and discuss it with me. Yes, father. The others left the bamboo house one after another. With the exception of Su Mingshu, who still had some shortcomings, the others had grown to be able to handle things on their own. Su Chuan didn't need to give them too much advice, he only needed to give a few pointers at critical moments when they appeared to be lacking. For the past few days, Su Chuan had consulted divination about his family's fortune, and all the results were neutral. This indicated that the encounter with the Su family's herb collecting team had no immediate impact on the Su family. This was indeed the case. Counties far from the county seat were peaceful, but within the county seat, a dark cloud loomed, and unrestrained. Half a month later, the Su family invited the heads of the Qianyuan families to a gathering at the Su residence, proposing to cultivate talented individuals from each family and send 1 or 2 individuals to the Su family. The Zhou family, naturally, walked out on the spot, accompanied by families friendly to the Zhou family. The rest were all allies of the Su family. This brief proposal divided Yuhu County. This situation further affected the other martial arts families. After all, grandmasters were also formidable fighters, and both the Su and Zhou families sent agents to secretly communicate. Elsewhere, Su Mingxun searched the imperial city unsuccessfully. After all, items like first-grade, top-grade formations, soul-controlling secrets, breath-suppressing techniques, and spirit beast restraints are extremely rare and only appear at auctions. Normally, unless encountered by chance, they're rarely seen in major shops or street vendors. I only found an introductory text on the art of weapons and talismans. Formations were too common for Su Mingxun to be of much use. As for alchemy, unless it were an ancient text, Su Chuan wouldn't find it either. However, such ancient texts were often collected by aristocratic families and wouldn't be readily available. Unless the alchemy master, Chuan, came personally, perhaps he could trade one or two. Indeed, if they were so easily found in the market, why would a casual cultivator from the Great Wei dynasty go to such great lengths? Well, if there's no progress in 2 days, I'll go home. I'll have failed my father. Su Mingxin was walking along the market street when he heard a middle-aged voice behind him. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Su Mingxin turned in surprise and saw 3 people standing not far behind him. The man in the middle had the same cultivation level as him, both at the 8th level of key training, though judging by his appearance, he looked over 70 years old and wore a dark black robe. The other 2 were also at the 7th level of key training, with gray hair and beard. The man on the left wore a gray robe, while the man on the right wore a wide-sleeved cyan robe. The leading man, at the 8th level of key training, smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. We mean no harm. I'll just speak. As he spoke, he pointed to the men on his left and right, saying, "This is Taoist Master Chong Su, and this is Taoist Fellow Jinhu. May I ask your name?" There was something fishy about the unprovoked conversation. Su Mingxin was wary, but the other party was so polite and considerate that he couldn't be rude. Taoist Yunming, Su Mingxin returned the greeting and said calmly, "What do you fellow Taoists want from me? We haven't met before, have we?" Taoist Zhang and Taoist Jin who have been friends for many years, and I just met Taoist Master Chong Su a while ago. As for calling you Taoist Master, Zhang Yanzi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled faintly. "May I ask if you are a formation master?" Hearing this, Su Mingxin became more alert. "How does Taoist Zhang know?" "Actually, several of us have been wandering around the market for several days, looking for a formation master. Taoist Master Chong Su ran into you by chance the other day. He seemed to be looking for formations and formation classics. We were planning to leave if we didn't find anything else and go explore the ancient cultivator's cave on our own." "Explore the cave," Zhang Yan said. "That's right. The cave is guarded by a large formation. Although it's not a top-notch formation, without a formation master, I don't know how much time it would take the 3 of us to break through and enter to explore." Cave, Su Mingxin mused quietly. This trip yielded nothing, and he felt a little ashamed to face his father. An ancient cultivator's cave should hold some ancient books, perhaps a pleasant surprise. However, his mind swept over them again, one in the late 8th level of key training, one in the late 7th level, and one in the early 7th level. One-on-one, Su Mingxin feared no one. "If it were a game, I do know some techniques for breaking formations," Su Mingxin said. "Then, fellow Taoist Yunming, are you interested in joining us in exploring the ancient cultivator's cave?" Zhang Yanzi's eyes sparkled. "What level of cultivator left that cave?" "Judging from the strength of the formation, it's less than the 2nd level. And located in Guangling County, where the spiritual energy is a bit thin, it must have been left behind by an ancient cultivator at the great perfection of key training," Taoist Chong Su speculated. "Guangling County?" Su Mingxin's mind fluttered. "Isn't that right next to Yuhu County?" Chapter 127 Su Mingxin's Actions. "This ancient cultivator's cave is indeed quite interesting to me. How about you elaborate on it?" Zhang Yanzi said with a smile. "Then let's find a place to sit down and chat." Taoist Chong Su discovered this cave, so he'll tell you in detail. Su Mingxin nodded. They found a cultivator's inn. In such inns, except for the lobby, all the private rooms are protected from eavesdroppers. They chatted in the private room for a cup of tea. Su Mingxin agreed to go with them, but they agreed that any Taoist texts or manuals on formations found inside would belong to him. The others readily agreed. However, Su Mingxin underestimated the cautiousness of these independent cultivators. To join, he had to swear a Taoist oath not to reveal the cave to anyone outside the group. After some thought, Su Mingxin finally complied. The next day, they set out. Nearly 2 days later, they arrived in Guangling County. Suddenly, Su Mingxin stopped mid-air, turned around, and clasped his fists before Zhang Yanzi and the others. "My 3 fellow Taoists, I once cultivated in Guangling County and left behind a cave. I'd like to go there and retrieve some items. Please wait for me for a while before heading to the cave." Zhang Yanzi's brows furrowed. "How long?" "A few hours will be enough, that's fine. We'll meet you on the small hill below." "Thank you." With that, Su Mingxin continued to tread on his mid-grade magical flying sword, transforming into golden rainbow and soaring into the sky in a certain direction. As for the top-grade magical weapon, Su Mingxin naturally kept it as a trump card. A casual cultivator in the late key training stage, after decades of navigating the world of the Great Way, Immortal cultivator might not possess a top-grade magical weapon, but most would at least have one mid-grade one. Seeing Zhang Yanci and Jinhu about to head for the agreed-upon hillside below, Taoist Changsu suddenly said, "Go wait on the other side." Zhang Yanci was momentarily taken aback, then immediately guessed what he meant and chuckled, "Fellow Taoist Jinhu, will listen to you, Taoist Changsu." A few hours later, a streak of golden light flashed across the hillside, landing on the agreed-upon hillside. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm back. Please come out," the voice echoed. A moment later, several figures emerged from another hillside and instantly arrived at Su Mingxin's side. Zhang Yanci laughed heartily, saying, "Fellow Taoist Yunming, don't misunderstand. We also follow Taoist Changsu's advice." Su Mingxin's eyes flickered as he glanced at Taoist Changsu. He then nodded and said calmly, "I understand. My sudden departure would naturally arouse your suspicions. But since you're willing to come out, I'm sure the doubts should be dispelled, right? Haha, as long as you understand. Taoist Changsu, let's set off for the cave abode." Taoist Changsu nodded slightly, stroking his beard. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you make sense." Whoosh, 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 several streaks of rainbow light streaked across the sky. Su Mingxin followed them and soon arrived at a mountain range on the edge of Guangling County. He had never been there before and didn't recognize it. The cave abode was nestled in a deep valley within the mountains. The mountain's mist barrier barely dissipated year-round, keeping mortals away. As for cultivators, the spiritual energy was so thin that few would visit. Finding such a place was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for Taoist Changsu. Su Mingxin thought to himself, true. A cultivator like him, relying entirely on himself, can only try to find opportunities in these places. Lands rich in spiritual energy are not only home to numerous demonic beasts, but also to aristocratic families who have formed teams of herbalists, constantly searching for them. A moment later, Zhang Yanci formed a hand seal and conjured a fireball. It shot toward the mountain wall a dozen feet away, but before it struck, it was intercepted by a sudden, bright, pale yellow curtain. The fireball exploded, dissipating into tiny specks of crimson light. The pale yellow curtain remained motionless, and a moment later, it vanished into thin air. Zhang Yanci turned to Su Mingxin and asked, "Fellow Taoist Yunming, is it possible to break it?" Su Mingxin didn't respond. He stepped forward, touched the formation's light curtain, and then carefully examined the formation. The other three watched quietly from behind. A long moment passed. This should be a Wu Earth defensive formation, reaching the top grade of the first rank. Even if a dozen or so late-stage key cultivators continuously attack, I'm afraid it can hold out for a long time. Seeing Su Mingxin open his mouth to explain the formation's origins, Zhang Yanci's face lit up with joy. Then, "Fellow Taoist Yunming, how long will it take to break it?" "A top-grade, first-rank formation is extraordinary. Let me try it for 3 days." "Fellow Taoist Zhang, the three of you will follow my command?" "Of course," Zhang Yanci agreed. Qingjiang, Dongxi village. Su Mingwei arrived at Bahantan. "Father, I heard that Yanyu came back once and left again soon. What happened?" Su Chuan looked up at Su Mingwei and said, "He didn't say anything. He just came back to say hello and then left in a hurry on his sword." Su Mingwei frowned slightly when he heard this and pondered, "Something is weird. Something must have happened. What do you think it is?" "I don't say much, not that I don't want to say it, but I can't say it. It's something like an oath restriction in the world of immortal cultivation. Practitioners won't take oaths lightly unless there is something profitable. I think Yanyu might have gone treasure hunting or exploring a cave with someone. He must have anticipated that there might be danger, so he came back to ask for help." Su Chuan smiled and nodded, "Yes, that's the same as what Father guessed." Su Mingwei was praised, but before he could be happy, he looked worried. "But we don't know where Yanyu went. Even if he encountered danger, how can we rescue him?" "Right." Su Mingwei suddenly remembered Su Chuan's divination skills and thought to himself, "That's why Yunyu only came to see Father." He smiled faintly. "Father, you must have a way to find out." "Right, not until tomorrow." "Will it be too late?" Su Chuan shook his head. "Shitao, think about it. Why didn't they turn to Yunyu instead of someone else?" "A formation, that's right. The cave must be surrounded by a formation, and they couldn't break it. They stumbled upon Yunu's knowledge of formations, so they invited him along. Since Yunu wanted help, even if he could break it early, it would still delay the process, so you don't need to worry too much. Su Mingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Father is right, go back. If I need anything, I'll notify you. Yes, I'll take my leave. Su Mingwei clasped his fists and returned down the mountain. The next day, Su Chuan used daily divination to learn about Su Mingxin's situation, and his heart was at ease. Guangling County wasn't far away. Only 2 or 3 hours. For the next 5 days, they were busy breaking through the formation. On the 6th day, the defensive formation of the Yaogu Cave Mansion was finally breached. Breaking through the formation is truly exhausting, Jinhu lamented. Taoist Chongsu had already sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating and regulating his breathing. Zhang Yanzi said, fellow Taoist Jinhu, stop the lip service and start meditating as well. Once your mana is almost restored, we'll enter the cave to investigate. Understood, fellow Taoist Zhang. Although Su Mingxin had the top-grade Huiyan pill prepared by Su Chuan in his storage bag, it wasn't a good time to swallow it. Taking it out and consuming it was understandable, but it would still attract attention. Even an ordinary casual cultivator, even with such a high-grade pill, would only use it at a critical moment, not casually. Therefore, he too sat in meditation and recovered. Su Mingxin possessed the innate talent of swallowing mountains and rivers. Whether in cultivation or mana recovery, he was 70% to 80% faster than other cultivators of the same level. After fully recovering, he practiced for a while, waiting for Zhang Yanzi and the others. 2 hours later, the other 3 had mostly recovered their mana. Then, walking side by side, they entered the cave abode. First, they entered a winding tunnel, its walls inlaid with illuminating crystals, emitting a soft glow. Soon, they arrived at a spacious hall. This should be the cave abode's main hall, Zhang Yanzi said, looking around. Judging from the layout and furnishings, it's indeed an ancient cultivator's cave abode. Ancient cultivator caves generally refer to those left behind by cultivators thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. However, those caves are rarely well preserved for those cultivating key and building foundations, and most of them belong to cultivators at the Jinden stage and above. If one were to emerge, it would cause a sensation throughout the Great Way, and cultivators from other lands would flock to claim it. Since the cave abode is small, fellow Daoists, please explore it on your own. Aside from the formation manuals that fellow Taoist Yunming needs, the rest will belong to whoever you find. The 4 of them dispersed to explore. After a while, nothing was found. Only Taoist Chongsu said, I've discovered a quiet room. It must be the cave owner's retreat. Unfortunately, the restrictions are so strong that I can't break it alone. Then let's work together to break it. Once inside, if we find anything, we'll split it equally, no problem, Jinhu said immediately. Su Mingxin nodded slightly. So, the 4 of them combined their magic and launched a forceful attack. It took over an hour to break the restrictions. The quiet room was several dozen feet in radius. In the corners were gridded bookcases and a couch. The most eye-catching thing was the 3-tiered white jade circular staircase. In the center sat the remains of the cave owner, dressed in a gray robe. A green jade slip hovered in front of the body. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Jade slip, Jinhu exclaimed excitedly, leaping towards him. Zhang Yanzi tried to stop him, but was too late. A light curtain suddenly illuminated around the white jade circular staircase, sending Jinhu flying. Fellow Taoist Jinhu, you're too impulsive, Zhang Yanzi held his forehead with his hand, slightly disappointed. Apologies, I was just trying to test the waters for everyone to see if there really was a formation. Taoist Chongsa pondered, there's a top-grade formation outside this cave, and there's also a wide jade round step formation. It seems the cave owner is skilled in formations, and that jade slip might be his legacy. He simply wanted Su Mingxin to break the formation on his own initiative. Su Mingxin was naturally tempted, but not anxious. Although he couldn't discern the formation's origin, he suspected it was a second-grade formation. Without it, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be left with nothing but size. He first walked to the bookshelf, picked up a few tomes, and flipped through them. Sure enough, most of them were formation texts, with a few also covering geography. Zhang Yanzi tested the defensive capabilities of his white jade round step-like curtain. Finding that even his full-strength attack couldn't even break it, he knew he had to rely on Su Mingxin, the formation master. Fellow Taoist Yunming, This formation is truly sturdy. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you. Zhang and Taoist Chongsu agree that the jade slip must be the formation inherited by the cave master. As long as you can break this formation, the three of us will definitely not take the jade slip. You can also choose the items in the cave master's storage bag first. Chapter 128 Too Cruel. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxin turned and said calmly, "My fellow Daoists, you've truly put me in a difficult position. Although I can't discern the origin of this formation, it's likely a second-tier one, making it quite challenging." Zhang Yanzi gritted his teeth and said, "If there are more than 4 items in the storage bag, fellow Taoist Yunming may choose 2 first. That's already the limit. Fellow Taoist Chongsu, as the discoverer of the cave, will be the second to choose, followed by me, and finally, fellow Taoist Jinhu." Su Mingxin figured that was about enough. After all, they had all sworn an oath not to inform anyone else or bring anyone else with them. Pushing too hard would only backfire. Since you have such confidence in my skill, I will give it my all. If I fail, please don't blame me. Zhang Yanzi and the others nodded and clasped their fists, saying, "Of course, if you all fail, then that's our fate." Su Mingxin nodded and immediately began to study the white jade circular steps formation. Su Chuan had been divination-seeking Su Mingxin daily these days and was aware of this. Su Mingwei had visited Bahantan twice and seemed concerned. But seeing Su Chuan's composure, he knew Su Mingxin was safe. 10 days later, one morning, Su Chuan suddenly sent a telepathic message, asking him to leave with him. Su Mingwei immediately stopped his training, his eyes ablaze with brilliance. After reuniting with Su Chuan, they headed for Guangling County. Over 2 hours later, 2 figures drifted over a valley in a mountain range in Guangling County. "Are you new and the others here?" Su Mingwei glanced around and said calmly, "It's quite remote, and with a thin mist covering it. Whoever discovered the cave here is quite lucky. Find an ambush outside the cave, why not just go in?" Su Mingwei asked, slightly puzzled. "The space inside is small, and it wouldn't be conducive to using your strengths. Just wait outside." "Yes, father, on the other side." After spending over 10 days, Su Mingxin finally discovered several weak points in the white jade circular formation. He arranged the formation, used it to break it, and had Zhang Yanzi and others attack the weak points. At noon today, they finally broke the formation. "Dao, as we said before, the green jade slip belongs to you," Zhang Yanzi said calmly. Su Mingxin nodded slightly, raised his hand to take out the green jade slip, and his mind swept out and probed into it. "My Taoist name is Qingaya, my real name is Lu Shaoshan, I am a casual cultivator in Dalian. Although I don't know who has found my cave in the future, I think that those who can break the white jade formation are either from the same sect or seniors who have reached the late foundation building stage. The green jade slip contains the jade slip of the formation that I obtained in my early years. I devoted myself to studying it for decades, and later had the opportunity to enter the foundation building stage. I was recruited by various families and traveled all over Dalian. Later, while traveling to the Great Way, he was framed by a treacherous person and hunted by the Xiao clan of the Great Way. Although he narrowly escaped, his spirit was severely damaged, and there was no way to recover. He hurriedly stayed in this cave, hoping only that the jade slip formation would not be lost. I do not ask the person who obtains this jade slip to avenge me, but only that if the opportunity arises to visit the Dalian territory, they will do their best to care for my descendants. It's the inheritance jade slip." Su Mingxin's eyes lit up. This kind of jade slip, which can receive inheritance with just a divine sense, is extremely precious, but the number of times it can receive inheritance is limited. Since it hasn't broken, it means there is at least one more chance to pass it on. With the inheritance jade slip, even those without knowledge of formations can gain a wealth of knowledge through inheritance. With diligent study and a natural talent for formations, they will surely quickly become a master of formations. Su Mingxin's brows lit up with joy, and Taoist Chongsu happened to observe him. As for Zhang Yanzi, he showed little interest in the jade slip, his eyes fixed on the storage bag on the cave master's waist. "Fellow Taoist Mingayan, since you broke the formation, you will be the one to retrieve the items from the storage bag." Su Mingxin put away the jade slip and nodded slightly. Then, only 2 jade boxes flew out of the storage bag. "Just 2 jade boxes? That's all." Zhang Yanzi and Jinhu exchanged glances, their eyes exchanging something. Su Mingxin opened the 2 jade boxes one after another, and a rich aroma of spiritual medicine filled the quiet room. 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. While the formation inheritance jade slip was more precious to Su Mingxin, for ordinary casual cultivators, the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was clearly more valuable. Rumor has it that using the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine can also be effective in breaking through bottlenecks in foundation building. This has made the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine even more sought after by cultivators who lack access to foundation building pills. Even if it only improves by half, it's better than nothing at all. Suddenly, a dark, mysterious light shot out from the sleeves of Dongxi Dao's robe, like black lightning, piercing Jinhu's back. Blood suddenly spurted from Jinhu's face, and he collapsed to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Zhang Yanzi, his face horrified, leaped away, two rays of light emanating from his storage bag. He held a flying sword in his hand and a small, khaki-colored, tortoise-patterned shield in front of him. The inky black light that had pierced Jinhu circled in the air before returning to Taoist Dongxi's side, its form resembling a black diamond-shaped cone. Unless it erupted, its aura was extremely subtle, making it ideal for a sneak attack. Top-grade magical weapon, Su Mingxin similarly unleashed a mid-grade flying sword and shield, eyeing Taoist Dongxi warily. Master Dongxi, how dare you kill fellow Taoist Jinhu? Zhang Yanzi's eyes burned with anger, but not at Jinhu's death, but at the fact that he had acted first, thwarting his plan. Taoist Dongxi stroked his beard and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, why are you so hypocritical? You and fellow Taoist Jinhu have always wanted to keep the cave's treasures for yourself, haven't you?" Zhang Yanzi didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Su Mingxin and said, "Fellow Taoist Yunming, you and I are both at the 8th level of key training. If we work together, even if he has a top-grade magical weapon, we can kill him. We'll split the 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs equally. I'm not interested, so I'll leave you," Su Mingxin said coldly, his eyes darkening. He immediately jumped out of the quiet room, but Taoist Dongxi formed a hand seal and unleashed a spell. A large number of black, thorny vines appeared, blocking the entrance to the quiet room. Su Mingxin turned around and stared at Taoist Dongxi coldly. "You are courting death?" Taoist Dongxi disagreed and laughed. "Dao Yunming, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The 1,000-year-old elixir is right in front of you, and you can't help but be tempted. I think the jade slip is extraordinary. I am very curious. Can I take a look at it?" Su Mingxin's eyebrows suddenly stood together like two swords clashing, and his eyes burst into murderous intent. "I broke all the formations myself, so this is what I deserve." Taoist Dongxi laughed. "Taoist Yunming, you think you're a true cultivator just because you're pretending to be one. I've met many people from aristocratic families, and the aura you unintentionally reveal can't be hidden from me. Besides, you're definitely no older than 40. To have reached the 8th level of key training at that age, who would believe you if you weren't from a foundation-building family? I'm not only curious about the jade slip, but also the contents of your storage bag." Taoist Yunming, Zhang Yanzi was about to speak when Su Mingxin said, "Taoist Zhang, there's no need to say more. Let's go together. What's a mere 7th level of key training? Alright." However, as Zhang Yanzi formed a hand seal to control his flying sword and attack Taoist Dongxi, the several slashes of sword light from Su Mingxin's flying sword weren't aimed at Taoist Dongxi, but instead slashed through the black vines that sealed the quiet room. Taking advantage of the two men's battle, he directly attacked the quiet room. Interesting. He's a cunning young man from aristocratic family. I wonder who trained him. If he hadn't died, his future would have been limitless. Damn it, Zhang Yanzi was furious when Su Mingxin turned and left him, but he could only attack Taoist Dongxi with all his might. A mid-grade defensive magic weapon also flew out of Taoist Dongxi's storage bag, blocking all of Zhang Yanzi's flying swords. Taoist Dongxi, don't think that just because you have a top-grade magic weapon, you have a sure win. After all, there's a gap between you and me in realm. When your magic power is exhausted, that will be your death. A magic power gap. That's right, there is a magic power gap between you and me. If Taoist Yunming had stayed, I could have played with you for a while. As he spoke, Taoist Dongxi's aura suddenly surged, rising from the early 7th level of key training to the 8th level, then to the 9th level, and finally to the great perfection of key training. I'm more interested in Taoist Yunming than you, fellow Taoist Zhang, so please don't waste my time. Taoist Dongxi's surging magical power, emanating from his perfected key cultivation, poured into the jet black, prismatic cone, instantly unleashing the power expected of a top-grade magical weapon. And this wasn't just any high-grade magical weapon, but a fine one like the life furnace in Chuan's hands. Its lightning-fast speed meant Zhang Yanzi could only block 7 or 8 rounds before being killed. He collected the two's magical weapons, tucked the storage bag into his arms, and placed the 1,000-year-old elixir into a jade box, which he then returned to the bag. From the battle with Zhang Yanzi to collecting the spoils, it took only a dozen breaths. He was confident he could still catch up to Su Mingxin. After bursting out of the cave, he saw Su Mingxin fleeing a few miles away in the air, and he immediately soared into the sky. But at that moment, a sense of alarm welled up in his heart. A jet-black flash of lightning shot out from the side, its speed even more astonishing than the black cone he had activated, as if piercing space. It appeared, and the next moment, it was right in front of him. Taoist Chongsu quickly blocked it with his shield, but he and the shield were sent flying backwards. Before he could steady himself, another jet of black light struck him. Taoist Chongsu, with his vast experience in combat, even then activated a black cone to meet it. Bang! A violent surge of energy raged, and the black cone spun back. Only then did Taoist Chongsu realize the black light was actually an arrow, and judging by its aura, it was only a low-grade magical weapon. Before he could react in shock, Su Mingxin, who had been in the distance, had already turned around, wielding a high-grade magical weapon, its surface coated with an incredibly sharp golden sword energy, and it stabbed fiercely from behind. He could only use the tortoise-patterned magical weapon to block it. A top-grade magical weapon, crack. Taoist Chongsu's eyes flashed with horror, as cracks appeared visibly on the surface of his tortoise-patterned magical weapon. Was it that first arrow? Elsewhere, a scorching aura suddenly rose, and a resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the valley. The terrifying, scorching aura instantly soaked his back. Taoist Chongsu slapped his storage bag, and 2 top-grade defensive talismans burst forth. Infused with magical power, they formed 2 layers of ochre-colored light curtains. Boom! The fire phoenix spread its wings and crashed into the ochre-colored light curtains, briefly breaking through one layer, only to be stopped by the second, though still in danger. This man has some skills. In the forest, Su Mingwei silently knocked 3 arrows onto the ink dragon bow. All 3 arrows fired simultaneously, blocking Taoist Chongsu from all directions. Seeing this, Taoist Chongsu quickly activated earth-based magic to protect himself, manipulating the jet black cone to meet the arrows. However, Su Mingxin to his south attacked with a top-grade magical weapon. The Phoenix of Fire to his west raged furiously, and 3 incredibly sharp arrows struck from other directions. He lacked the 9 Flames art, which had allowed him to cultivate multiple thoughts into one. The next moment, a triple assault of top-grade flying sword, Phoenix of Fire, and jet black arrows descended upon him. My life is over. At that moment, Taoist Chongsu felt a surge of resentment. Is it necessary to resort to such a drastic measure against a mere key perfection cultivator like me? At least give me a chance to commit suicide. Which aristocratic family in Guangling is this? They've managed to get this far. He assumed that this mountain range was within Guangling County, and that they must belong to one of Guangling County's renowned immortal cultivation families. With a bang, Taoist Chongsu burst from the cave, his body charred to the ground without a single word. Su Chuan scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw that there was no breath left. He then transmitted a voice message, dead. Su Mingwei, bow in hand, emerged from the forest. With a bound as swift as the wind, he had crossed several miles in a flash and arrived beside Taoist Chongsu's corpse. The black dragon bow flashed, and all the previously fired black dragon arrows flew back, shrinking the bow and arrows into a storage bag. Su Chuan and Su Mingxin also descended from the air. Brother, father, Su Mingxin said first. If it weren't for father's spiritual transmission, I'd have already run away. Do you think you can outrun a Qianyuan great perfection cultivator? Su Mingxin smiled awkwardly. He had previously seen Taoist Chongsu blocking the entrance to the meditation room, and with his assurance, he was convinced he was no ordinary person. That's why he tricked Zhang Yanzi and took advantage of the opportunity to escape. As he emerged from the cave, he heard Su Chuan's voice message, urging him to slow down. When Su Mingxin saw his eldest brother Su Mingwei also arrived, he immediately turned his attention, and the 3 of them, father and son, surrounded Taoist Chongsu. Poor Taoist Chongsu didn't even have time to fight back before he was stunned by the continuous and violent attacks. He used all kinds of means, including high-grade talismans, protective spells, exquisite magic tools, but he still only lasted for a dozen breaths before falling. Father, This man is really not weak, Su Mingwei said seriously. Su Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. He was dead, so stop mocking him. I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll come back to life. The magic tool he just controlled looks really good. It should be on the same level as my Fenglu. You check his storage bag first, I'll go look for it. The range of spiritual awareness can be explored far beyond the range of divine thought, so Su Chuan took the initiative to ask. It's actually a fine magic weapon. No wonder it can rival my full-strength attack. Su Mingxin also felt that his elder brother's words were a bit too much. The tortoise-patterned magic weapon looked good among the mid-grade magic weapons, but it was broken open by Su Mingwei's arrow, leaving cracks. This allowed him to easily penetrate it with a sword. But he also had to admit that Su Mingwei's attack was really fierce. Any Qianyuan cultivator who didn't have a top-grade defensive magic weapon would be broken by a few arrows and eventually die tragically if he met him. Brother, fortunately you are not an enemy of my Su family. Thinking of your bow and arrow, I am still scared. I feel that only 1 or 2 arrows can take my life. Silly boy, why so many ifs? Without the Su family and without my father, there would be no Su Mingwei today. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with brilliance. My bow and arrow will only be aimed at the throats of the enemies of the Su family. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. It's not that I don't want to avenge you, it's just that I'm too cowardly. A moment later, Su Chuan flew back, holding a black spike. Su Mingxin examined it carefully and said, "This is Taoist Dongxi's trump card, a fine magical weapon. No wonder it's so rampant in the cave. If you, Dad, hadn't come, I would have been in real danger this time." "That's good to know," Su Chuan said calmly. "Thank goodness, Dad, you're smart enough to understand the meaning behind my hasty trips. Your eldest brother also noticed it. He's been very worried about you these days and has come to me several times to ask about your situation." "Thank you, brother," Su Mingxin said, clasping his fist. "You and I are brothers. There's no need to be so formal." Su Mingwei pressed his fist, easing his tone. "Did you gain anything?" Su Chuan asked again. "2 jade boxes, containing 1,000-year-old elixir that my brother and I don't recognize, 40 or 50 spirit stones, and several immortal cultivation techniques, the earth-shaking technique, the golden brilliance technique, the blue spirit technique, and the blue wave technique. Together, these, along with the heavenly flame technique our Su family currently possesses, perfectly complete the 5 elements. They're much more powerful than what we previously purchased from the Immortal officials. Also, 4 mid-grade magical instruments, 3 for attack, 1 for defense, and a low-grade defensive instrument. Unfortunately, the tortoise-patterned instrument is shattered and can't be repaired, otherwise I could try to repair it. Blame me." Su Mingwei touched his nose. "Anything else?" Su Chuan asked again. "There's also the breath containment technique. Taoist Dongxi appeared before him at the early 7th level of key training, and I completely missed it. It's truly ingenious, not bad." Su Chuan finally smiled. "From now on, everyone in my Su family who enters the Dao through martial arts must learn this technique. This way, they won't have to hide for years. They can directly restrain their ki and appear before the public at the 2nd or 3rd level. The world of immortal cultivation already has techniques for entering the Dao. It's just that those who reach the Qianyuan perfection stage and turn to the immortal path are only at the 1st level of key training. Furthermore, my alchemy aids in breaking through to the 2nd or 3rd level of key training, so that's reasonable." "Father, you're absolutely right. I've had this concern before. If the Su family becomes a renowned key training family, how will the younger generation keep it a secret when interacting with others?" Su Chuan nodded slightly. "Father, there's another token in Dongxi's storage bag. Take a look." Su Chuan took the token. The word 3 was engraved on the front, and casual cultivator on the back. The 3rd elder of the Imperial City Loose Cultivator Alliance. Su Chuan's brows furrowed slightly. No wonder a lone cultivator could produce exquisite magical instruments and top-grade talismans. If it were the 3rd elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, it wouldn't be surprising. "What kind of faction is the Loose Cultivator Alliance?" Su Mingwei asked in surprise. Su Mingxin explained, "It's a 3rd-tier faction in the Great Way, led by a mid-stage Foundation establishment leader. They recruit many lone cultivators, and their strength alone is far greater than the combined strength of our two major foundation establishment families in Yuhu County. Chuan tossed the token onto Taoist Chongsu, along with his storage bag, and activated the life furnace. As soon as the lid was lifted, a torrent of literal flames poured out, completely incinerating his body, token, and storage bag. What a pity for a beginner-level storage bag. Of the three, Taoist Chongsu's was the only one with a beginner-level storage bag. Zhang Yanxi and Jinhu both had inferior bags. Oh, there are some formation manuals in the cave. I'll go get them. Father, brother, wait for me. Su Mingxin remembered something and immediately returned to the cave. He not only took the manuals, but also the third-tier white jade circular steps, as they were engraved with an intricate spirit-gathering formation. He also took the bodies of Zhang Yanxi and Jinhu and burned them. Only after seeing their bodies completely reduced to ash did Chuan and his son return to King Jiang Dongxi. Meanwhile, in the southern district of the Imperial City, at the Loose Cultivator Alliance, a cultivator guarding the life lamp saw the third elder's lamp go out and immediately reported the matter to the Great Elder. Check the tokens in storage bags, they contain secret techniques that can help us trace him. Yes, Great Elder. A moment later. Great Elder, the third elder's token and storage bag have been destroyed. The secret technique has been rendered ineffective. The Great Elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance's face darkened, and he felt like complaining about which lone cultivator or family member was so cautious. The token being damaged was normal, but how could they just abandon a basic storage bag worth 80 spirit stones? But with the Loose Cultivator Alliance disciples present, he had to maintain his dignity as the Great Elder. After a moment, he sighed softly. Go ask the disciples in the Alliance if anyone knows the third elder's recent whereabouts. A few hours later. Great Elder, a disciple reported seeing third elder walking with two independent cultivators from outside the Alliance in the alchemy workshop. I haven't heard of any other reports. This elder has learned of this. This matter is over. I'll speak to the Alliance leader once he emerges from seclusion. Yes, Great Elder. After the others left, the Great Elder sighed softly. Third elder is trying to play dumb again, but unfortunately, he's encountered a tough opponent this time. However, third elder has reached the great perfection of key cultivation and possesses the secret technique of concealing his breath. That shadowless ball is not only a fine magical weapon, but also perfect for sneak attacks. Even those at the same great perfection of key cultivation would be killed by a single unguarded strike. What kind of tough opponent did he encounter turned up dead? After a pause, he murmured softly, Third Elder, it's not that the Alliance won't avenge you. It's simply that they're too cautious. Even if they wanted to, they'd have nowhere to find him. If they could locate the site of his death, they might be able to survey the surrounding area and possibly find the murderer. But now, the Independent Cultivator Alliance is powerless. After Chuan and the others returned, they had several copies of the breath condensation technique copied. Chuan, Su Mingwei, Su Mingxin, and Su Diliang all took time out to practice. When they reached great success, they could reach the third level of the condensation realm. Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi, however, were of average talent and their cultivation speed was not fast, so they just needed to follow the steps. Zhang Wanqing had recently been obsessed with alchemy. Although she had a true spiritual root, her cultivation speed was not fast either. The 1,000-year-old elixir was kept by Chuan. The jade box was also a valuable treasure, as it could seal the loss of spiritual energy. Otherwise, even a 1,000-year-old elixir would decay over hundreds of years. The key training realm cultivation techniques were stored in the family ancestral hall and became part of the family heritage. The mid-grade magic tools and the exquisite magic tool, the shadowless wall, were all in Chuan's storage bag, so that he could later reward the family members. Su Mingxin coveted the shadowless all and came to ask Chuan for it. But upon hearing that it would be handed over to Su Mingxin in the future, he stopped mentioning the matter and instead focused on studying the formation manual and accepting the formation inheritance contained in the green jade slip. The formation knowledge contained in the jade slip was more comprehensive than he had imagined, including formations that block divine consciousness, soul-binding formations, breath-suppressing formations, and even the long-lost Great Star Ray. The first two were not rare, but formations blocking divine consciousness at the second level and above were relatively precious. The breath-suppressing formation was also rare and rarely seen. If mastered, it could be used to refine a breath-suppressing jade pendant. It was common in ancient times, but few understood it today. As for the Great Star Array, it was even longer lost. It was rumored to be able to concentrate star power into spiritual energy, improving a blessed land and exerting the power of fortification. However, the formation required star essence stones, which are now difficult to find. The formations in the inheritance are complex, including complex and high-level formations. Ancient formations are extremely difficult to comprehend, and Su Mingxin did not know when he would be able to fully comprehend them. Of course, he himself was also filled with fighting spirit. The higher his attainments in formation techniques, the greater his chances of venturing into the world of battle. The only unfortunate thing was that the Jade Slip of Inheritance only contained formation techniques below the 3rd level. Upon completion of the inheritance, the slip shattered. For a period of time afterward, he remained indoors, immersed in his research. Even with talent, achievement requires self-discipline and dedication. The 3rd level white jade circular step that Su Mingxin had brought back was placed in the newly constructed quiet room, allowing everyone to take turns practicing. Sitting cross-legged there indeed accelerated one's cultivation compared to ordinary practice. However, Su Chuan, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingxin all chose not to use it, as they were either at the 8th or 9th level of key training. Due to the concentration of spiritual energy, the white jade circular step was of limited use to them. Therefore, it was passed on to younger generations like Su Diliang and Wu Tao. Time flew by, and in a flash, 3 months had passed. The Su family celebrated the New Year's Eve in peace. However, the major martial arts families in Yuhu County were filled with worry. At the Yang family's ancestral home, Yang Wenfeng scanned the hall. The conflict between the Su and Zhou families seems completely unavoidable. What will you all decide? Yang Wenfeng glanced at everyone in the room. Every important member of the Yang family was present, including Yang Zhao. He possessed average martial arts talent, stuck at the innate perfection realm, like many of the elders. Are you all speechless? His brows clashed like two swords, his majesty heavy and oppressive, filling the entire hall with an unusually gloomy feeling. Yang Yan, you are the most gifted and accomplished cultivator of our Yang family. Tell us what you think. Clad in a long, wide-sleeved, scarlet gold robe, Yang Yan was in his 40s, possessing mixed spiritual roots and a peak at the 6th level of key training, a bottleneck he had been stuck at for years. This was the result of the Yang family's dedicated training. A casual cultivator of his age and aptitude would have reached the 5th level of key training at best. 3 others possessed only pseudo-spiritual roots. One was older than Yang Yan, another was about the same age, and the third was barely in his 20s. Old patriarch, my opinion is to avoid involvement. If it's unavoidable, choose the one who will benefit our Yang family the most. My nephew is currently stuck at the peak of the 6th level of key training. If I could obtain a barrier-breaking pill, I'd definitely be able to break through to the 7th level. Yang Wenfeng nodded slightly. I'll consider your suggestion. What about the others? The great elder said. My suggestion is the same as Yang Yan's. Several elders then echoed him. The hall was abuzz with opinions. After a while, Yang Zhao, what are your thoughts? Everyone looked over. But seeing Yang Zhao hanging his head in silence, he suddenly raised his head and said, we must not get involved unless our Yang family has the confidence and strength to do so. The 7th elder said angrily, haven't you heard that a member of our Yang family died inexplicably some time ago? This is the consequence of rejecting the Su family last time. Do you have to wait for your own child to die before you can empathize with them? No, 7th elder, Yang Zhao said, of course I feel the same way when a member of our family died for no reason. But if our Yang family now has the foundation of a top 5th grade martial arts family and many masters who have reached perfection, I would not say so. Rashly getting involved in a battle between top immortal cultivation families will do our Yang family more harm than good. The 2nd elder seemed to be thinking about it, stroking his beard and saying, but this is not a matter of whether our Yang family is willing or not, but the Su family is forcing us. I think the Zhou family will come soon, but our Yang family is not an ordinary lower 3rd ranked clan. Even if we were to deal with an 8th or 9th rank aristocratic family, we wouldn't go too far and slaughter their entire clan overnight, right? Chapter 130, Visitors from the County City. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenfeng's eyes sparkled. The elders also seemed to be lost in thought, many nodding in agreement, finding his words sensible. His Yang family was a prominent clan in the county, possessing its own heritage. While martial arts masters might not possess the soaring, ethereal power of immortal cultivators, or the ability to manipulate the energy of heaven and earth, their innate ki, combined with the martial arts, was formidable. Yang Zhao, what do you think is the most appropriate course for our Yang family right now? Yang Wenfeng asked. Restrict the clansmen and keep them at home. If they are killed outside, their life or death will be at the mercy of fate. If the Su or Zhou families push too hard and come to bully us, then we should contact the other martial arts families to resist. They should know the truth that the death of a rabbit brings grief to the fox, and the loss of lips brings disastrous consequences. They can storm into our Yang family and kill people to establish their authority today, but they will repeat the same mistakes we made later. You all heard, right? Follow Yang Zhao's instructions. Our Yang family will not participate in this battle if we can avoid it. Yang Yan's eyes gleamed, and as he bowed, he glanced at Yang Zhao, surprised that his brother, despite his lack of martial arts talent, possessed such insight. What a pity for my barrier-breaking pill. I wonder how long I'll be stuck in the late stage of ki training before I can break through. He reasoned that with the Yang family's strength and foundation, joining one of them would be enough to exchange for a barrier-breaking pill, allowing him to reach the 7th level of ki training. Meanwhile, the Chang family. The head of the Chang family warmly welcomed the Zhou family's envoy. Though he was about 30 years old, he was already a martial arts expert at the early Grandmaster stage. Master Chang, I wonder what you think of what I said earlier. The Zhou family envoy savored the Bizu Hunkui. Although it contained only a thin amount of spiritual energy, it was a precious item among martial arts families, and the Chang family only offered a small amount when entertaining important guests. The head of the Chang family pondered for a moment, then raised his head and smiled. Naturally, my family prefers the Zhou family. The Su family seems to be on the decline, showing signs of aging, while the Zhou family is still full of vitality. His words comforted the Zhou family envoy. So, Patriarch Chang intends to help my Zhou family. The patriarch didn't answer directly, but instead asked, by the way, I heard from my son that one of the Zhou family's guest alchemists has a history with the Su family of King Jiang, and seems to be considering taking him as a disciple. Brother Zhou, are you aware of this, Su? I haven't heard of him, and besides, my knowledge of the cultivators in my Zhou family is quite limited. Brother Zhou, as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, how could you not know? He once gifted the Su family a guest token with the word Zhou engraved on it. My son won't be mistaken, it's definitely a guest of the Zhou family. That Su family member also said he's a guest alchemist. The Zhou family envoy frowned slightly and fell silent. What he had just said was, of course, an excuse. As a direct descendant of the Zhou family, while not a cultivator, he knew a lot about the family. The Zhou family had previously had 3 guest alchemists, one of whom had already wandered away, and the others rarely left Yuhu Market. It was also unknown whether any of these guest alchemists had had any disciples. Could it be that wandering guest official, the Taoist Sanshu, grandfather greatly admired his alchemy? The Su family, King Jiang, is that King Jiang County? What kind of family could possibly arise from such a remote place? But from Patriarch Chang's tone just now, there seemed to be a hint of fear. The Zhou family envoy pondered for a moment before saying, since the Chang family is inclined to help our Zhou family, we will not treat them unfairly. If we help a cultivator break through to the late ki training stage, we will also give him a bottle of elixir that can improve the cultivation of a martial arts master. Patriarch Chang should be aware that such elixirs are rare among ki training families, and even if they do exist, they rarely flow to martial arts families like yours. After a pause, he added, Patriarch Chang, you should consider this carefully. I hope to provide a satisfactory answer the next time our Zhou family comes. I'll take my leave today. As the Zhou family envoy left, Patriarch Chang summoned Chang Haowen and told him about the guest official token. The Su family wouldn't lie to me. They must actually know one of the Zhou family's guest alchemists. According to my eldest brother's inquiries in the market, the Zhou's alchemy shop had 3 guest alchemists at one point, but one later left. He was known as the 3 Upright Taoist, and he was the most accomplished of the guest alchemists. Chang Haowen looked at the Chang family head. Father, do you think the person with a history with the Su family is this 3 Upright Taoist? The fact that he gifted the token to the Su family suggests a close relationship. I'll personally visit King Jiang in a few days. Okay, the Chang family had nodded. Father, what's your decision regarding the dispute between the Su and Zhou families? Let's put it off for now. Not every family in the county town possesses the confidence of the Yang and Chang families. There are only a handful of martial arts families of the 6th rank or above. After the Zhou family's envoy returned, thinking about the 3 upright Taoists, he sought out Zhou senator grandfather, Xiaocheng. What's up? Zhou Xiaocheng was one of Zhou Sen's legitimate grandchildren. Although he lacked the aptitude of a cultivator, he held a high position within the Zhou family. With his grandfather, an alchemist, his path to martial arts was smooth. He had reached the grandmaster stage by the age of 30. He was considered exceptional among his children and grandchildren, and therefore highly regarded by Zhou senator. My grandson went to the Chang household and heard something. They claim that one of our Zhou family's guest alchemists has connections with the Su family of King Jiang and plans to take one of their disciples as a disciple, granting him a guest token. The Su family of King Jiang, Zhou Sen asked with a hint of doubt. I haven't heard Ling Ming and Zuoqiu guest teacher mention this. Perhaps the Chang family is mistaken, or perhaps the person they're talking to is lying. Zhou Xiaocheng paused. But they've seen our Zhou family's guest token with their own eyes, so it can't be wrong. I wonder if it's the guest master you mentioned, the 3 Shu, fellow Taoist Sam Shu. Zhou Sen was silent for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. When he left, he was about to return the guest token. I saw it. I ran into him again in Dongxi County, and he ended up in the Imperial City. Couldn't he just be borrowing it temporarily? That's not impossible. Zhou Sen paused. Since you have this suspicion, why not visit the Su family in Qingjiang and find out? Yes, grandfather. 3 days later. Qingjian County. Zhou Xiaocheng and Chang Haowen arrived in Qingjian County almost at the same time, but Zhou Xiaocheng was there for the first time and had no previous contact with the Su family, so he had no idea where the Su family was located. He assumed it was in the county seat, so he rode into the city. Chang Haowen, on the other hand, had specifically asked shopkeeper Jin about the Su family's location before arriving. Of course, shopkeeper Jin had sent a message back to the Su family after Chang Haowen left, alerting them. The text then abruptly shifts topics. I didn't expect that after more than a decade, the Su family would still be hiding in the countryside. Could they be scheming something else? Chang Haowen didn't think the Su family, with their current strength and resources, could hold a place in Qingjiang County. Even in the county seat, they would still be considered a 7th-rank family. Who are you? Chang Haowen was stopped. He looked over and saw the man in uniform, presumably a Su family guard. But they were still some distance from the Su family. Why are they stopping us here? Then, not far ahead, he saw a stone tablet erected by the roadside, inscribed with the words Dongxi Su family. Chang Haowen suddenly understood. So, the entire Dongxi area had been incorporated into the family's private domain. No wonder. Yuhu County City, Chang Haowen of the Chang family is here to visit. From the county city, the patrolling guard was slightly startled. This was the first time someone from the county city had visited. As for the Chang family, the Zhao family, and so on, he didn't know. Please wait here. I'll have someone go in and inform them. We dare not let anyone in without the master's permission. Chang Haowen nodded slightly. A moment later, a guard ran over and said, the master and the second master would like to invite Mr. Chang to speak. The guards immediately made way for Chang Haowen to pass. Arriving at the Su family mansion, butler Zhou Ming was already waiting at the entrance. He said with a smile, Mr. Chang, the head and second master are waiting for you in the hall. I'll take you there. As Chang Haowen walked along, he noticed that everything in the Su family was in perfect order, and everyone was in high spirits. Even the servants and maids had bright eyes. The Su family is well managed and has the air of a great clan, he thought to himself. Crossing the front yard, he arrived at the Su family's main hall. Head, second master, Mr. Chang has arrived. Su Mingwei and Su Mingying saw Chang Haowen enter and immediately stood up, smiling and clasping their fists. Brother Haowen, you've come all the way from the county town. You truly bring honor to our humble Su family. Brother Mingwei, you're welcome. Chang Haowen returned the greeting, clasping his fists and saying to Su Mingying, Mingying, it's been a long time since we last met. Brother Haowen, the same. Let's all sit down and chat, Su Mingwei said. After the 3 of them sat down, he asked again. Brother Haowen, what brings you from the county town to our Su family? What's your business? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaocheng, having learned a few things about the Su family from the county capital, also rushed to Dongxi. This Su family has considerable potential, and by now they should have the strength and foundation of a 7th or 8th rank family in the county city. Upon arriving in Dongxi, He was similarly stopped at the boundary marker. I am Zhou Xiaocheng, from the Zhou family in the county city, and I've come to visit the Su family, another from the county city? Why not all together? The patrol captain muttered to himself, then smiled and greeted him. Young Master Zhou, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to report to the head of the family. Zhou Xiaocheng nodded. Go quickly and be back soon. He looked around and saw the orderly rows of paths lining both sides of the road. They must be under one family, otherwise the divisions between the families wouldn't be so neat and scattered. The Su family prefers to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. This is a wise choice. In the hall, Chang Haowen was about to respond when a guard came in to report. He looked familiar. He looked like one of the patrol guards at the boundary marker. Master, there's another visitor from the county town. He claims to be from the Zhou family, Zhou Xiaocheng. Would you like to let him in? The Zhou family from the county town. Su Mingwei frowned slightly and looked at Chang Haowen. Chang Haowen smiled. Brother Mingwei, don't look at me. We didn't make an appointment. Perhaps he's here to meet the alchemist's disciple. To be honest, I'm just curious, so that's why Chang Haowen came. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyan exchanged a glance, then looked at the guard and said, Go and invite young Master Zhou Xiaocheng over. Yes. After a while, Zhou Xiaocheng entered the hall. Su Mingwei introduced the people present. When he introduced Chang Haowen, a glint of surprise crossed his eyes. He had never met Chang Haowen, but he had heard of him. He was the youngest son the Chang family master valued the most and the most likely to inherit the position of future head of the Chang family. Just a few days after I left the Chang family, they arrived at the Su family. They really care about this marginal county family, Zhou Xiaocheng thought to himself. With the arrival of two people from the county town, the news naturally spread to Bahantan. Chapter 131 The truth is only one step away. Bihun Pond. Su Mingsun and Su Mingshu were both there. Among the younger generation, Su Dejiao, Su Diliang, and Su Dehan were present. Su Mingsun remained in seclusion, studying formations, having not emerged for over half a month. Father, the Chang and Zhou families have both arrived. What could be the reason? Su Mingsun approached Su Chuan and asked softly. Su Chuan looked down the mountain toward the Su family compound, not turning to look at Su Mingsun. Instead, he asked calmly, Do you think their arrival is a good or bad thing? It's hard to say. The impact of this matter won't be felt for a long time. Su Chuan nodded slightly, then added, Just wait for news from your eldest brother and the others. He had a rough idea. The Su family's main hall. Why is young Master Zhou here? It's normal for Brother Haowen to come. After all, our two families have some connections, but not with the Zhou family, Su Mingwei asked, looking at him in confusion. Zhou Xiaocheng smiled faintly and said, Indeed, I just heard of your Su family not long ago, from the Chang family. He mentioned the Chang family, intentionally or not. Chang Haowen knew he couldn't play dumb any longer and said, So that's the case. My father once asked young Master Zhou about the guest alchemist of the Zhou family. It's the guest alchemist you, Brother Mingyan, mentioned years ago who wanted to take your family under his wing, Master Sanchu? He once stayed at my Su family. It's him. Chang Haowen and Zhou Xiaocheng thought almost in unison. Where is Master Sanchu now? Zhou Xiaocheng asked hurriedly. My grandfather was the Zhou family's chief alchemist and a good friend of Master Sanchu, Zhou Sen's grandson. Su Mingwei was secretly surprised. He had never expected the person from the Zhou family to be so high-ranking. He pondered for a moment, then smiled. How could my Su family know where Taoist Sanchu is? Young Master Zhou wouldn't think he'd cultivate in such a remote rural area, would he? Indeed, Zhou Xiaocheng sighed softly. The spiritual energy here is thin, truly of little benefit to cultivators. However, this showed that Taoist Sanchu's relationship with the Su family was limited to his disciple's family, so there was no need to dwell on it. After a moment's thought, he glanced at Chang Haowen again. I can guess what this person is up to. He simply wants to befriend the Su family, hoping to obtain the elixirs refined by Taoist Sanchu from them. Unless Taoist Sanchu is a member of the Su family, how could he possibly obtain elixirs from them? There are no cultivators in his family. It's possible, however, that he's befriending Taoist Sanchu through the Su family. Zhou Xiaocheng chuckled inwardly. Cultivators, especially independent cultivators, generally only care about themselves. They might care for their disciples, but what business did they have with their disciples' families? As far as he knew, Independent cultivators who accepted disciples usually took them away from their families, and they wouldn't return for at least 10 or 20 years, sometimes even longer. After leaving home so young, how much identification with the family would they have, even if they returned someday? If that's the case, then Joe won't stay long. I have to go back and tell my grandfather this news, Su Mingwei said. I'll see Master Joe off. The two of them left. Only Su Mingyan and Chang Haowen remained in the hall. Brother Haowen, are you also trying to find out about the whereabouts of Taoist Sanchu? Su Mingyan smiled faintly at him. Unfortunately, my Su family doesn't know either, so we can't help you, Brother Haowen. Separate cultivators tend to come and go without a trace, rarely staying in one place. I understand that. I hope that when Taoist Sanchu visits our Su family again, you'll introduce us to our Chang family. Not bad. Our Chang family is here in the county town, protecting our Su family. It's only right that we help with this small matter. If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely notify Brother Haowen to come and see us. Thank you very much, Chang Haowen said, clasping his fists. Since I don't wish to travel with the young master of the Zhou family, I'll stay at your Su family for another half hour. That's not right, Brother Haowen. I have nothing better to do, so I'll accompany you for a walk around our Su family. Su Mingwei returned to the hall. Upon hearing this, he nodded and said, Second brother, please entertain Brother Haowen. I have things to attend to, Brother Mingwei, please proceed, Chang Haowen said with a smile. Su Mingwei clasped his fists in greeting and left. Chang Haowen studied his back, then smiled faintly. He said to Su Mingyan, Brother Mingyan, I see that your eldest brother is full of energy and spirit, and his aura is natural and completely different from before. Brother, you've been the head of the family for a long time. If you didn't have this skill to cultivate your energy, wouldn't you be laughed at? Haha, that's true. But with his talent, I think he's already reached the Grandmaster level. If Brother Haowen thinks so, then so be it, Chang Haowen pondered. Could it be that he's already reached the Grandmaster level, and has taken a major step forward in this realm? Such a gifted person, like his Chang family, only appears once every few decades. Su Mingwei quietly left the Su family mansion and arrived at the Bihun Pond. Brother, you are here, Su Mingxun said. Why did those two people from the Chang family and the Zhou family come to my Su family? They came to inquire about my father's whereabouts, but they were sent away in a few words. After all, they could never have imagined that the Taoist priest they were looking for was practicing in this obscure mountain area. Su Chuan smiled faintly. It can only be kept secret for a while. If Zhou Sen came today, he would use his spiritual power to scan, and you would not be able to hide your cultivation from him. He would know all the tricks in it after a moment's thought. That's right, Father, Su Mingwei bowed, and said again, but it won't be long. When the Su and Zhou families have a decisive battle, it will be the time for my Su family to show up. With my father's friendship with the Zhou family, he should choose to help the Zhou family, right? Su Chuan nodded slightly. News has arrived from the county capital. The Su and Zhou families are actively recruiting martial arts families to support them. The Zhou family is relatively tolerant, at least they won't force their way in. But the Su family is acting overbearingly. I've heard that a member of the Yang family has died without cause, and it's suspected to be the work of someone from the Su family. When God wants to destroy someone, he will drive them mad. Su Chuan's eyes flickered as he spoke calmly. If the Su family were willing to abandon their former arrogance and offer generous benefits to the other families instead of resorting to coercion, there might be a chance for improvement. At least after the Su family's foundation establishment patriarch's death, they could secure a place in Yuhu County. Su Mingwei nodded. It's strange to say, the Su family suddenly attacked the Qianyuan families last year, and the already chaotic situation has become a clear-cut, tense situation. He glanced at Su Mingxun as he spoke. Brother, why are you looking at me? Su Mingxun asked in surprise. Su Mingwei sighed softly. I wonder if this has anything to do with the encounter with Tantao and his herb-picking team last year. It seems likely, Su Chuan said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It can be considered that my Su family has inadvertently contributed to the situation in Yuhu County reaching this point. My Su family only needs to intervene at the last moment to help the Zhou family destroy the Su family. You can go there in person then. Okay, Father. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingxun. Yuanzuji must also speed up your cultivation. Su Mingxun grinned. Father, even if you don't believe in our talent, you must believe in your own alchemy. You're so talkative, Su Chuan scolded with a smile. Zuji should be able to enter the immortal path in April or May. I should be later, but I'll definitely achieve a breakthrough before the north wind arrives. Time flew by. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Empowered by Sichuan's alchemy, the Su family was like riding on flying swords, leaving the ordinary people of aristocratic families in the dust. In the Bihan Pond, the concentration of spiritual energy steadily increased. The trees and medicinal herbs planted here seemed to be growing at double the speed. Sichuan also performed the minor cloud rain technique and wood spirit technique monthly to promote the rapid growth of the herbs. Previously collected spiritual herb seedlings, as well as those gathered from the Broken Tooth Mountains, had already been planted and were thriving under Sichuan's care. This place was only temporarily serving as the Su family's medicine garden. When the Su family reached a certain size, they would surely find another location, isolate it with formations, and have cultivators skilled in cultivation oversee it. Free entry and exit would be impossible, as was the case with the White Jade Room. The Su family had previously built a quiet room, and the White Jade circular steps were located within it. At this moment, within the White Jade Room, on the third level of the White Jade circular steps, Su Mingyan sat cross-legged in the center, practicing the secret technique of the innate five elements creation technique, transforming his innate true ki into mana. Half a day later, a wave of mana rippled through the quiet room. After Su Mingyan comprehended the technique for isolating divine thoughts, he applied it to the White Jade Chamber and other key locations within the Su family, preventing future divine thoughts from being observed. As for the technique for isolating divine consciousness, it was still unfinished. The breath-suppressing formation was somewhat profound, and he had yet to fully grasp it. He was currently concentrating his efforts on mastering it. He believed good news would arrive soon. Another half-hour passed. The White Jade Chamber's door opened, and Su Mingyan, clad in a dark gilded robe, emerged. Su Mingyan and Su Mingshu were waiting. "Second brother, you've finally emerged from seclusion," Su Mingshu grinned, her red robe striking, while Su Mingyan remained in his green robe. "Now, the 5 sons of the Su family are finally complete." "Yes, all of them," Su Mingyan smiled faintly. All 5 of them had embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. "Second brother, this is a copy of the breath condensation technique. Father wants you to cultivate it successfully and achieve your goal quickly." Su Mingyan opened his storage bag, pulled out the tome, and handed it to Su Mingyan. Su Mingyan took it, flipped through it, and then placed it in his own storage bag. He replied, "I will diligently practice this technique and won't fall too far behind you, second brother. I've already gotten started," Su Mingshu said with a hint of pride. "Why should I be proud of you, second brother? If you want to compete, go with father, big brother, and the others. Or at least Xiaolinger. She reached the peak of the 4th level of key training a while ago. If you don't break through to the 6th level, she'll catch up to your end. Xiaolinger is the most talented cultivator in our Su family. She's surpassed my end. I'm so happy." Su Mingyan and Su Mingyan exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads and laughing. "Enough small talk. Isn't father here? He should be at the mansion, then I'll head down the mountain first." In the past 2 years, the Su family's strength has grown rapidly. Not only have Su Mingwei, Su Mingshu, and the others entered the immortal path. Even the next generation is growing rapidly. Su Dezhao has already reached the peak of the late Xiantian stage, just 1 step away from Xiantian perfection, and the step won't hold him back for long. Su Dejing and Su Duan both possess the strength of second-rate warriors. They are the same age, but the former has just entered the second-rate stage, while the latter is already in the late stage, approaching first-rate. This is the difference in martial arts talent. Su Diliang, needless to say, is a core figure of the 3rd generation, just like Su Dezhao. She is at the peak of the 4th level of key training, which, according to the current martial arts realm, would be at the peak of the late Xiantian stage. And she is currently only 11 years old. When she fully controls her natural spiritual eyes, the Red Eagle Spirit Eyes, she will have no problem fighting across realms. Chapter 132, The couple takes a walk and amuses the spirit beast. After Su Diliang, Su Daru and Su Deheng, who are of similar age, come next. Su Daru is Su Mingyan's second son and his eldest, while Su Deheng is Su Mingxun's eldest son. Both began practicing martial arts at the age of 6. Their martial arts talents are similar, but Su Deheng possesses all 5 elements and possesses pseudo-spiritual roots, forcing him to pursue a path of martial arts and enlightenment. Both Su Deru and Su Dejin are now mid to late stage third-rate martial artists. 8-year-old Su Dejin, Su Mingwei's fourth son, has also reached the third-rate level. The remaining three daughters are Su Dayan, Su Darren, and Su Dejin. Su Dayan and Su Darren are only a few months apart in age, both currently 5 years old. Su Dejin, Su Mingwei's fifth son, is only 4 years old. After them, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyin, and Su Mingxuan have no children. Su Mingshu and Su Mingxin remain single. Bai Jing seemed to have given up on urging her to get married. While she also wanted to see each of her 5 children establish their own families and careers, the Su family was no longer a small family. Su Chuan didn't want to force anything, and he wanted them to follow his own wishes. As his wife, she naturally had no objections. Furthermore, the Su family was now flourishing, and she had gradually come to terms with it, shedding her old beliefs. Her childhood had been difficult, and as the eldest sister, she had been busy with the family from an early age. However, since marrying Su Chuan, she had never suffered hardship, let alone grievance. The couple was loving and respectful, and the children were filial and outstanding. As the Su family grew stronger, Su Chuan no longer hid the secret from Bai Jing, telling Su Mingwei that they would follow his path of cultivation. Although surprised at first, she soon felt relieved. If Su Chuan himself was pursuing the path of cultivation, how could he prevent Su Mingwei and the others from doing the same? The Su family mansion. Su Chuan and Bai Jing were strolling hand in hand when Su Mingyin came down the mountain. Upon seeing them, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Greetings, father, mother. How's mother doing lately?" Bai Jing glanced at Su Chuan beside her and smiled. "With your father helping me take care of my health, how could it be otherwise? You've succeeded, and you mustn't slack off in the future," Su Chuan said calmly. "Yes, father, then I won't disturb father and mother's world of two." With that, Su Mingyin smiled and took his own leave. "That brat, you dare tease your father and mother," Su Chuan scolded. Bai Jing rolled her eyes. "You taught me that. Sometimes they're disrespectful, but they're all good kids, the best of the best." "Thank you, madam, for the compliment." Bai Jing smiled brightly, and after a moment, she said calmly, "Yuan has become an immortal master too, hasn't he?" "Yeah, it looks like he just made a breakthrough," Su Chuan nodded in response. "That's wonderful. Wife, have you ever blamed me for revealing the Su family's secrets so late?" Bai Jing looked at Su Chuan, smiled, and shook her head. "What are you talking about, husband? You are the head of the family. As your wife, I will fully support whatever decision you make. You must have your reasons for doing this. I just want you and the children to be well, and I'll be content in this life." Bai Jing placed her other hand on the back of Su Chuan's hand, patting it gently. Then she said, "Husband, don't feel guilty. Ginger feels that her life is already extremely fulfilled. You have raised children in a way that is worthy of the Su family's ancestors. It's only because you are too capable in raising them that you have lost a lot of joy." Bai Jing's teasing made Su Chuan feel relieved. "Let's go for a walk outside again." Yes, wherever they passed, people stopped to greet them. Dongxi village had long since lost its original appearance. At least those who could live in Dongxi had built large houses, neatly arranged and scattered, as if they had been planned. Unlike decades ago, when buildings were built everywhere, no matter how narrow the roads were, as long as people could get through, they were built to accommodate them. Houses used to vary in height, some with only a few tiles left to shelter them, while others boasted grand gates and courtyards. It's nothing like this. Now, everything is built on the scale of a town, with wide roads and well-maintained ground. Even those who can afford to build large mansions don't encroach on the main house. What a change. Yes, I rarely paid attention, but I didn't expect Dongxi to be in such a state. Thanks to your protection and governance, my husband, Bai Jing praised. "Madam, you're being kind. When I was in charge, it wasn't like this. It's all thanks to Shitao and Aon. You taught me well, that's the truth." Haha, the two of them chuckled at each other. They then walked to the farmland, where thousands of acres of fertile fields, waves shimmering like gold, layer upon layer, surging in the wind. A plow and cart rested at the edge of the field, sickles gleamed on the ridges. An old farmer patrolled the fields with a cane, and a boy carried a pot to provide food for the plow. Seeing Su Chuan and his wife, everyone stopped and bowed, saying, "Old master, old lady, you all go about your business. My husband and I are just taking a stroll." The two walked slowly, gradually moving further away. One farmer whispered, The master is truly kind. Good deeds are rewarded, indeed. No wonder the Su family was able to overthrow the Wu family, once the foremost family in Qingjiang, in just a few decades. Another said, don't dwell on the master's affairs. As long as we do our part, the master will reward us, and our children and grandchildren will have the opportunity to rise to prominence. My son is already the owner of a fruit shop owned by the master in the county town. An old farmer laughed cheerfully, his eyes full of pride. He's just a shopkeeper, but my grandson was selected to train at the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School last year. In a little over 10 years, he'll be a martial arts master, said another. With no worries about their lives and no worries about their children and grandchildren's futures, these older generations have little more than a petty hobby of comparing whose children are more promising. Su Chuan naturally knew all this, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Why are you suddenly laughing, husband? Those farmers are comparing each other, wondering whose children, or grandchildren, are more promising. Some say their granddaughters are so beautiful that they'll definitely be spotted by someone from Zhao's generation and marry into our Su family. Hearing this, Bai Jing also chuckled. Husband, this is the norm for ordinary families. You just don't fit in, Su Chuan said calmly. If it weren't for this, how could our Su family rise? If we were content with the status quo, our Dongxi wouldn't be much better off than the villages in other counties. Perhaps our Su family would still be digging for food in the mud, tending to 10 acres of land, carefully calculating tomorrow, next month, and next year's expenses. Husband, this was my fantasy before I married into the Su family. You'd be out early and back late, while I'd take care of the housework, raise the children, and live frugally. Then it's me, husband, who's delayed you from becoming a virtuous wife everyone praises. Su Chuan laughed. You'll experience it for yourself. It's not like Bai Jing didn't learn anything from Su Chuan. At least, no ordinary wife would dare to joke with her husband like this. After all, in this era, the husband is the sky. After a while, Bai Jing remembered something and said, oh, my dear, Shitao and the others are getting old, and they all hold high positions. It's best to address them by their names in public, so as not to damage their reputation. Su Chuan smiled. My wife, you're right. I was negligent. Yes, it's been so many years. They've grown up so much, and have acquired all sorts of abilities. Slowly, Su Chuan and his wife walked and chatted, making a circuit before returning to the Su family mansion. Bai Jing was a bit old, but not a single drop of sweat crossed her forehead after the journey. The next day, Su Chuan continued his cultivation at the Bihan Pond as usual. Over the past 2 years, his storage bag had become short of the elixirs used by cultivators to enhance their mana. After Su Mingyan's ascension to the Immortal path, the Su family had 10 cultivators, the minimum standard for a 5th grade key training family. And with Su Chuan's elixirs, even Wu Tao, the lowest among them, had already reached the 3rd level of key training. Shen Chengyi and Zhang Wanqing both broke through to the 4th level of key training. If Su Diliang hadn't been distracted by practicing magic and the breathing art, he would have likely already reached the 5th level. As for Su Chuan, he was only one step away from achieving the great perfection of key training. The day before yesterday, he had spent nearly the entire day with Bai Jing down the mountain, and today he would begin his retreat to achieve the great perfection of key training. Beneath the demon fruit tree, Su Mingshu began her bi-weekly feeding routine. The 3 brothers, the red gold-eyed white tiger and the blue fire eagle, immediately lined up to share the fruit. Hey, Dad's in retreat again. Su Mingshu slapped her storage bag, and a beam of white light flew out, landing in her hand. Inside the porcelain bottle was, of course, a low-grade Qianyuan pill. Su Chuan felt that low-grade pills were laden with impurities, and consuming large quantities would hinder his ability to reach the next level. He simply gave it to Su Mingshu, asking her to feed one to the white tiger and the others every 2 weeks. In addition to the low-grade Qianyuan pill, there was also a low-grade Qi gathering pill. Only a master alchemist like Su Chuan would dare to feed these elixirs to the demon beasts. The 3 brothers, White Tiger and Blue Fire Eagle, all stared at the porcelain bottle in Su Mingshu's hand. Ever since they had tasted it once, they knew it was a good thing, far surpassing their usual rate of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. The red gold-eyed white tiger swung its long, black and white striped tail like steel, drooling light pearls on a string. The 3 Blue Fire Eagle brothers were still quite proud, at least not so greedy as to abandon their image. But their eagle eyes were fixed on the porcelain bottle. However, by the time Dad comes out of seclusion this time, He should have reached the great perfection of key training. Su Mingshu raised her hand, then suddenly dropped it again. The 4 pairs of eyes of White Tiger, Blue Fire Eagle, and others followed the porcelain bottle up and down. Big brothers in seclusion, striving to reach the late 8th level of key training. Yanu is also in seclusion, practicing and studying formations. Su Mingshu was about to uncork the porcelain bottle when she suddenly put her hand down and looked at the White Tigers. Little White, Big, Second, Third, don't you think the lives of immortal cultivators are really this boring? The White Tigers almost rolled their eyes. My big sister, can't you wait until after I'm done feeding them? Humans are such a nuisance. What's with that look? Don't you want to listen? I'm not even willing to feed you anymore. The White Tiger immediately acted cute, rubbing Su Mingshu with its big head. The Blue Fire Eagle suddenly realized that it was far inferior to the White Tiger in this regard. After all, with only sharp feathers and a pointed beak, it wasn't suited to such close contact. Chuckles itchy, Su Mingshu chuckled, pushing the White Tiger aside and saying, "All right, little White, line up. Let's start distributing the rations for this half-month of training." Roar. The White Tiger sat down at lightning speed, like an elementary school student ringing the bell. Su Mingshu nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Xiao Bei, you guys are really interesting. It's a pity that Father and Yunyu haven't found the spiritual beast heritage manuals, nor have they searched for demon beast eggs or cubs in the past 2 years." As she spoke, she opened the porcelain bottle, and the fragrance of the elixir filled the air. "Hey, there are only 3 left. Let's use the key gathering pills to replenish them, but who should I give them to?" Su Mingshu glanced at the White Tiger and the 3 Blue Fire Eagle brothers. They were wary of each other. This was because Su Mingshu had previously said that the key gathering pills were several times more effective than the key condensing pills and would definitely benefit them greatly. "Are you going to fight?" "That's not allowed." Su Mingshu rested her hand on her chin, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. "How about you play rock paper scissors, White Tiger?" The 3 Blue Fire Eagle brothers? Although Su Mingshu had taught them, they looked at their wings, claws, and tiger claws. The White Tiger suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Let's begin, rock, paper, scissors." The result, the White Tiger extended one claw, while the 3 Blue Fire Eagle brothers across from them simultaneously used their wings to form a pair of scissors. Su Mingshu's eyes lit up. "Ada, Asan, you're really clever." Roar. The White Tiger protested, saying they were breaking the rules by using both wings. "Since we have physical problems, we can use body language. Xiao Bei, we lose, so we have to admit it. We can win it back next time." Su Mingshu gave the White Tiger a key condensing pill. It swallowed it, then quietly stepped aside, staring at its claws in disbelief. The 3 Blue Fire Eagle brothers remained, locked in internal struggle. After a long and arduous battle, the spirited Asan finally won the key condensing pill. He wrapped his wings around himself, forming a ball, imitating a rock. This amused Su Mingshu. "Asan, you clever little bastard, the key condensing pill is yours," he said, tossing it towards him. The Blue Fire Eagle, Asan, let out a long cry, and flashed past like a flash of blue lightning. Then, the elixir in the air vanished, leaving only its wings flapping and circling overhead. Ada and Otter looked up at the sky, also in disbelief. "We were all born from the same litter, so how could you be so outstanding?" Playing with the White Tiger and the Blue Fire Eagle from time to time was one of Su Mingshu's few pleasures. After feeding them, Su Mingshu returned to her bamboo hut to begin her cultivation. Each hut contained a spirit-gathering array, one designed to block divine thoughts and restrict them. The entire Biham pond was enveloped by a large spirit-gathering array. These arrays often improve the spiritual energy of a specific area. When it comes to increasing cultivation speed, individual spirit-gathering arrays are naturally more effective. Due to their smaller size, they can rapidly increase the concentration of spiritual energy within their area, further facilitating cultivation. A month later, suddenly, a soft whistle emanated from the center bamboo hut. Immediately, a wave of air surged out from within, and the sound of bamboo waves could be heard all around. Hearing the commotion, figures rushed out from the surrounding bamboo houses one after another, all with joyful expressions on their faces. After a cup of tea, the bamboo door opened silently amidst the green bamboo. Chuan emerged slowly with his hands behind his back, his temples slightly frosted, his short beard like a spear. His gray robe fluttered in the wind, and a faint spiritual energy flowed through him, indicating that he had just broken through the barrier and had not yet completely restrained his aura. He was not handsome, but his divine light was restrained. A faint clear energy lingered between his brows, and a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes, like the starlight in a deep pool. A half-smile played at the corner of his lips, as if he had watched an old pine tree on the cliff face, withered and flourishing. Just as the Immortal cultivation classics say, those who have achieved great perfection are clumsy in form and graceful in spirit, with restrained aura and powerful momentum. Congratulations, Father, on completing your key training and achieving immortality. Su Mingsun and his wife, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingsun all bowed and saluted. Beneath the demon fruit tree, a white tiger roared. The three green fire eagle brothers, perched on the tree's peak branches, spread their wings and soared into the air, circling overhead with a resounding eagle cry. They were also celebrating Su Chuan's success, his breakthrough to key perfection. Congratulations, old patriarch, on achieving key perfection and achieving immortality. Then, Wu Tao and Shen Chengyi bowed. Congratulations, old man, on achieving key perfection and achieving immortality. The final voice of the congratulatory voice was clear, childish, and energetic. It was none other than the Su family's prodigy, Su Diliang. Chapter 133 Planning. No need for formalities. Su Chuan smiled faintly, raised his wide sleeves, and with a gentle wave, a surge of magical power, like a gentle breeze, lifted everyone up. My Su family has its first person to achieve the great perfection of key training, Su Mingshu grinned. In the future, Father will also be the first foundation establishment cultivator, leading us and the Su family to ever greater prosperity. Su Chuan shook his head and chuckled. Mingshu, your little mouth is so sweet, Father. I've always been like this, Su Mingshu said. Mingsun, go down the mountain and call your eldest and second brothers. Mingshu, Mingsun, you come in with me. The rest of you, return to your quarters and continue your cultivation. Yes, everyone bowed again. Su Mingsun immediately followed his orders and descended the mountain. Su Mingshu and Su Mingsun followed Su Chuan into the bamboo hut, and the others returned to their own quarters. A moment later, Su Mingwei, Su Mingyin, and Su Mingsun arrived in front of the bamboo hut. Father, you're looking for us, Su Mingwei asked. Come in, everyone. After the three entered, Su Chuan flicked his sleeves, and the bamboo house's door automatically closed, unlocking the restrictions. Has anything unusual happened during my time in seclusion? Su Mingwei said. There's been no unusual activity in the Su family. For now, our Su family herbalist team won't be leaving the house to avoid encountering anyone from a certain immortal cultivation family. Furthermore, to date, 18 of the guards have reached the Xiantian realm, and 63 have reached the peak of the acquired realm. 16 of these are expected to reach the Xiantian realm and can be given key-inducing pills. Su Chuan nodded slightly. First, verify their character, then select the 5 or 6 with the best physiques and give them to them first. Yes, Father. Mingyin, what about you? Have there been any changes in the county capital? Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyin again. Similar to the previous situation, according to the intelligence we've received, the Su and Zhou families are ultimately wary of each other, neither holding back. They must be waiting for a spark, otherwise this situation could last at least another year or two. Su Chuan pondered for a moment. The Zhou family is probably wary of the Su family's foundation establishment ancestor, who will fight to the death with him. They're hoping to increase their resources, or perhaps they're waiting for the Su family's ancestor to pass away. Do you have any information on the Su family's ancestor? Not yet. Not a single detail has been leaked in the past 2 years. I'm guessing only 1 or 2 people within the Su family know how long the Su family's lifespan remains. After a moment's deliberation, Su Mingyin said, Father, the Zhou family is wary, but what are the Su family waiting for? They should know that time is not on their side. The longer it runs out, the worse it gets for them. Only by completely inflicting a heavy blow on the Zhou family, or even eliminating their foundation establishment ancestor, can the Su family maintain its safe presence in Yuhu County after the ancestor's death. Otherwise, given their past arrogant behavior, the key training families of Yuhu County will find it difficult to accommodate the Su family. Su Chuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and after a moment he said, if my guess is correct, the Su family should be seeking help, and the current balanced situation is also intentional on their part. The ancestor of the Su family could not have failed to foresee the current situation and must have had a backup plan. As for whether the backup plan is a person or an object, it is difficult to say. It will not be clear until the last moment. Su Mingyan also nodded. So, after some time, you can have someone spread the news in the county town, saying that there are traces of longevity elixirs in Guangling County, and they are suspected to have been obtained in a certain ancient cave. Remember to leave no trace. Father wants to test the Su family's movements. If the Su family puts all their efforts, it is very likely that they have no trump cards left, and vice versa. In addition, there may be some chance of triggering a fight between the two families in advance. That's right, but news alone is not enough. Su Mingyan raised his eyes and looked at Su Chuan. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Father has his own way to make this news as true as possible, but he has to send someone there. Su Mingyan said, Father, I'll go. I'm familiar with the Guangling County market. Okay, then let Mingyan go. My Su family will not participate in the dispute between the Su and Zhou families. We will not show up again until this matter is over. However, we will lose the opportunity to divide up the Su family's Taoist treasures, medicinal fields, etc. Su Chuan glanced at his children and declared in a resounding voice, since you've chosen to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, you must understand that it's a journey that defies heaven. It's a struggle against heaven, against others, against yourself. Our Su family must endure when necessary, and fight when necessary, striving for a bright future for ourselves, for our family, and for future generations. If the Su family is as stable as Mount Tai, then our Su family will be playing with fire. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't seize it, it will take at least 10 years for our Su family to advance to the next level. My children understand. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyan, and the others bowed. With the Su family's heritage and Su Chuan's alchemy skills, the Su family could become a top-tier key training family in just 10 to 20 years. Something even a newly established foundation-building family like the Zhou family would be wary of. If they were to waste 40 or 50 years accumulating this foundation, most of those present would likely never have the chance to build their foundations before their time came. Remember to diligently practice the securing breath art and master it as quickly as possible. From now on, Mingwei, Mingyan, and the rest of you, except me, must maintain your key training level 8, even if you break through again. If you encounter foundation establishment, there's no need to conceal your current level. The rest of you, conceal your current level as much as possible. Yes, Father, let's go. I need to consolidate my level and thoroughly master the power and application of perfect key training. Su Mingwei and the others bowed and left the bamboo hut. After leaving, Su Mingwei's aura shifted, rising from the 8th to the 6th level, then immediately released it again. Su Mingyan and Su Mingshu observed this and smiled faintly. The same mysterious aura shifted, rising from the 5th to the 4th level. As for Su Mingyan, he hadn't yet fully mastered the art and was unable to restrain his level. He touched the tip of his nose and sighed. I always feel like I'm the only one holding you back. The others laughed. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyan descended the mountain, while the other two remained to cultivate. A few days later, Su Chuan's realm was completely stable, and he would no longer be unable to control his magical power. His breath containment technique had reached perfection, capable of completely confining all three realms. The only drawback was that it could only conceal the divine consciousness of key condensation cultivators. Even if the Su family were to become public knowledge in Yuhu County, foundation establishment cultivators would be unlikely to condescend to visit the Su family. Therefore, for the time being, their presence would remain hidden. However, Su Chuan was somewhat curious. While divine consciousness isolating restrictions were visible in the Great Way cultivation market, no corresponding magical instruments appeared. Wouldn't it be far more effective and worry-free to simply block the divine consciousness or awareness of others? He had traveled extensively throughout the Great Way but had never heard of such instruments, leading him to speculate that the methods or materials for crafting such instruments were extinct. We can only wait and see if Yunnu can find a solution. The Su family, without a successor, was on the verge of collapse. Not a single key condensation family in Yuhu County would be unwilling to share in the pie, but most kept it well hidden. Of course, there were those, like the Zhou family, who harbored resentment, suppressing it for years until now. The Su family was both a feast and a warning. Su Chuan was constantly reflecting on himself, convinced that he would need to rein in the Su family and prevent them from falling into such a predicament. Another 7 or 8 days passed. Su Chuan handed Su Mingyan a porcelain vase and sent him on a trip to Guangling County. Su Mingxin naturally kept his state of mind low while traveling, appearing to outsiders to be no more than a cultivator at the 6th level of key training. As a casual cultivator, he sold a small number of common elixirs and spiritual herbs in the market. A little over a day later, someone patronized his stall. Healing pills, detoxifying pills, and spiritual herbs, all low-grade, common items, 3 spirit stones, I'll take them all. This, Su Mingxin pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, okay, 3 spirit stones. The man, dressed in azure brocade, looked anything but a casual cultivator. He must be a cultivator trained by a prominent family in Guangling County. He paid the spirit stones, put the items into his storage bag, and was about to leave when Su Mingxin suddenly called out, fellow Taoist, please stay, he said. What else? The young man in brocade clothes frowned slightly. Su Mingxin patted his storage bag and took out the elixir prepared by Su Chuan. I see that you are quite knowledgeable about elixirs. I accidentally got a rare elixir. I wonder if I could taste it. Rare elixir. The young man in brocade clothes became interested and took the porcelain bottle from Su Mingxin's hand. The porcelain bottle was opened, and a fragrance of elixir with a breath of life suddenly filled the air, making his eyes light up. This breath of life even attracted the attention of those around. In a blink of an eye, several more people gathered. Does your fellow Taoist know what kind of elixir this is? Su Mingxin asked. The young man in brocade clothes examined it carefully, pondering silently. His sword-like eyebrows suddenly gathered half an inch in the middle, carving a shallow groove on his forehead. The gathered crowd asked, it's extremely rare to find an elixir containing the aura of life. Could it be the longevity elixir? But it doesn't seem as potent as the rumors say. May I ask, fellow Taoist, where did you get it? Su Mingxin smiled faintly and replied, I found it by chance. If you're interested, you can buy it for 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones. Everyone was astonished. The man continued, if it's truly a longevity elixir, you'll be at a huge loss. If you sell it to a foundation establishment family, they'll probably pay thousands of spirit stones. I don't know much about alchemy, but fellow Taoist, you just said it's not as potent as the rumors say. Perhaps it isn't. I'd rather not take the gamble. If I go to a foundation establishment family and find out it's not a longevity elixir, I'll be in dire straits. Everyone's eyes flickered, their thoughts shifting. Soon, someone offered 5 spirit stones, which then escalated into a bidding war. In the end, the young man in brocade clothes bought it for 32 spirit stones. Su Mingxin quickly packed up his stall and left Guangling County. News of the suspected longevity elixir appearing in Guangling County quickly spread, even reaching the surrounding counties. Yuhu County. The Zhou and Su families also quickly learned of the news. The Su family. Is there a suspected longevity elixir appearing in Guangling County? The Su family had frowned slightly and immediately went to the Su family ancestors' retreat to inform them of the matter. The Su family patriarch heard the words, his slightly cloudy eyes lit up, and he said, just send a few people to take a look. If there is no doubt, then we must do everything we can to obtain it. Even if it can only extend my life by 10 years, I am confident that I can get rid of the Zhou family. And has the Lei family replied? Are they willing to lend a hand to my Su family? No news yet. Then continue to increase the stakes, and ask if the King Ho pill has been refined. Ancestor, the Su family patriarch was shocked when he heard the words, are you trying to force the Lei family? Forced? Even if his Lei family is a first-class family, if the ancestor who has completed the foundation building passes away, the Lei family will also be seriously injured. The King Ho pill formula was my first choice. It's just that the dispute over the cave residence at that time was hindered by the Lei family's strength, so I had to hand it over and keep it secret. Anyway, if the Lei family doesn't take action, my Su family will find it difficult to preserve the family in this disaster. It's better to be tough once and fight for a chance of survival. Chapter 134, Donnie loses his mother, Ergu gets drunk. But didn't we disperse some of the Su family members ahead of time? The Su family head asked. Do you really think relying on them will allow the Su family to rise again? The Su family patriarch replied, it's just a desperate measure to preserve a trace of the Su family bloodline. Furthermore, this isn't a foolproof plan. Who knows if the Zhou family is aware? Perhaps they're just feigning ignorance, waiting for our Su family to fall before disposing of these dispersed members. At this, the Su family patriarch sighed again. It's my fault for focusing solely on my own cultivation and neglecting the conduct of the Su family members. Upon hearing this, The Su family head immediately bowed and said, "It's my grandson's fault for being unfilial and failing to properly discipline his members. Never mind, at this point, it's pointless to say such things. Which of the key cultivating families in Yuhu County wouldn't want to divide up the Su family's centuries-old heritage? Even those families through marriage could rebel. But they shouldn't get complacent. This isn't the final moment yet, and the outcome is still uncertain." The Su family patriarch's eyes shone with madness. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked calmly, "If my Su family survives this time, do you know what to do? Restrict the clan members, close the mountain gate, wait until we have recovered our strength, and then slowly plan our return to each family. If you can truly do this, the Su family can survive for at least another 100 years, but I, ancestor, will never see it." "Ancestor," the Su family head's eyes misted. "That's not necessary. Cultivating immortals is a battle with the heavens. Win once, and you'll live longer. Lose, and you'll be reduced to dust." He patted the Su family head on the shoulder. "Go and make preparations. The survival of the Su family depends on this." "Yes, ancestor." The Zhou family. The spy, seeing several members of the Su family leave, sent someone to follow them, and they all went to Guangling County. Over 10 days later, Dongxi, Baihantan. Su Mingyan arrived at Su Chuan's bamboo hut where he was meditating. "Father, come in and talk." The bamboo door slowly opened, and after Su Mingyan entered, it closed again. "What's going on?" Su Chuan said calmly. "The chess pieces you deployed are working. Both the Su and Zhou families have traveled to Guangling County, and there are rumors that both sides have suffered losses. Whether true or not, once they've gone, they're already involved. I'm sure if the Zhou family is smart, they'll be able to see through the Su family's details. We don't need to worry about the rest of the story. Just keep an eye on the movements of the aristocratic families in the county. If there's a decisive battle, many martial arts families will be involved, and it'll be quite a commotion." "Father is right," Su Mingyan said with a bow. "You and Mingwei should prepare well. The Su family has been underwater for so many years, it's time to surface and see the scenery above." "Yes, father." With that, he bowed again and left. Su Chuan had reached the great perfection of key training and could make no further progress. And building a foundation, with the Su family's heritage, is not something that can be achieved overnight. Therefore, he also made time to teach Zhang Wanqing about the Dao of alchemy. With his guidance, Zhang Wanqing naturally made rapid progress. Previously, when refining Xiaoyudan, only 1 or 2 out of 10 batches would succeed. Fortunately, the ingredients for Xiaoyudan were common herbs, and the Su family's wealth supported the process. Such a low success rate would be a waste if it came to Xianshan and Grandmaster Wudun. Furthermore, the Su family currently had few spiritual medicines, and Su Chuan himself rarely worked in the furnaces. Yet, this was the ideal performance for a beginner in alchemy. If Su Chuan were truly capable, alchemists in the Wei dynasty wouldn't be so rare. Financial resources, a deep understanding of various herbs and spiritual medicines, mastery of their pharmacological properties, and control of the heat, these were all challenges faced by alchemists. Without a master teacher, one could only gradually improve through mistakes and learning from them. Within half a month, with the full support of the Su family and Su Chuan's guidance on pharmacological changes, compatibility, and control of the heat, Zhang Wanqing had achieved a 50% to 60% success rate in refining Xiaoyudan. The refining of the Great Martial Pill was progressing normally and steadily. Su Mingyan practiced the breathing art day and night, finally gaining mastery. Su Mingxin was nearing the peak of the 8th level of key training. Once he broke through, he could use the breakthrough pill to reach the 9th level within a few days. Su Mingwei was also approaching the late 8th level. In terms of cultivation speed, Su Mingxin, with his swallowing mountains and rivers fate gift, ranked first. Su Diliang would be second. The others, such as Su Mingyan, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingxun, would need at least 10 or 20 years to reach the 9th level of key training. However, in the world of Great Wei Immortal cultivation, this speed would still be considered upper middle class. A few days later, Chen Danyu, who was supposed to be in the neighboring county, returned to Dongxi. In the Su family hall. "Danyu, why are you back so suddenly?" Su Mingwei asked in surprise from the seat at the head of the table. "Master, my mother is critically ill and wishes to see my father. Though she may be short-sighted, she is my biological mother after all. Blood ties cannot be severed, and I cannot disregard her dying request. Please grant this." Su Mingwei sighed softly. Indeed, those of my father's generation are now old. Those who haven't practiced martial arts live no more than 50 or 60, and without innate abilities, it's unlikely they'll live past 70 or 80. Pre-existing injuries can even bring their end of life prematurely. Filial piety is the most important virtue. How could I not grant this? In fact, you didn't need to ask me. No, master, our Chen family is now a vassal of the Su family, so we should have consulted the master. Besides, my father has been entrusted with an important task. Leaving his post without permission would be disloyal to the master. Su Mingwei nodded slightly and said, "Go, let your mother go with dignity." After all, she and our Su family were once considered to be of the same lineage. Chen Dainiu also sighed. If his mother's family hadn't been so short-sighted, or if they had taken care of the Sichuan family after relocating to the county seat, they might have enjoyed the splendor and power the Su family enjoys today. Thank you, Patriarch. Chen Dainiu didn't dare delay and went to Qianyuan County. After finding Chen Ergao and explaining the matter, he hesitated for a moment before following Chen Dainiu. Ever since Chen Ergao and Su Yan divorced, he hadn't remarried. Before the Su family's rise to prominence, the two families had been close, and Chen Ergao and Su Yan had a relatively harmonious relationship. Despite their quarrels, Chen Ergao enjoyed it. Liuan County. The Chen family mansion. Two figures rode swift horses to the gate. A guard immediately stepped forward, clasping his fists and saying, "Patriarch, old patriarch." Chen Dainiu nodded slightly, and he and Chen Ergao strode quickly into the mansion. In front of the bed, Su Yan's face was haggard, her eyes dim and lifeless, a sign of critical illness. "Mother, look who's here." Su Yan shifted her gaze and saw the person standing by the bed. Tears welled up in her eyes for some reason, and she slowly raised her hand. Chen Ergao stepped forward, sat down beside the bed, and took his hand, his eyes slightly red. "You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't stand with you back then." Su Yan's voice choked with sobs, and it was a little difficult to speak. "Can you forgive me, Su Yan? I've never truly blamed you, truly." Su Yan seemed to have heard clearly, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly, as if she were smiling, but it was extremely ugly. After a moment, Su Yan closed her eyes in peace. Chen Dainiu, with tears streaming down his face, knelt in front of the bed, and the maids in the room did the same. "Su Yan," Chen Ergao held her hand and murmured softly, "I'm sorry. Ever since I knew you were with Dainiu, I wanted to go see you, but I was afraid Brother Chuan would blame me." Chen Ergao kept mumbling for several cups of tea before releasing her hand and putting it away. "Dainiu, bring your mother back with me to Dongxi and bury her in my Chen family's cemetery. When I die, bury me with your mother." "Yes, father." Half a day later, father and son returned Su Yan's coffin to Dongxi. The Su family naturally learned of the incident and informed Chuan and Bai Jing. "Su Yan, what a pity," Bai Jing said slowly. "Ali, help me see her off." Chuan also appeared, along with Bai Jing, at the Chen family's funeral. "Thank you, Brother Chuan. Your sister-in-law is here to see Su Yan off for the last time." Chuan patted her shoulder and said, "Please accept my condolences. Excessive grief is not good for your health. You still have Dainiu and Fang Fang." Not long after, Chen Fang Fang, upon hearing the news, rushed from her husband's family and knelt before Su Yan's coffin, weeping. She had married the eldest son of a small, wealthy family surnamed Wang in Qianyuan County and was now the wife of the Wang family's head, living a happy and harmonious life. On the day after the burial, Chen Ergao sought out Chuan for a drink. Seeing him like this, Chuan had no choice but to accompany him. "Brother Chuan, tell me, wasn't I too decisive back then? If I hadn't proposed divorce, could Su Yan have lived a few more years?" "It's not your fault," Chuan said calmly after taking a sip. "Don't overthink it. It's both mentally and physically draining. I think she was happy to receive your forgiveness in those final moments, maybe." Chen Ergao tilted his head back and took another sip before saying to Chuan, "Brother Chuan, I miss the old days so much." Chuan remained silent, listening quietly. "Brother Chuan, you're going to become an immortal and a great figure. Being your brother is something I'll be proud of for the rest of my life. But there's something," Chen Ergao burped, his eyes blurry. He continued, "Brother Chuan, I hope you can agree to this. It'll be a way of fulfilling our long-standing friendship." "Just say it," Chuan said. "If one day I'm gone, can you help me take care of Dainiu and Fang Fang?" "You're drunk," Chuan said calmly. "Brother Chuan, just promise me, Chen Ergo tugged at Sichuan's clothes, refusing to give in. Sichuan glanced at him and sighed softly. Of course. My Su family never mistreats our own people. I've watched Dan Yu and Fang Fang grow up, and they call me Uncle Chuan. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Not long after, Chen Ergo was drunk and unconscious. Sichuan put his hand on his shoulder and sent out a stream of magic power to help him recuperate. But it was only temporary. If he continued to grieve, he would probably not live for many more years. Come on, send Master Chen back. 2 guards came over immediately, each holding one arm, and carried him to the Chen family. Sichuan gazed at his back, shook his head and chuckled. After all, Uncle Chen raised me, so I must have learned some of his skills. Even thinking of getting drunk and forcing me to agree to something, it's hard for him. But, Ergao, am I really so heartless in your eyes now? Sichuan knew full well. Even if Chen Ergo wanted to think of him as his younger brother, the Su family mansion, the vast fertile land, the elite guards, all of it constantly reminded him that the Su family was no longer what it used to be, and Sichuan was no longer what he used to be. He couldn't help but feel awe. People in this world are fickle, but all I can do is keep my original aspirations. He sighed softly and turned back to the mansion. Chapter 135. The Yang family joins the war and heads to Dongxi. 2 months later. Yuhu County City. The Yang family's main hall. Mr. Zhou, what brings you to our Yang family? Yang Wenfeng sat at the main seat in the hall, looking at Zhou Xiaocheng with a faint smile. As the old patriarch of the Yang family, I'm still responsible for managing the Yang family's affairs. It seems the Yang family is indeed declining, but for our Zhou family, it's a good thing. Zhou Xiaocheng pondered, then clasped his fists and said, Old Patriarch Yang, I won't beat around the bush. I've come to ask for your assistance. Yang Wenfeng wasn't surprised. Instead, Zhou Xiaocheng's courtesy and respectful words made him sigh that the Zhou family's education of their children was many times better than that of the Su family. He remained silent, tapping his knuckles lightly on the armrest. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaocheng added, I understand Patriarch Yang's concerns, fearing an irreparable end. However, please forgive me for saying so. In the prefecture, even a top-tier, 6th rank or higher family like the Yang family wouldn't be able to escape this conflict. As far as I know, your Yang family is already resented by the Su family. If the Su family were to prevail in our conflict, my Zhou family has its own methods of protection. At worst, we could seal the mountain gate with a formation for decades, allowing us to recuperate. But your Yang family, as I predict, will be liquidated within a few years. Even if they don't wipe out your entire clan overnight, they will eventually devour you completely. Yang Wenfeng's brows furrowed slightly. Young Master Zhou, aren't you exaggerating? Whether I am or not, Patriarch Yang knows this clearly, and I won't say anything. Zhou Xiaocheng, calm and composed, quietly picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a sip. Yang Wenfeng remained silent for a moment. If I say that if my Yang family aids your Zhou family, what will my Yang family gain? Yang Wenfeng said solemnly. I can foresee that this battle will be extremely brutal. Zhou Xiaocheng didn't explain, but nodded solemnly. Everyone was a shrewd person, and superficial rhetoric was useless. My Zhou family naturally knows, but the Su family will not let my Zhou family go. My Zhou family will not let go of their long-standing grudge with them. It must be washed away with blood, otherwise how can we be the overlord of Yuhu County in the future? If it were your Yang family, would you let your mortal enemy go so easily? Yang Wenfeng was silent again, then shook his head helplessly. As for what the Yang family stands to gain from participating in the war, I can guarantee that after the war, regardless of whether the Yang family is present or not, we will help one of our family members become a Grandmaster level martial artist and one cultivator to the late key training stage. Patriarch Yang, you should know how difficult it is to cultivate a person to the Grandmaster and late key training stages. Even in our Zhou family, there aren't many. This is the greatest sincerity we can offer. If you're unwilling, our Zhou family won't force you, but Patriarch Yang must also be prepared. After this war, many families will undoubtedly rise to prominence. If the Yang family is left without a successor, we must be cautious. The Zhou family isn't one to be trifled with. Yang Wenfeng sighed softly. But he truly didn't want to get involved. Firstly, he feared the Yang family's core members would be wiped out. Even if the Zhou family offered them protection, there was no guarantee they wouldn't gradually become their vassal. Secondly, the Zhou family hadn't specified how they would train them. If the 2 Yang children were taken in to be trained by the Zhou family, Would they be loyal to the Yang family or the Zhou family when they grew up? Of course, this condition could definitely be negotiated. A moment later, Yang Wenfeng looked at Zhou Xiaocheng and said, putting aside other matters, how can young Master Zhou guarantee that the Zhou family will provide these resources? Whether it's cultivating a grandmaster or a late-stage key training cultivator, it's no easy task. Zhou Xiaocheng smiled faintly and said, just because my grandfather is Zhou Senator, the Zhou family's chief alchemist, Yuhu County's foremost alchemist, is your grandfather. Yang Wenfeng's pupils suddenly shrank in surprise. It's absolutely true. I'm here at my grandfather's request, and my promise is my grandfather's. Patriarch Yang must have heard of his status in the Zhou family, of course. The importance of an alchemist to a family of immortal cultivators is second only to your own ancestor. Yang Wenfeng paused, then added, this is a serious matter. Please give the Yang family 3 days to consider it, of course. I hope to receive good news the next time I visit. Yang Wenfeng nodded slightly. After Zhou Xiaocheng left, Yang Wenfeng summoned all the important members of the Yang family to a meeting for further discussion. At Yang Zhao's residence, he said, Yang Zhao, the old patriarch invites you to the main hall of the ancestral home. Yang Zhao looked at the middle-aged guard and nodded, I understand. I'll be there right away. The middle-aged guard turned and left. It seems things have changed. Madam, you and Changer and the others should stay home and don't go out. I'll be back soon, okay, I'll be back soon, okay, I'll be waiting for you. When Yang Zhao arrived at the main hall, he was almost there, he was one of the last few. Yang Zhao, come sit in front, Yang Wenfeng said. Although Yang Zhao's strength wasn't yet that of a grandmaster, as the lieutenant of the county city and highly regarded by Yang Wenfeng, his status within the Yang family was considerable. Yes, great uncle. Another long pause passed. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Yang Wenfeng first explained in detail Zhou Xiaocheng's arrival, the benefits he promised, his position within the Zhou family, and the potential consequences of the Yang family's participation in the war. The Yang family was abuzz with discussion. Old Patriarch, the Zhou family's promise is acceptable. We can help them in this battle. Given Zhou Sen's reputation in Yuhu County, they won't regret it later. Without the aid of elixirs, it would take countless years for our Zhou family to produce a master-level expert. My nephew Yang Shidao is the most talented of this generation in our Yang family. If he accepts our help, he will grow rapidly and avoid a generational gap in our Yang family. This statement was met with widespread agreement. Old Patriarch, you've clearly analyzed the pros and cons. This is our choice. This battle is solely for the Yang family. That's right. This battle is solely for our Yang family. Yang Zhao, what do you think? Yang Wenfeng looked at Yang Zhao and asked. Yang Zhao cupped his fists and sighed. I was too superficial before, believing I could just force a refusal. I hadn't considered the post-war situation, with the rise of other families eroding our Yang family. The Su family is overbearing, while the Zhou family appears legitimate, yet they're pressing us. This pressure is the stark reality. Relatively speaking, if the Zhou family becomes the sole overlord of Yuhu County in the future, our Yang family should fare better under their rule. Yang Wenfeng nodded slightly, and the other elders agreed. Great Elder, what are your thoughts? I don't have many years left to live. It's my long-cherished wish to make one last stand for our family, the Great Elder said, stroking his beard and smiling. Seeing that most people present agreed, Yang Wenfeng said, then my Yang family will assist the Zhou family. As for the number of participants and the Zhou family's promise, I will discuss this with Zhou Xiaocheng in 3 days. One more thing, Yang Zhao, Yang Wenfeng continued. After this battle, regardless of whether I survive or not, you will assume the position of Patriarch until we have trained a qualified successor. Yang Zhao frowned slightly, but then clasped his fists and said, yes, uncle. Does anyone else have any objections? The battle between the Su and Zhou families was arduous, and they didn't know if they would survive. For the Yang family at this moment, Yang Zhao's breadth of mind, insight, and status were the most suitable. Then it is resolved. He then looked at Yang Yan. Yang Yan, you will participate in this battle. If you survive, the late key training stage position promised by the Zhou family will be yours. I hope you can help our family overcome this difficult situation for the time being. The prosperity of our family will also facilitate your spiritual path. Yang Yan, I obey. Yang Yan clasped his fists. Alright, this meeting concludes here. Yang Zhao, Yang Shidao, you two, come with me to the study. They exchanged a glance, clasped their fists, and said, Yes, old patriarch, in the study. As you all know from our previous discussion, from now on, the Yang family will be centered around you too. Shideo, you will be the future grand elder of the Yang family, old patriarch. I'm unworthy and fear I'll fail the clan's trust. Yang Shideo stood with his clothes lowered, the furrowed lines between his brows furrowed like a deep frown as he bowed deeply to Yang Wenfeng. The title of Grand Elder of the Yang family weighed heavily on his shoulders, nearly suffocating him. Over a decade ago, he had battled Su Mingwei, both of them in the late Xiantian stage. Yet, now, he was still stuck at the Grandmaster stage, unable to reach the Grandmaster realm, truly unworthy of the title of Yang family genius. With your talent, if you stay focused, you can become a Grandmaster in a year or two. And with the Zhou family's Grandmaster elixirs and resources, you'll definitely be able to climb all the way to Grandmaster perfection. You don't need to worry about family affairs. Just focus on your martial arts training. The great elder of our Yang family has always been the most powerful in the Yang family. Now, apart from the older generation, who in the Yang family can rival you? Finally, Yang Shideo clasped his fists and nodded, saying, Shideo will obey the old patriarch's orders and will protect the family with his life. Yang Wenfeng's eyes showed satisfaction, and he immediately looked at Yang Zhao. I know you've never been interested in the position of patriarch, but in times of crisis, you have an obligation to do so. Yang Zhao understands. Shideo will be in charge of the family's military strength, and you will be in charge of family affairs. I can rest assured, Yang Wenfeng continued, but I didn't call you this time for this matter. I estimate that the outcome of the battle between the Su and Zhou families is uncertain. If the Zhou family wins, we will be safe. If the Su family wins, therefore, I plan to have you two secretly leave the county town in a few days and return after this battle is over. Where can we go? Yang Shideo asked puzzledly. I don't remember any branches of my Yang family in other counties. Yang Wenfeng looked at Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, King Jiang. Yang Wenfeng nodded slightly. 10 years ago, the Su family rose to prominence, and now it's unfathomable. Did you know that the Su family also has many businesses in the county city? There's such a thing, Yang Zhao asked in surprise. How could I not know? Of course it's not openly displayed. Do you know about Guanghuju? Yang Shideo nodded and said, yes, it's one of the most popular restaurants in the county city. It's always crowded with customers, and the dishes and wines are endless, and it's widely praised. As far as I know, many people have set their sights on it. There are rumors that it's owned by the Chang family. This is one of the Su family's businesses, but it's a collaboration with the Chang family. Yang Wenfeng sighed softly. After all, what we did back then disgusted them. The Su family would rather cooperate with the Chang family than with our Yang family, old patriarch. So what? My Yang family has no shortage of such businesses, nor do we lack people to cooperate with. Although you have excellent talent in martial arts, you lack vision and insight. That's why I only let you focus on martial arts, Yang Wenfeng said. Yang Zhao, what do you think? I've witnessed the Su family's capabilities. I can say I witnessed their rise from humble beginnings to a common family in the county. As for their subsequent development, I've returned to the county seat, so I don't know much. But I occasionally correspond with Ronghua, and he seems to be quite comfortable. From this, I can deduce a bit about the Su family's strength. They are certainly among the best in Qingjiang. Yang Wenfeng turned his gaze to Yang Shideo. Worldly wisdom knows the big picture from the small details. This is the insight and ability that a patriarch of an aristocratic family should possess. Old patriarch, the world understands. Yang Shideo bowed his head, also admiring Yang Zhao's thoughts. How did he deduce the Su family's strength based on a few letters? You seem unconvinced, Yang Wenfeng chuckled. But I do tell you, what Yang Zhao said is true, and even more so. This is information my Yang family has gathered through investigation. Yang Zhao, when you were in Qingjiang, there were the 5 great families of Wu, Feng, Wang, He, and Xiao. Yang Zhao nodded slightly. Indeed, these 5 families are among the top 5 in Qingjiang, with profound heritage. The Wu family, in particular, possesses the foundation and strength of a 9th-rank family, only 9th rank. Yang Shideo was stunned. Yang Zhao explained, my dear nephew. Few of the aristocratic families in the county have ever accumulated the foundation of a 9th-rank family. Most rise quickly for 100 years and then quickly decline. The Wu family is already quite powerful. If a family in the county is willing to lend a hand, relocating the family to the county town wouldn't be a problem, Yang Shidao understood. That's right, but the King Jiang of today is no longer the King Jiang of your tenure. The so-called 5 great families have long since disappeared. The Su family, Yang Zhao frowned slightly, but based on my understanding of Sichuan, he shouldn't be so overbearing. He was naturally not overbearing when he was weak, but after growing into a fierce tiger, just imagine, how could he allow others to snore beside his bed? If it were my Yang family, we would do the same, Yang Wenfeng added. However, I don't know how they did it. According to the news, King Jian County said that the Wu family angered a certain family in the county and suffered disaster. Later, they were besieged by other families, and finally the government stepped in and arrested people from the 4 families. So far, the 5 great families exist in name only. Yang Shidao was a little stunned. No, old patriarch, this has nothing to do with the Su family at all. The disputes between the families are not always in the open. Some things are not what you see and hear with your own eyes. Yang Shidao gave up completely and sighed secretly. Fortunately, the old patriarch did not let me manage family affairs. It was such a mess. So the Su family is now the number 1 family in King Jiang. Yang Zhao raised his head and looked at Yang Wenfeng. Not only that, it should be described as unfathomable, Yang Wenfeng said lightly. Yang Zhao couldn't believe that he could get such an evaluation from Yang Wenfeng. Yang Shidao was even more surprised. But he had learned his lesson, so he just listened quietly and didn't speak. Now Dongxi is the private land of the Su family. I sent in 8 warriors to guard and try to sneak in to investigate. There was no news from 2 people in a row. Yang Zhao was silent, nodded and said, it is indeed like a deep pool, bottomless. That's why I asked you to take shelter in the Su family. Yang Zhao will follow the arrangements of my uncle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Unexpected Disaster, Killed by One Arrow. 3 days later, Zhou Xiaochang visited the Yang family again. Yang Wenfeng spent nearly half an hour conferring with him, agreeing on the promised compensation. The news of the Zhou family's second visit naturally reached the Su family. As the once dominant family in Yuhu County, they possessed numerous informants. Therefore, they likely anticipated the Yang family's decision. It appears the Yang family has chosen to align themselves with the Zhou family. We have sent agents to monitor the Yang family's movements. If we find an opportunity, we will kill them without mercy. We will also increase surveillance of all other families above the 6th rank. I want to know all the families that oppose our Su family. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family was also wary. Though bordering on madness, they knew that if they launched a wholesale slaughter, opposing all families, the Su family would be effectively wiped out. They sought to win over the aristocratic families that had aligned themselves with the Su family, offering them rewards while suppressing those that opposed them, thus leaving room for maneuver. Another 5 or 6 days passed. Yang Shidao, Yang Zhao, and their families secretly left the county capital. As for the affairs of the county lieutenant, he naturally had no time to attend to them. With Yuhu County's 2 overlords at war, the Yang family could be annihilated. Who would bother with the mundane affairs of the county capital? While the county officials nominally ruled Yuhu County, they weren't always welcoming the immortal cultivators with a smile. The county officials themselves were all members of their respective families, but now, amidst the turmoil, they had all returned to their families. Only ordinary families and the common people continued to live their lives as normal. The Su family. Did Yang Shidao and County Lieutenant Yang Zhao, members of the Yang family, leave with their families? Upon hearing the guard's report, the Su family patriarch paused. Yes, Patriarch, and they were cautious. It's a pity that the city guards have our Su family's spies, the middle-aged guard said. I understand. You may leave first. Yes, Patriarch. Immediately, the Su family patriarch summoned a 6th-level key training cultivator from his clan. Patriarch, you're looking for me, Su Taiyuan bowed. The Yang family took refuge with the Zhou family. 2 of their clansmen left the county town with their families. They must have wanted to avoid disaster and leave a lineage for the Yang family. That actually happened. The Yang family is really ignorant of the current situation. They really think that my Su family can't do anything to them, a small 6th-rank family, right? Su Taiyuan said, "Master, I'm going to the Yang family and kill them without a trace. Don't be impulsive." The head of the Su family glanced at him and raised his hand to stop him. Now is a critical moment. At least there must be no large-scale massacres in the county town. Then the master wants me to hunt down the escaped people of the Yang family. The head of the Su family nodded slightly and said, "The people who are arranged to go out to avoid disaster at this time must be important figures of the Yang family. Take their heads and throw them into the ancestral home of the Yang family to let them know the consequences of standing against my Su family. However, don't rush to kill them. You can observe their whereabouts first. Wait until they meet up with their accomplices, and then use thundering means to eliminate future troubles. If not, then we can just bring back the heads of the Yang family members who have fled the disaster." Su Taiyuan's eyes lit up, and he clasped his fists and smiled, saying, "Master, you are very far-sighted. Taiyuan will do it now." Then, the Su family master informed Su Taiyuan of the whereabouts of Yang Zhao and the others, as well as the several carriages accompanying them, so that Su Taiyuan could quickly locate them. Su Taiyuan left the Su family, flew on his sword, and pursued them along the official road leading to the east gate of the county town. In just a moment, he discovered Yang Zhao and his group. They had stayed at an inn in the county town along the way. Su Taiyuan also took the opportunity to descend from the air and investigate. Using the divine consciousness of a cultivator, inquiring naturally proved to be infallible. "Uncle Yang Zhao, how long will it take to reach Qianyuan County?" Yang Shidao asked. Yang Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "At our current pace, we will definitely arrive before noon the day after tomorrow. Get some rest today. Even if we can't bear it, your family needs to recuperate as well." Just as Uncle Yang Zhao said, Yang Shidao nodded slightly. "You were originally going to Qianyuan County, but what's the point of going to such a remote place? It's already one of the farthest counties from the county seat." Su Taiyuan was furious, wanting to slaughter them all right there. But then he thought, his master had a point. To intimidate them, it would be best to bring their accomplices along. They'd deliberately gone to such a remote county as Qianyuan, so they must have accomplices there. Then let you live 2 more days. The next morning, Su Chuan was performing his usual divination for the family's fortune. Today's hexagram, medium to low. At the hour of C, Yang Zhao and Yang Shidao arrived with their families. Cultivators from the Su family quietly followed, intending to kill them along with the Su family. Yang Zhao and his companions were instantly killed, and many of the Su family's guards also perished. Seeing this hexagram, Su Chuan was stunned, his brow furrowed. Why did Yang Zhao and the others suddenly come here? And with Yang Shidao, he was confident that no one knew about the Su family's situation at this point. Could it be related to the Yang family members who came to inquire about it 2 years ago? Su Chuan pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. Never mind. It seems the conflict between the Su and Zhou families in the county city is imminent. A major war will likely break out in a few months, or at most 6 months. It's unlikely that the 6th rank and above families in the county city can escape. Even if they don't want to join, there's no guarantee that the victor will make things difficult for them later. Since the Su family cultivators followed them, they must have defected to the Zhou family. Did Yang Wenfeng send them here to avoid disaster? Su Chuan pondered for a moment, then saw the thread of events clearly through the clues. Yang Shidao is probably the most talented of this generation. They intend for him to become the future grand elder of the Yang family. Yang Zhao, brother Yang, even if you don't want to, this is a matter of life and death for the family. How can you avoid it? Su Chuan believed that Yang Wenfeng was definitely planning to make Yang Zhao the head of the Yang family. Even though the Yang family suffered heavy losses this time, with these two here, there's still hope for a comeback. As for the Su family, Su Chuan sneered. Thinking of wiping out my entire Su family? Truly overbearing. It was exactly 12 a.m. Mingwei, come to my study. Shortly after getting up, Su Chuan sent a telepathic message to Su Mingwei, who was also up and meditating. Father, you called me. Your father-in-law and Yang Shidao and their families have come to our Su family to escape disaster. They're being followed by the Su family. You're going to deal with them in secret, so they can travel smoothly. When they return, have the guest rooms prepared for them. Your father-in-law and the others are coming. And with someone from the Su family following them, Su Mingwei looked surprised. He's a cultivator, Su Chuan said calmly. The Yang family must have defected to the Zhou family. The Su family is displeased, so they sent them here to seek refuge, hoping to avoid this war. But the Su family discovered them and likely intends to kill them, along with the people who took them in. A mere key cultivating cultivator from the Su family wants to destroy my Su family. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Father, leave this to me. Well, they'll arrive around 9 p.m. You can estimate the time and find a suitable place to wait. Su Mingwei clasped his fists and said, yes, I'll be back soon. I should be able to come back for breakfast. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Su Mingwei left the study and soared into the air on his sword. In addition to practicing the breath condensation technique, he was also practicing the 9 flames technique, a secret technique of mind control that also greatly benefited his archery skills. Su Mingwei and the others didn't need to rush. They planned to teach them the technique after they reached the 7th or 8th level of key training. Even if he could only cultivate the unity of the 3 thoughts, it would be beneficial. Su Mingwei sped along the official road from Qianyuan County to the county seat. Through his eagle eyes, he spotted Yang Shichen on horseback more than a dozen miles away and immediately plunged into the nearby forests. A moment later, he saw figures hovering in the air a few miles behind him. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. His left hand swept across his storage bag, and the black dragon bow flew out. It expanded to its normal size, and he held it in his hand, the black dragon arrow automatically knotting to the bowstring. The next moment, his waist and hips sank like the twisted roots of an old pine tree. He unleashed the bow like the moon, his 5 fingers gripping the string like a golden eagle snatching a rabbit. Then, his magical power swirled, his murderous intent unleashed. This was Su Mingwei unleashing his full might. The black dragon arrow, like a flash of black lightning, pierced the clouds in air, instantly traveling over a dozen miles. Su Taiyuan, focused on Yang Zhao and the others, waited until he noticed and turned to look. His head was instantly pierced by the black lightning, his soul annihilated. His body fell from the sky. Bang, what's that sound? Yang Shichen asked in surprise. What happened? Yang Zhao asked from inside the carriage. There seems to be some movement in the back. I heard it too. Yang Shidao turned his head to look behind him, but he couldn't see clearly. Don't worry about it, let's hurry up to avoid any complications. Yes, Dad, Yang Shichen said. The group continued on their way. Su Mingwei went to touch a corpse, then took the body to the forest. He simply pinched a magic formula, and saw a fireball condense and land on Su Taiyuan's body. He waited until it was completely burned before leaving. But after a while, he returned to the Su family and caught up with Yang Ronghua, Su Dezhao and others to have breakfast together. Dad, where have you been? Su Dezhao asked in surprise. Don't ask too much. After eating, go to practice, Su Mingwei said with a stern face. Yang Ronghua smiled faintly and had a set of bowls and chopsticks brought over. Husband, don't push the children too hard, Su Dezhao nodded and said, Father, we know what we should do. Don't worry, that's good. The family then had a pleasant breakfast. At the moment of Su Taiyuan's death, the guards guarding the Su family's life lamps quickly reported the incident to the Su family head. What? Taiyuan's life lamp went out, how could that be? The Su family head was puzzled. Yang Shidao and Yang Zhao had only just reached Xiantian perfection, and Su Taiyuan wouldn't be foolish enough to engage him in close combat on the ground. It's even more impossible for anyone in the county to kill Su Taiyuan. Could it be the Zhou family? The Su family head's eyes flashed with suspicion, and he muttered uncertainly, but is the Yang family worthy of the Zhou family's actions? Both the Su and Zhou families treated the other aristocratic families as their pawns. How could they possibly protect their own people? Could this be the terms agreed upon between the Yang and Zhou families? Never mind, just 2 fish that slipped through the net, but my Su family lost a 6th level key training cultivator. Damn it. After this battle, if my Su family wins, I will definitely wipe out the Yang family. Chapter 137 The Yang family arrives. At 1/4 past the hour of C, 3 carriages and 2 horsemen arrived at the Su family's territory in Dongxi. Who are you? The patrol captain raised his hand to stop Yang Shichen and his men. This is Su family private property. No trespassing without an invitation. Yang Shichen, his legs crossed, stepped forward and said, You don't even recognize me. Who are you? The patrol captain looked at them in surprise. Go call your family head and tell me, how dare you? The patrol captain shouted. How dare you just see the Su family's head? The other guards drew their swords and stood ready. If you don't tell us who you are and where you came from, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, the carriage curtain opened, and Yang Zhao poked his head out, saying, "Changer, don't act silly. The Su family is no longer what it used to be. It's no longer the same as it was when you first arrived over 10 years ago." "I understand, Dad," Yang Shichen admitted his mistake. Immediately, Yang Zhao smiled and said, "We are from the Yang family of the county city. I am Yang Zhao, the father of your patriarch's wife, Yang Ronghe. I have come from the county city specially to visit you." "The Yang family of the county city?" The patriarch's wife's father, the patrol captain, immediately sheathed his long sword, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I was blind and didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me, please forgive me. However, the patriarch has stipulated that anyone not from our Su family must consult the patriarch before being allowed to pass. I'll have my men report this right away. I'm sure the patriarch and his wife will be very happy to see you." "Thank you," Yang Zhao said, and returned to the carriage. Yang Shidao looked at the guards. Each of them was energetic and full of vigor, with a strong aura. They were at least first-rate warriors, and the captain of the guards must be at the peak of the acquired realm. Martial arts training isn't easy. Judging by their work ethic, they weren't just casual recruits, Yang Shidao thought to himself. They've trained this kind of guards in just over a decade. This Su family is truly as remarkable as the old patriarch claimed. When the servants reported this, Su Mingwei wasn't the least bit surprised. He said calmly, "Let my father-in-law and the others in, then go tell Madam Zhao, Wiener, Linger, Juner, and Jiner to go to the gate to greet their grandfather." "Yes, Patriarch." Yang Ronghe was delighted. "My father and eldest brother are here." "Yes, Patriarch." Asked Madam and the young masters and young ladies to greet them at the gate. "I understand. I'll be there." Accompanied by their maids, Yang Ronghe immediately headed for the gate of the Su family mansion. Su Deziao and Su Diliang had also come down from the mountain. Su Mingwei's entire family stood at the gate to greet them. A moment later, Yang Zhao and the others arrived. "Brother, why are you here? Is it not okay for us to come visit you? Are we not welcome?" Yang Shichen joked. "Don't be ridiculous, brother." Then, Yang Zhao and the others dismounted from the carriage. Yang Ronghe was surprised by the sheer number of people. Were they really here to visit me? And wasn't that Yang Shidao over there? Why were he and his family here too? Yang Ronghe's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She somewhat disliked those from the main branch of the Yang family, though, after all, she herself was one. "Dad, Mom," Yang Ronghe stepped forward with a smile. Su Mingwei feigned ignorance and greeted, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother Shidao, why are you here too?" Yang Shidao dismounted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yang Zhao smiled and said, "Shidao is coming with us to stay at your Su family for a while. I wonder if you, my dear son-in-law, would be willing to do that." "Of course." "Greetings, grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and aunt." Su Deziao, along with his younger siblings, bowed in unison. Okay, Yang Zhao said with a smile. "Are these all your children?" "5 now." "Yes, brother-in-law, you're quite fertile." "I could only vaguely recognize Zhao and Wiener." Su Mingwei smiled faintly. "Why don't you introduce yourselves to your grandfather and the others?" "Let me do it," Su Deziao said. "This is my second brother Duan, my third sister Diliang, my fourth brother Dejin, and my fifth sister Dejin." "Haha, now I know who they are," Yang Shichen said. "This is Fenger, and this is Yaoer. You've also met your aunt, uncle, and cousins." Fenger, Yaoer, greets my uncle and aunt. They also bowed. Yang Rufang was a year younger than Su Deziao and was now 16. Yang Ruiao was 12. Yang Ronghe smiled at Wenjing. "Sister-in-law, in all these years, you and your brother have only had one child?" "Yaoer, the Yang family is thriving, 2 is enough. But you've raised 5 children for the Su family, and you've done a tremendous job." "Stop chatting outside, let's all go inside and talk," Su Mingwei said. "Someone, invite the old patriarch and the old lady to the main hall." "Yes, Patriarch." Yang Zhao walked side by side with Su Mingwei, smiling softly. "How have your father and mother been lately?" "My father is in good health, and so is my mother," Su Mingwei replied. Behind them, Yang Ronghe, holding Madame Yang's hand, also engaged in small talk. "Mom, you'll have to stay a while longer this time," Madame Yang patted her hand. "Don't worry, I'll stay until you get tired." Next came Yang Shichen, Wenjing, Yang Shidao, and the others. Finally, it was Su Deziao and the younger generation. Su Chuan had deliberately avoided Bahantan, staying in the mansion to accompany Bai Jing. The in-laws are here? That's truly rare, Bai Jing said. Let's go. It's been ages since we've seen Brother Yang. The two of them immediately headed for the main hall. The hall was quite crowded. Su Dezhao and his wife, Yang Zhao and his wife, Yang Shicheng and his wife, and Yang Shidao and his wife. The younger generations were forced to stand. Su Mingwei knew Su Chuan would definitely be there, so he didn't take the main seat. A moment later, Su Chuan and Bai Jing entered the hall. Brother Yang, what brings you to such a remote place like Dongxi? Brother Su, long time no see, Yang Zhao said with a smile, standing up and cupping his fists. Yang Shicheng and the others also stood up. Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Su Chuan and Bai Jing nodded slightly, then sat down at the main seats. Maids came in one after another to serve tea, placing white teacups with blue lotus patterns on the tea table to each person's left, then stepped aside. I heard that the county city has been in turmoil recently. Brother Yang, are you here to avoid disaster? Su Chuan said lightly, holding up the teacup. Haha, Brother Su is still as sharp-eyed and sharp-eared as ever. You saw through me at a glance, don't you think? After saying this, Yang Zhao looked at Su Chuan. Although Su Mingwei is the head of the Su family, the real boss of the Su family is still Su Chuan. Su Chuan will definitely not ask about ordinary matters, but he will not ignore matters that may bring disaster to the Su family. Su Chuan took a light sip, looked up, and smiled. Just relax and stay here. There are things to do in the guest rooms. Mingwei, you can have someone take them to the west wing to stay later. Send a few maids and servants to serve them. Yes, father, said Su Mingwei. Brother Yang, you've been tired from the journey. Go settle in and rest up first. We'll have a family dinner tonight to welcome you. Yang Zhao clasped his fists and said, then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Su Chuan's visit was merely a formality. Even if he had important matters to discuss, he wouldn't have chosen this moment. Shortly after they left, Yang Ronghu took them to the west wing. This courtyard boasted elegant scenery, with winding paths leading to rugged rockery, a shimmering pond, and lush lotus shadows. Verandas framed the courtyard, and vermilion railings and elegant windows shaded the flowers and trees. Bells hung from the eaves, their melodious melody echoing in the wind, harmonizing with the rhythmic sounds of bamboo below. Pavilions and terraces dotted the courtyard, and stone chessboards sat in the shade of ancient pines. Roses lined the west wall, and chrysanthemums grew to the south. In spring, the flowers shone brightly, while in autumn, the chrysanthemums reflected against the sparse hedges, their fragrance wafting through the air. The guest houses in the courtyard were all standalone structures, with flying eaves and brackets, and red railings and brocade windows, unlike the usual connected roofs. Mother, if you need anything, just tell the maids and servants, and they'll see to it. As for the maids you brought with you, just keep them there for you. Don't let them wander around freely. If the Su family patrols don't recognize them, they might arrest them on the spot. As Yang Ronghu spoke, he glanced at Yang Shicheng and his wife, and Yang Shidao and his wife, brother and sister-in-law. Brother Shidao, the same goes for you, sister. I haven't been here for over 10 years. Are the rules so strict? Yang Shicheng asked in surprise. Yang Ronghu smiled faintly. Changer, don't you understand the principle that guests should follow the host's wishes? Madam Yang scolded, then took Yang Ronghu's hand and said, ignore your brother. Go on. Is there anything else you need attention? This courtyard also has a kitchen. Since we're having a family dinner tonight, it definitely won't be here. From now on, we'll probably eat 3 meals a day in this courtyard. The same goes for all branches of the Su family. If you're bored and want to visit the Su family, it's best to have a maid or servant with you. The Su family has many guards, and it's impossible for them to call everyone over and identify them one by one. Madam Yang nodded slightly. Anything else? That's about it. Dad, Mom, go inside and see if there's anything missing. I'll have someone bring it over right away, Yang Zhao said. Almost. Everything is pretty complete. As the mistress of the house, you have things you need to take care of. Go ahead and get busy, okay, Dad, you two get some rest first. Yang Ronghu nodded slightly and then left the west wing. Madam Yang looked around and said, the Su family's guest house is quite unique. Quiet and elegant. It's not inferior to the main courtyard. I remember that before we left Qingjiang, this courtyard didn't even exist. Over the years, the Su family has grown so much, and the mansion must also be expanded. My husband, you have a point, Madam Yang said. Yang Zhao looked at Yang Shicheng and Yang Shidao. Changer, my dear nephew Shideo, you should also bring your families to choose a guest house to stay in. Then I'll take the one to your left, I'll take the one to your right, so we can look after each other. My husband, your cousin doesn't seem to like you very much. Yang Shideo's wife, Qianyuan, looked at the guest house and said casually. There are some contradictions, but don't worry about it. Just stay here with Yanner and don't wander around. I understand, my husband. On the other side, Wen Jing also looked around the guest house and murmured, the Su family is really different now. Even the guest house is so elegant. I wonder how Sister Ronghu and the others are living, Yang Shicheng said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why, you want to switch places with my sister? Chapter 138, Become his obsession. I stand with Finger. My husband, you're joking. No matter how domineering I am, I wouldn't be so domineering. Wen Jing turned and looked at Yang Shichen with a faint smile. However, my father is right. The Su family has indeed developed well in recent years. At least it is not worse than some 7th-grade families in the county. Perhaps it is just a little less martial arts foundation than the 6th-grade families. It's good to know. Don't make trouble. You must know that we are fleeing here this time. Don't worry, my husband. My sister Rongho just said that the Su family has very strict rules. You may be caught on the spot if you walk around casually. With my 3rd-rate martial arts level, how dare I do anything reckless? 10 years ago, my brother-in-law was in the late stage of innateness, and now he should have entered the Grandmaster stage, Yang Shichen whispered to himself. That's better than Yang Shideo's talent. I heard that he has been stuck in the Grandmaster bottleneck recently and has been unable to break through, Wen Jing said in surprise. More than a little stronger, Yang Shichen said. In a fight of the same level, my brother-in-law could defeat him with just one hand. He's a martial arts prodigy who can leapfrog a late Xianshan master to perfect Xianshan master. That's truly remarkable. Wen Jing looked over, slightly puzzled. But, husband, why are you so excited? I thought you were talking about me. You'd be itching to talk me down, wouldn't you? Yang Shichen said speechlessly. Yang Rufang and Yang Ruiao snickered beside him. Don't laugh either. Find your cousins later and let them beat you up. You'll understand how your father feels. It's true that if there's you, there's no lying, Yang Rufang said in surprise. Father, that's not how the proverb should be used, is it? You're so different from your uncle. Hey, you're all picking on my flaws. You're really asking for a fight. Changer's family is making trouble again, Madame Yang teased. Yang Zhao sighed. He doesn't act like the head of the family at all. He's grown up, yet he can't calm down. He doesn't learn from Mingwei, who is calm, dignified, and organized. Look at Dejeo's children, who don't respect their father. Children have their own blessings. Changer's family is fine like this. It has a sense of home. I don't ask him to bring honor to the family, but I'm content if he can just live a peaceful life, Mrs. Yang said with a smile. A loving mother often spoils her children. At the dinner, all 3 generations of the Su family were present. The adults sat at one table, the children at another. Seeing the flourishing of the Su family, Yang Zhao was also emotional and said, Brother Su, when I left Qingjiang, Mingwei and Ronghu had just gotten married. Now, you also have children and grandchildren, enjoying the happiness of family. Brother Yang, isn't it the same for you? Changer is not as worry-free as your children. Each one is a dragon and phoenix in the sky? No way. Look at this girl. She is 27 years old this year and still has no husband. I am worried about her too. Minxin is the same. Fortunately, their brothers are less worrying to me. Otherwise, if they all learned from them, my Su family will be doomed to die, Madame Yang said in surprise. I was curious just now. I thought Mingshu's husband and Minxin's wife didn't come because of something. It turns out that they haven't gotten married yet. They picked it. Bai Jing glanced at Su Mingshu and smiled helplessly. Old sister, I have just let fate take its course. How can a woman not get married? She will be 30 in a few years. It's okay for a man. At most, he will be laughed at, but a woman will be pointed at by others. Bai Jing gave Su Chuan a look. See? That's normal. Su Chuan laughed. Sister-in-law, you're joking. Who dares to laugh at her? Forget her brothers, she could break that man's fingers herself. That's right, Su Mingshu said. Why do you laugh at a woman like that? 30, so what? If I don't like her, I won't marry her even if she's 70 or 80. Besides, I'm living a good life on my own. Madame Yang, Wen Jing, and Qianyuan were hearing such talk for the first time, and they seemed slightly shocked. As for Yang Ronghu and the others, they were already accustomed to it. Mother, Sister Mingshu is just like that. She's as capable as any man. She's a remarkable woman, and we're used to it. Madame Yang blushed slightly, and then fell silent about Mingshu's marriage. She had been thinking of introducing someone if she could find one. However, a woman with such a remarkable personality was not something an ordinary man could handle. Several days passed in a flash. Finally, Yang Shidao went to find Su Mingwei. As the Yang family's greatest talent of this generation, his defeat at the hands of Su Mingwei had left a scar on his heart. He had always been unwilling to accept this, longing for another fight. Over a decade had passed, and now, at last, the opportunity presented itself. This time, he simply wanted to bring it to a close. Brother Shidao, what do you want from me? Su Mingwei asked calmly. I'd like to challenge you, Brother Su, fight me? Why? Su Mingwei suddenly chuckled. Years ago, I was defeated by you, but I refused to believe my martial arts talent could be inferior to that of a peer from a marginal county, so I practiced diligently day and night. However, this also created a mental barrier, and now I'm trapped at the Grandmaster's gate, unable to enter. So that's the case? That's Su's fault, isn't it? No, it's Yang's fault for being too arrogant. Although I'm gradually letting go, I still want to end it. Please grant me this, Brother Mingwei, Yang Shidao said sincerely, bowing his head. Su Mingwei tapped his knuckles on the desk, pondering. After a long pause, he said, Brother Shidao, with such a request, how can I ignore it? Let's go to the training grounds. Thank you, Brother Mingwei, for your help. At the training grounds, Su Mingwei and Yang Shidao were about to spar, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. I heard our master will be competing against a martial arts genius from a prominent family in the county. I'll open a betting platform. Let's place bets on who will win. The others looked at him like idiots. The guard smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, Haha, I was wrong. It's a bet on how many moves the young master of the Yang family will lose. This news also reached the West Wing. Yang Shichen became interested and immediately had him taken to the training grounds. Yang Zhao and Yang Rufang followed. Then, they overheard the gossip of the guards who were on leave today. And, do you think Uncle Shidao is really as bad as they say? Yang Rufang looked at Yang Zhao. More than one member of the Yang family had told him that Yang Shidao was the most outstanding talent of the previous generation, far superior to the likes of his father, Yang Shichen. Yang Zhao remained silent, his eyes calmly gazing at the two men in the training ground. Yang Shichen, however, said, Fanger, those guards were certainly right. Your Uncle Shidao is indeed inferior to your uncle. As for how many moves he lost, it's hard to say. Maybe 3, maybe 5, Yang Rufang blushed, muttering to himself, Father, sometimes I really feel like you're more of a Su than a Yang. Don't say too much, just watch, Yang Zhao said unhappily. The bluestone floor reflected the setting sun, stretching the two figures into elongated shapes. Yang Shidao, dressed in a dark, formal suit, his brows etched with determination, his aura so powerful that his robes rustled. Su Mingwei, his azure robe flowing, stood like an ancient pine tree rooted to the ground, unmoved. There was no trace of imposing aura about him, a sense of returning to nature. Brother Shidao, attack, Brother Mingwei, please use all your strength. With these words, Yang Shidao's innate true ki surged, and his right palm glowed with a crimson light. Instantly, a crimson palm print half a meter tall coalesced into shape. Then, with a sudden burst of energy from his toes, he shot towards Su Mingwei like an arrow from a bow. Even as the overwhelming palm force struck his chest, Su Mingwei's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his right fist like a bug and unleashed a simple punch against the crimson palm print. Break! A sound resonated like thunder. The next moment, the incredibly violent crimson palm print was pierced by the punch, countless energies dissipating into the air as tiny specks of crimson light. The wind from the punch, like a violent storm, roared and whistled. Not only did it shatter his hair-binding jade crown in two, but his entire body was swept away by the unmatched force. Yang Zhao, Yang Shichen, Yang Rufeng, and the rest of the guards all wore expressions of shock. Their surprise wasn't that he'd defeated Yang Shidao in a single blow, but that he'd managed to defeat him without even using his innate ki. What a terrifying power that must have taken to achieve that. Yang Shidao suddenly spat out blood and slowly rose to his feet. Relief, not disappointment, crossed his eyes. He suddenly laughed heartily, waved his sleeves, and bowed deeply to Su Mingwei. A moment later, he quietly departed. He remained silent the entire time, never uttering a single word. Yang Zhao stroked his beard and smiled faintly. My Yang family will soon have another grandmaster. Dad, how did you know? Could you possibly have foresight? Yang Shichen looked at his father in surprise. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Go back, Dad. I'd like to stay and spar with my brother-in-law, too. You? Why would you spar with Mingwei? Because you're so stubborn. Yang Zhao swept his sleeves off. Yang Rufang was also shocked by the battle, wondering to himself, just how powerful has his uncle become now? He felt even more formidable than the Yang family's great elder. No, that's impossible. The great elder is a late grandmaster. My uncle is a year younger than my father, and only 36 this year. How could he possibly have reached that level? Even in the county town, I've never heard of a late grandmaster of his age. I wonder if there are any immortal families with access to grandmaster martial arts resources. Yang Rufang had no idea. Brother-in-law, you're even stronger now. Why don't you and I spar? Yang Shichen said generously. Su Mingwei was taken aback, then shook his head slightly. Uncle, forget it. I have many things to attend to. Then why did you spar with Yang Shidao? Brother Shidao sincerely invited me, fulfilling his years-long obsession. How could I not fulfill it? In fact, I have a long-standing obsession too. Really, brother-in-law, don't you want to hear it? Really? Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed, already walking away. Father, I'm not saying anything mean, but if you're thinking this way, you might as well focus on training for 3 more hours every day, Yang Rufang said. 3 hours? Yang Shichen looked as if he was joking and asked, then should I? Your father, even sleep? I only sleep 5 hours a day anyway. Yang Rufang's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly left the training ground. As for the guards, I should have expected the master to be so selfless. I even thought he'd give him a few moves, considering he was a visitor from the county town, to give him some respect. Yeah, I'm losing big. My 50 coins, I'm the one crying. I bet 200 coins. Hey, the losers have already paid. Don't try to get out of it, or I'll sleep over at your house. Get lost. Su Mingwei's duel with Yang Shidao had Yang Rufang itching to do something. While following Wen Jing and Yang Shichen to find his aunt Yang Ronghua, he took the opportunity to ask Su Dezhao for a sparring match. However, he did not speak, but Su Duan said, Cousin Rufang, let me compete with you. You? Duan, you are 3 years younger than me. It's better not to show off your strength. It would be bad if I hurt you. No problem, I also practice the Fire Yuanju. I wonder how Cousin Rufang's practice of the Fire Yuanju compares to mine. Wen Jing smiled and said, although Fanger's talent is only average, he is much more hard-working than his father. He trains in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer without interruption. He has already become a first-class warrior some time ago and is expected to become an innate warrior before he reaches the age of 20. Sister Ronghua, let Dezhao go on stage. Duan is a little young after all. Yang Ronghua smiled faintly. Since Wiener wants to compete, let Wiener compete with Fanger. Wiener is not weak either. Mom, let me compete with Cousin Duan, but if Fanger is lucky enough to win a move or two, please let me see the strength of Cousin Dezhao. Yang Ronghua pondered, looking at Su Duan, her fighting spirit brimming with anticipation. Alright, Auntie promises you, she said. While she didn't know Su Dezhao's exact strength, she suspected he was mid to late Xianshan. With the assistance of Su Chuan's alchemy skills, the Su family had seen rapid growth in strength in recent years. Su Dezhao and Su Diliang were among the best of the younger generation. The younger generation's clash drew even more spectators than the previous match between Su Mingwei and Yang Shidao. This represented the strength of the younger generation within both the Su and Yang families, and their future. Not only were the younger generation members present, but Su Mingyun, Su Mingxun, and Bai Jing had also arrived at the training grounds upon hearing the news. The Yang family had also arrived. I'll preside over this competition, Su Mingshu volunteered. The difference in strength between the two was minimal, to avoid accidental injury to one of them. Dad, I'm on Fanger's side this time, Yang Shichen said. After all, age is here. For people who practice martial arts, every year under the age of 20 is crucial. Even if there is only a 1-year difference, there will be a big gap, not to mention a 3-year difference. He looked at Yang Shidao and said, Brother Shidao, what do you think? Brother, what you said makes sense. However, in the art of martial arts, It's not just about age difference. There are also differences in talent. I heard that brothers Su Jia Dezhao and Duan both have the pure blood of our Yang family. The fire element art is a martial art created specifically for the blood of our Yang family. The higher the purity of the blood, the stronger the power of the martial arts, and it can even fight across levels. If the two have similar strengths, the outcome will be hard to predict. Not really, sister. How strong is Duan now? Wenjing, Shen Nianayan and others also looked at him curiously. Yang Rongho smiled sweetly and said, I don't know about that. My son's martial arts are not my responsibility. I only occasionally hear about him from my husband. Last year, I heard that he had already become a second-rate martial artist, but I don't know anything about him now. Yang Shichen smiled slightly and said, then I'm relieved. From second-rate to first-rate martial artists, the number of acupoints open far exceeds that of other realms. Even with the help of medicinal food, qi and blood pills, it still takes 3 to 4 years. Chapter 139, Duan's Scheme, Yang Zhao's Advice. Brother Su, Duan has been well trained. A resolute spirit shone through his eyes. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Yang Zhao and Su Chuan stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the two men in the training ground, a faint smile on their faces. Brother Yang, you're too kind. Rufeng is also quite capable, his martial arts accomplishments surpassing his father's, Su Chuan remarked. Young Master Wen will surely win. Go, Young Master Wen. A group of guards were cheering Su Duan on. This was a major advantage in this match. The Su family patrols were rotated, with 1 day off each month. However, even on their days off, most guards would still be in the Su family training ground, honing their skills or sparring with their fellow guards to gain combat experience. Cousin Rufeng, please teach me, Su Duan bowed. Yang Rufeng returned the greeting, saying, Cousin Duan, be careful. I won't show any mercy. Su Mingshu, adorned in a vibrant red gown, looked at the two of them and said, let's begin. Give it your all. If there's any danger, I'll intervene. With a tap of her toes, Su Mingshu leaped to the northwest edge of the training ground. A moment later, Yang Rufeng took the lead. His right fist blazed with crimson light, carrying a scorching aura with it. Su Duan met his blow with his soft palms, each one as red as a branding iron. But the force of his fists was gradually lost. Yang Shichen grinned, see, sister, I told you Fenger was superior. The age difference isn't so easy to overcome. After all, my Yang family's training of the younger generation is unmatched in the entire county. In a flash, the two exchanged blows for over 50 rounds, their figures constantly moving across the training ground. Su Duan retreated as he fought, while Yang Rufeng grew more courageous, seemingly poised to crush him in a dozen moves. Wenjing chuckled with a hint of pride, Sister Ronghua, Duan's quite capable. At his age, he's sure to surpass his cousin in the future. Yang Rongho smiled faintly, remaining silent. At that moment, Su Dezhao seemed to see the clues, his lips curled slightly as he said calmly, second brother will win. Yang Shichen glanced over in surprise. Dezhao, how can you say that? Fenger is clearly gaining the upper hand, uncle, I see it happening. In the end, my second brother will definitely win. I just don't believe Duan can turn the tables from this disadvantage. A dozen more moves passed. Su Duan engaged in full defense, blocking Yang Rufeng's attacks with both arms. Bang, 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 punches pounded his arms with force, causing sweat to form on Su Duan's forehead as he gritted his teeth in endurance. Cousin Duan, admit defeat, or if you continue, your arm will be broken. That's not certain, really. Yang Rufeng unleashed the incredibly powerful explosive flame fist, described in the fire element art, renowned for its explosive power. Su Duan remained unmoved, his eyes gleaming with a glint of brilliance. Bang! Su Duan, bearing the brunt of the blow, was sent flying 7 or 8 meters. Surprisingly, he withstood it. His aura didn't decline, but instead continued to rise. The surging internal energy within him continuously assaulted his acupoints. Part of the previous attack had been transformed by his bloodline power, transforming it into 8 and opening his acupoints. Break! 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 Su Duan shouted 3 times, his aura reaching its peak. And then a strange puff, puff, puff sound could be heard within him. Everyone who had practiced martial arts knew this was the symptom of opening acupoints. Breakthrough! Yang Shichen and the others were all surprised. Su Duan grinned, Cousin Rufeng, thank you for waiting. I was at a bottleneck before, so I asked you to help me open the last 3 acupoints. Now I have entered the realm of a first-class warrior. Su Duan had already reached the peak of a second-class warrior. Even without this battle, if he continued to practice, he would become a first-class warrior in at most half a month. A first-rate warrior, Yang Shichen exclaimed, stunned. Fenger only reached the level of a second-rate warrior when he was 13. Yang Rufang's pupils shrank slightly. So that's what you're thinking, Cousin Duan, but even if we were both first-rate warriors, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll lose. After all, you've just broken through, and your internal energy is still a little unstable. Besides, my previous attacks wouldn't have left you completely unscathed. Su Duan smiled faintly. Cousin Rufeng, be careful. He no longer held back, unleashing various techniques from the Fire Element Sutra. Judging by his ease, he was clearly more proficient than Yang Rufeng. The Su family's martial arts training was considered top-notch in the entire Wei dynasty, placing a heavy emphasis on fundamentals. Besides acupuncture points, Su Duan also spent considerable time daily practicing martial arts techniques. Over the years, while he hadn't yet reached complete mastery, his techniques were unmatched in anyone under 20. After just 6 or 7 blows, Yang Rufeng was beaten back, unable to defend himself. Su Duan seized his weakness, dodged behind him, and delivered a punch to his chest. At that moment, a red figure flashed by, easily caught Su Duan's fist, and said with a faint smile, "Let's stop here." Yang Rufeng turned around, sighed, and bowed, saying, "Cousin Duan, I lose. Cousin Rufeng is quite capable. If he spends more time studying martial arts techniques, he can improve." Yang Rufeng smiled bitterly, sighing, how could it be so simple? The two of them arrived before Yang Ronghu and Yang Shichen. "Mother," Su Duan grinned. Still laughing, Yang Ronghu pulled him to her side, carefully examining the burn on his arm. "Don't be so impulsive next time. Dezhao, take your brother to get treatment." "Yes, mother, it's okay. I have some resistance to fire-attributed internal energy. He'll be fine in half a day," Su Duan said. "Be good," Yang Ronghu said sternly. "Yes, mother." Su Duan immediately clasped his fists and left with Su Dezhao. Yang Shichen watched him from behind. What a good boy. It seems he was just teasing us from the beginning. With his martial arts attainments, coupled with his internal energy at the peak of a second-rate warrior, even if he used all his strength, Fenger would only have a 30% to 40% chance of winning. "You think everyone is as stubborn as you?" Yang Zhao scolded with a smile. He then looked at Su Chuan and said, "Brother Su, it's been a while since I've been to Dongxi. I feel like it's changed a lot. How about you accompany me around? If you're interested, Brother Yang, I'll be happy to accompany you." As the two of them left, Bai Jing also took Madame Yang away to find a place to chat. The others gradually dispersed. Yang Shidao sighed. The Su family's martial fortune is so strong, it's hard not to rise. I'm afraid it's possible to surpass my Yang family in 20 or 30 years. In his eyes, the Su family had no shortage of top martial artists or outstanding successors. The only thing they lacked was time. He then returned to the guest house to continue his journey towards Grandmaster status. Yang Zhao and Su Chuan took a walk around Dongxi. Seeing thousands of acres of fertile fields, the village transformed to resemble a county town, and the energetic pedestrians with sparkling eyes, the smiles on their lips and the respect they expressed were all genuine. "Brother Su, you've made your Su family into paradise, truly remarkable," Yang Zhao sighed, pausing and looking over. "But with all the effort you've put in, are you really planning on keeping the Su family here forever?" "Brother Yang, are you asking if I've ever considered moving to the county town?" "Indeed, no plans for now. The county town is nice, but the interpersonal relationships are too complex, which isn't conducive to the development of our Su family. But it's doing quite well now." Yang Zhao was stunned. He felt that Su Chuan wasn't lying. But when the Su family develops to a certain level in the future, it will certainly need some special resources. It's not good to live here. The county town is complicated, but it also has its advantages. The various families can share what they have and exchange interests in exchange for what they want, and they can also form alliances and help each other. In addition, it is also close to the Immortal families. The Su family has no immortal qualifications in the past 2 generations, but after a few generations, there is no guarantee that they will appear. In this way, we can communicate with them and exchange corresponding resources. "Brother Yang, what you said makes sense. I will consider your suggestion carefully," Su Chuan said lightly. He could also see Yang Zhao's future plan. He wanted the Su family to establish a clan in the county town, and the Yang and Su families would form an alliance and help each other. The unrest in the county capital this time will likely lead to a major reshuffle, a perfect opportunity for the Su family to seize the opportunity. Su Chuan nodded slightly and smiled. Ming Wei also told me he would take care of everything, and I can just enjoy a leisurely life. Yang Zhao sighed. I really envy you for having so many capable children. Then why didn't brother Yang have more children? Even if the first son failed, there were still the second sons. First son, it's a country slang for the eldest son, Su Chuan said with a smile. Then the second son is the youngest son. Yang Zhao paused, then smiled wryly. It's too late. I'm already old, and your sister-in-law and I have a close relationship. I don't want another son to cause trouble. Soon, the two returned to the Su family mansion. After all, Yang Zhao had already discussed everything he wanted to talk about. What remained was up to the Su family's decision. In half a month, it would be the annual festival. The turmoil in the county capital had not yet spread to remote areas like Qianyuan County. Just as Yang Zhao had said, the Su family in Dongxi truly was a paradise, each household peaceful and harmonious. They had a comfortable new year. Just half a month later, Su Dezhao's innate perfection was achieved, and he was born with 5 spiritual roots. Su Diling reached the 5th level of key training. Su Mingwei was naturally relieved to learn this news. However, he only told Su Chuan about this, and there was no rush for the others. After all, the Su family still had members of the Yang family. That night, after a passionate lovemaking session, Yang Ronghu snuggled in Su Mingwei's arms and said softly, "Husband, Zhao is 18 now. It's time to consider his marriage." Marriage? Su Mingwei pondered for a moment before saying, "Madam, what are your thoughts? There's no rush to get married, but we need to find someone first." Did you say this period of time is crucial for the Su family? Then, after this period of time, when everything is completely settled, we can let Zhao get married. Do you mean to get engaged first, like we did with Yuan and Russian? Yes, Yang Ronghu nodded slightly. That's not a big deal. Madam, do you have a woman you like? We'd better let Zhao see her first, Su Mingwei said with a smile. Chapter 140 Dezhao's marriage. Both parties are interested. I'm not like you, my husband, who is devoted to the Su family's business. Of course, I have noticed it a long time ago. Su Mingwei laughed and raised his hand to scratch her beautiful nose. I, your husband, am the head of the Su family. If I don't work for the Su family, do you think Zhu Ji, Yunnu and others will take care of it? I was just joking. Yang Ronghu hurriedly apologized. Can't I hear that? Su Mingwei's lips curled slightly. Stop arguing. Tell me, which girls from different families have your eye on? I'll have Zhao make time to meet each one someday. How can an ordinary girl from a different family be worthy of our Zhao? Don't we already have one at home? Su Mingwei suddenly understood and pondered. Qingyi is quite good. After entering the cultivation world, her temperament has become more and more outstanding as her cultivation deepens. Yes, although I haven't met her many times, I have a deep affection for this quiet and gentle female immortal master in the mountains. Yang Ronghu's eyes lit up. I occasionally hear her name from Zhao, but I'm not sure if Zhao has any interest in her. Besides, Wu Tao has been cultivating with Qingyi in the mountains for more than 10 years. They say love grows over time. Love grows over time? Oh, that shouldn't be the same as what father said. That's indeed a problem. Su Mingwei rubbed his chin. If they were truly interested in each other, my Su family wouldn't do anything like breaking them up. Yes, I share the concern. How about this? I'll first ask father what he thinks about Zhao's marriage, and then we can discuss Zhao and Qingyi's affairs. As you wish, my husband. Yang Ronghu, knowing her husband deeply respected his father, said nothing more. A long silence followed. Madam, have you rested well? Yang Ronghu was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said with a sweet laugh, my husband, you're so annoying. The next day, Su Mingwei went to find Su Chuan and talked to him about Su Dezhao's marriage. Zhao's marriage? Yes, he's 18 now. Su Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, you're his father. You and Ronghu can decide on this matter. Your mother and I have no objections. Bai Jing smiled. Speaking of which, it seems you and Ronghu have already found a suitable partner. Tell us who she is, how old she is, and what her character and appearance are like. Su Chuan waved his hand and scoffed. Why are you so impatient? Let your son take his time. Bai Jing smiled shyly. Su Mingwei said, Rongho and I both have our eyes on Shen Qingyi. Bai Jing's eyes lit up. That girl, a celestial master herself, is truly worthy of our shower. She's also been raised in our family since she was a child. Although she's a little older, her appearance and temperament are both excellent. Why is she older? She's 3 years older than you, and she'll bring you wealth. She'll definitely ensure that Zhao's lineage will prosper. You're just full of twisted logic, Bai Jing scoffed. However, there's no rush regarding the marriage. This is a critical time for the Su family, and the same applies to Zhao, Chuan added. Indeed, I've considered the same thing. If Qingyi is willing, then we can get engaged first, and then officially marry in a year or two. Chuan nodded slightly. However, I'm a little concerned. I'm afraid Qingyi and Wu Tao might develop feelings for each other if they stay together for too long. Su Mingwei said. Chuan paused, then pondered. I haven't really noticed whether they have any feelings for each other. After a moment, he continued, you should go find Mingshu. She's also often in the mountains, and she's closer to Qingyi than we are, and they were about the same age. Let her test Qingyi's feelings and perhaps discover her true feelings. Su Mingwei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying, Father, that's a good idea. It's time to ask Zuji to contribute to our Su family. I'll go now. Su Mingwei immediately said goodbye and hurried away. This is the first time I've seen him so anxious. Bai Jing pointed at the departing Su Mingwei, shook her head and smiled. After all, it won't be long before he becomes Grandpa's wife. Su Mingshu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she grinned. Zhao is old enough to get married, and he's planning to overtake me already. What's going on? Su Mingwei was confused. Father said that if I keep putting it off, Zhao and the others will overtake me one by one. I guess he meant to get married before me. Don't worry, I'll go up the mountain and ask Qingyi's feelings. Big brother, you should also go and test Dezhao's mind. Who knows, maybe Dezhao doesn't like it. It depends on whether he likes it or not. Mother and father, as well as his mother and I, all think this match is perfect. If two cultivators marry, the chances of their offspring having immortal qualities will greatly increase. Big brother, you're just being stubborn. Su Mingshu disagreed. But I also think they're a good match. With that, Su Mingshu floated out and waved to Su Mingwei. Big brother, I'm going. You can ask Zhao yourself. Su Mingwei shook his head and smiled, then turned and left. Su Mingshu, avoiding the Yang family, went to the Biham Pond. The Biham Pond. Shen Qingyi's bamboo house. Su Mingshu arrived at the door and whispered, Qingyi, are you here? I saw you were here. Shen Qingyi opened her eyes from her trance and, with a wave of her hand, a magical force removed the restrictions on the bamboo house, and the bamboo door swung open. Aunt Mingshu, how come you have time to come? Please come in. Would you like some tea? No, just wanted to chat for a while. I have to go see Xiaobei and the others later. Shen Qingyi nodded slightly. Su Mingshu looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. She sat down and said, by the way, Qingyi, how old are you this year? 21. How long have you been in my Su family? Shen Qingyi was slightly stunned, but still answered, I came to the Su family when I was 10 years old, and it has been 11 years now. Why do you ask this, Aunt Mingshu? Just chatting. I see that you are not young anymore. If you had not come to my Su family, you must have married long ago? Shen Qingyi thought about her family situation in the past and sighed. Maybe. Then have you considered it now? Is there someone you like? Su Mingshu asked indirectly. Like my fifth brother, Wu Tao, Dezhao, their age is quite suitable for you. Shen Qingyi was stunned, and quickly waved her hands and said, I have never had any improper thoughts about the fifth master. What about Wu Tao? Dezhao, I have always treated Wu Tao as my younger brother. As for Master Zhao, how can I be worthy of him? Su Mingshu's eyes lit up. There is a chance. Immediately, he clapped his hands and said, what's the match? You're now a 4th level key training immortal master. I've heard female immortal masters are incredibly popular. In the county town, the young masters of aristocratic families seeking to marry you would probably circle the city walls. Even the young masters of those immortal cultivation families want to marry a fellow female cultivator. If you like, I'll go and ask my father. He's the one who has the final say in our Su family. If he betrothed you to Dezhao, my eldest brother and Zhao won't complain. Aunt Mingshu, this isn't good. Shen Qingyi felt both hopeful and worried. After all, she lived under someone else's roof and came from an ordinary family, so she had always had a humble attitude. Qingyi, being a woman in this world isn't easy. You have to learn to fight for yourself. Su Mingshu patted her shoulder and said, look at me. I don't want to get married casually. What can my father, mother, and my eldest brother do to me? Be tougher. I think you and Zhao have been together for so long, there must be some affection. Seeing you two chatting and laughing together in the past, I thought you two would get along very well. But Zhao is as dull as his father was when he was young. He's completely devoted to martial arts, and the whole family has such high expectations for him, so naturally, he tends to neglect matters of the heart. Shen Qingyi was also moved. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her ears blushing. Everything is up to you, Aunt Mingshu, haha, don't worry, I'll be your matchmaker. Qingyi, you can continue your cultivation. Shen Qingyi nodded slightly. However, after Su Mingshu left, she couldn't meditate peacefully for half an hour. She hadn't dared to do it before, but now all she could think about was Su Dezhao. Su Mingshu went to see the three brothers, Red Gold White Tiger, Blue Fire Eagle, and others. After a while, they went down the mountain. Elsewhere, Su Mingwei also found Su Dezhao and told him about this matter. Father wants to arrange a marriage for me. Su Dezhao pondered for a moment. Father, you can make the decision. I'm fine with anything, anything. Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed. Actually, it was your mother who proposed it. I also asked your grandfather, and he said you're old enough to discuss marriage, but the actual marriage can be delayed for another 2 years. Grandfather, that's very thoughtful. Su Dezhao flattered him from a distance. Don't you want to ask the person father and mother have chosen for you? Su Dezhao was stunned. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words, isn't that only natural? What about Yaoer? Su Dezhao's brows furrowed slightly. Cousin Ruiao? She's only 13, right? And although we're cousins, we've only known each other for a few days. A smile played on Su Mingwei's lips. See, didn't you subconsciously reject it? Except for your grandmother, and of course your aunts, no one in our family believes in these parental orders and matchmakers' words. Although you've read classics on ethics and moral principles, the teachings and actions of our Su ancestors have subconsciously led you to want to make your own decisions. You just don't realize it. Su Dezhao pondered for a moment. It was indeed the case. After all, with an aunt as rebellious as Su Mingshu, with whom he'd spent far more time than with Su Mingwei, how could he not be influenced? So, father plans to let Zhao choose for himself. Su Mingwei shook his head. I've already chosen for you. What do you think of Shen Qingyi? Qingyi. She's an immortal master. While her aptitude is average, she has a very kind disposition and outstanding temperament. Does that mean you like her? Father, how can you say such a thing? Su Mingwei laughed and patted his shoulder. Boy, you're far worse than your father in this respect. Think back to the days when your father, I told you, since you have some preference in your heart, then Qingyi is the best. Think about it carefully. How will you face her in the future? Treating someone you like is not the same as dealing with us elders. Su Mingwei smiled and left, leaving Su Dezhao alone. Shen Qingyi. Su Dezhao's thoughts also surfaced of his interactions with Shen Qingyi, and his heart began to stir. Chapter 141 Two Choices for Wu Tao. Su Mingshu came down from the mountain and went to find Su Mingwei. Both sides smiled as they spoke. It seems both were interested, but one, due to their status, kept their feelings hidden deep in their hearts, while the other was too busy with martial arts to pay attention and ignored it. Su Mingwei patted his forehead. This can't go on, brother. What do you mean by that? Zhao and Qingyi's relationship is obviously a done deal, Su Mingshu asked in surprise. Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed. It's not this matter, but the problem of my Su family in matters of men and women. In our generation, except for me, we are either busy with the rise of the family in arranged marriages by our mother, or we choose at will, or we simply don't get married like you. Brother, how can I not get married? I just haven't met the right one. You are already 28. And your requirements are still so high. What's the difference between this and not getting married? Anyway, you can handle your own affairs. I don't want to worry about your affairs. Su Mingshu curled her lips and asked immediately, brother, what do you want to say? After the dispute between the Su and Zhou families is over, let the younger generation of the family go out more and communicate more with their peers. Even if they are from ordinary common people's families or vassal families, it's fine. Brother, this is a good idea. I guess we don't have to worry about the marriages of most other younger generations. Not necessarily, Su Mingwei's eyes were penetrating. My Su family can't remain immune. Intermarriage is inevitable for Dezhao and his generation. After all, the path to immortality ultimately depends on the innate talent of their descendants. The innate 5 elements creation technique can only select a few per generation. That's very thoughtful, big brother, Su Mingshu pondered, nodding with a charming smile. Luckily, we have you and second brother to support our generation. I wonder what the next generation will be like. Little Linger is the most gifted, but she probably won't interfere in Su family affairs, but will focus on her cultivation. Su Mingwei nodded in agreement. Yes, in our generation, Yanu is a natural-born cultivator, while Zhao and his generation has Linger. Naturally, we can't delay them. After a moment's thought, he added, don't worry about this matter. We'll discuss it ourselves. Perhaps we'll make major changes after we officially become an immortal family, Su Mingshu mused, then clasped her fists and left. 5 days later, the Su family publicly announced the engagement between Su Dezhao and Shen Qingyi. The news caused a sensation in Dongxi. Countless families lamented the loss of their daughters or granddaughters. The Shen family was naturally overjoyed. The Shen family's parents didn't even know Shen Qingyi was cultivating within the Su family. They simply assumed she had a strong aptitude and had been chosen to practice martial arts. My daughter Qingyi has been exceptional since she was young. She was favored by the Su family from a young age. Even her name was bestowed upon her by the old patriarch himself. I guess she was already engaged, Shen Qingyi's mother boasted to everyone she met, filled with pride. After all, everyone living in Dongxi knew that Su Dezhao, the eldest son of the Su family, was a gifted scholar and warrior, a child of destiny, and a high probability of becoming the next patriarch. Whoever married him would become the future mistress of the Su family, a true escapade. The engagement banquet was a grand occasion. The engagement of the first person in 3 generations was a matter of great importance to the entire Su family. Su Mingyin, Su Mingxun, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingxin, the elders, naturally each presented a generous gift. Su Duan, Su Diling, and the others also congratulated their eldest brother. The Yang family naturally followed suit. It was their first time meeting Shen Qingyi, and her exceptional presence made it hard to believe she came from a humble family in Dongxi. Zhao is so lucky to marry such a beautiful, ethereal woman, Yang Shicheng said with a smile. Thank you, uncle, Su Dezhao returned the greeting with a fist. Why, you want to marry her too, don't you? Wen Jing snorted, startling him. Then, without blushing or beating, she brushed off her sleeves and said, that's all nonsense. Since it's Zhao's big day, we won't bother you. Congratulations, cousin, Yang Rufang and Yang Ruiao said in unison. Cousin Dezhao, your wife is so beautiful, Yang Ruiao added. Shen Qingyi smiled faintly. Ruiao, you're a beauty too, Yang Ruiao smiled sweetly. Wu Tao, in a corner, silently watched the two being congratulated by countless people, feeling a sense of loneliness. After years of living together at Bihan Lake, how could he not have developed feelings for Shen Qingyi? But he could tell that Shen Qingyi wasn't attracted to him. Now, seeing the two of them together, he had completely lost his chance. He drank from his glass, hoping to get drunk, but the more he drank, the more sober he became. The saying wine in the heart, sorrow deepens probably holds true. Yet, Su Chuan witnessed this scene. Whether Wu Tao or Shen Qingyi, from the moment they arrived at the Su family, they had been part of the family. Their destinies were shaped by the family, their fates linked and inseparable. The Su family would never tolerate their betrayal. It's time to consider arrangements for Wu Tao, but judging by his expression, it seems he has feelings for Shen Qingyi. In a threesome, one of them is bound to get hurt. The next day, Su Chuan went to Bihan Lake to find Wu Tao. Old patriarch, what brings you here? Wu Tao was flattered. Do you like Shen Qingyi? Su Chuan got straight to the point. Wu Tao's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted, and he said repeatedly, no, no, how dare I have any improper thoughts about the eldest son's wife? There's nothing wrong with liking someone, but Shen Qingyi only sees you as his younger brother, and he and Zhao are also in love. If not, I wouldn't agree to this marriage. Su Chuan then said, we also asked Mingshu to find out Qingyi's feelings before, and only after confirming that he liked Zhao did we decide on this marriage. Wu Tao nodded slightly. Old patriarch, I know the Su family is a kind and benevolent family. They would not bully men or force women to marry. I am very lucky to have an explanation from you today. Letting go is not a matter of a moment, but I believe you won't make the wrong decision, Chuan said. I came to you today to give you a choice. Choice? Wu Tao was puzzled. Shen Chengyi has become a wife of my Su family. What about you? Have you ever thought about your own way out, old patriarch? Everything about Wu Tao, even his name, was given by you. I am willing to follow any arrangements you make. Chuan nodded slightly and smiled faintly. I said I would give you a choice. First, you can marry and have children, strengthen your Wu family, and become a vassal of my Su family. My Su family will give certain support, but it is limited, including your own cultivation resources. Hearing this, Wu Tao was silent and continued to listen. Secondly, if you marry into my Su family, I can decide to marry Bai Jing to you. Although she is not a cultivator, as the eldest daughter of the third generation of my Su family, her status is not low. And if you marry into my Su family, you can get my full support. Although I can't say that I can make you a person who has perfected key training, I can at least guarantee that you can reach the late stage of key training. After more than 10 years of training, you also know that your aptitude is poor. If no one helps you, I am afraid you will stop at the 4th or 5th level of key training in your lifetime. When Wu Tao heard the second option, his pupils flickered slightly. After a short silence, he said, the old patriarch is right. The cultivation of pseudo-spiritual root aptitude is too slow. Before you came back, Wu Tao practiced for 7 or 8 years and finally reached the second level of key training with great difficulty. But with the help of your elixir, he has now reached the 3rd level. The early stage of key training is so difficult, let alone the middle and late stages of key training. Chuan said, I'm glad you understand this principle. What do you plan to choose? Wu Tao pondered for a moment, finally raising his head and saying, ever since arriving on this mountain, I, Wu Tao, have considered myself a member of the Su family. I am a Su family member in life and a Su family soul in death. Therefore, I am willing to marry into the Su family and dedicate my life to the development of the Su family. Okay, Chuan said with a smile. I'll discuss this with Mingyin and his wife later. However, Ginger is still young, so it will take another 3 or 4 years before you two can get married. Everything is up to the old patriarch to arrange. Chuan nodded in satisfaction and immediately descended the mountain. Wu Tao knew deep down that while Chuan appeared to have 2 choices, there was actually only one. To an ordinary person, Chuan would never mind him developing and expanding his own family. However, Wu Tao, adopted by the Su family since childhood, had witnessed every aspect of their development and even learned many of their secrets, including how Su Mingxun and Su Mingshu, former warriors, had recently become cultivators. Their strength far surpassed that of himself and Shen Chengyi, who had cultivated for over a decade. The Su family will feel at ease only when their own people are under their watchful eyes. Because the Su family's kindness has always been directed at their own people. When it comes to enemies, they will do everything they can to eradicate them completely and leave no future troubles. More than half an hour later, Chuan asked someone to call Su Mingyin and his wife to his study. Dad, you called us, sit down. After the two sat down, Chuan said lightly, I called you here to tell you something. Zhao is already married, and Ginger is the eldest daughter of our Su family. It's time, arrange a marriage for Ginger. Wu Russian was a little surprised. Father, Ginger is only 14. Su Mingyin waved his hand and said, listen to what Dad has to say first, it's just the marriage first. Just like Zhao, the marriage will be put on hold later. Wu Russian felt a little relieved. Su Mingyin asked, what kind of husband does father plan to find for Ginger? She's Russian and my eldest daughter, the apple of our eyes. You must not treat her badly. Look at what you're saying. Chuan shook his head and laughed. Which of you brothers has father treated badly? Is it your eldest brother who's dissatisfied with your eldest sister-in-law? Or are you dissatisfied with Russian? Or does Mingxun have complaints? Even Mingshu, I let her do what she wants. Looking at all the aristocratic families in Yuhu County, I'm afraid there's no young man or woman who has such a perfect and happy marriage as you guys. Wu Russian smiled sweetly. Father is right. Everyone praises your vision. So, who did father choose? Wu Tao, Chuan said calmly. It's him. Wu Russian was a little surprised, but Su Mingyin seemed to have expected this, his expression unchanged. Wu Tao, I haven't met him often, and I wouldn't call him handsome, but he looks like a smart and capable child. Otherwise, the Su family wouldn't have adopted him since childhood and placed him in Bihantan with Qing Yi. Chuan seemed surprised. He hadn't expected Su Mingyan to discuss the Su family's heritage with Wu Rushan, though Yang Ronghu must have known about it. Wu Tao is not bad, Su Mingyan said calmly. He guessed Su Chuan was doing this to increase the chances of his family producing immortal cultivators, and that marrying Su Dejing to cultivator was a good choice. It seems you both agree, Su Chuan said. I'll listen to my father, since my husband and father agree, I have no objection, Wu Rushan said. Yes, Su Chuan nodded slightly. But this isn't about Ginger marrying Wu Tao, but about Wu Tao becoming a son-in-law of the Su family, a son-in-law. Wu Rushan was slightly surprised. At least in Qingjiang, marrying into a family's family was rare, and if it did happen, it would be looked down upon by those around them. However, marrying into the Su family wasn't something anyone dared to criticize. I've already asked Wu Tao about it, and he agrees. You can just tell Ginger about it. There's no need to make a big fuss. The wedding will be when Ginger turns 18, on an auspicious day. If Ginger doesn't agree, you two should try to convince her. Don't let another one like your sister out. Otherwise, I'll have a headache. I know, my daughter-in-law. Although Ginger has a bit of a temper, she always listens to my husband and me and wouldn't dare disobey, Wu Rushan said. That's it. You two can go back first, I'll take my leave. Su Mingyan and his wife left the study and, upon returning, found Su Dejing and told him the news. Let me marry Wu Tao? And let him become a son-in-law. Su Dejing smiled and said, this sounds so fake to me. Could it be that you, Dad and Mom, saw that Brother Zhao was engaged and wanted to arrange it for me too? Su Mingyan took a sip of tea and said calmly, we just came back from your grandfather's place. What do you think? Wu Rushan also nodded slightly. Su Dejing was immediately displeased. My daughter is only 14. Is it necessary to rush to arrange a marriage for me? Maybe in a few years, my daughter will have someone she loves. Wouldn't it be better for her to marry someone she loves? Your grandfather has already made the decision on this matter. It cannot be changed, Su Mingyan said. Grandfather, you are partial, Su Dejing shouted angrily. Ginger, don't talk nonsense. Wu Rushan also glared at her fiercely. Your grandfather chose Wu Tao for your own good, and the person he chose won't be bad, but after all, he's not what I like. Su Mingyan sighed. It seems that you have been with your aunt for a long time, and you have learned from her, right? Immediately, his eyes became sharp again. But how do you compare with your aunt? Among the 5 of us brothers and sisters, she is the only woman. Naturally, she is doted on by your grandfather. Besides, do you have your aunt's talent for communicating with beasts? Your 5th uncle is also gifted and is a cultivator, and you have mediocre talent in martial arts. Although you have the ambition to be a congenital warrior, if you leave my Su family, do you think your husband's family will support you, a woman, to follow the path of martial arts? To what extent can they support you? And my Su family is open-minded, you can pursue her with confidence. Even if you marry Wu Tao in the future, if he dares to treat you badly, you have your brother, uncle, and aunt to stand up for you. Wu Rushan also said, my daughter, I am also the daughter of a noble family. I know that it is not easy for the daughter of a noble family. I am bound by all kinds of rules and regulations. If I am not loved by my father and brothers, it will be even more miserable. Even if I get married, no one will support me when I am bullied. Chapter 142, Couple Persuasion, Family Education. Su Dejing lowered his head in silence. Wu Rushan said again, believe me, mother. Even if you find someone who suits your heart, with your appearance and character, he will definitely not be from an ordinary family. He will probably be a young master from an aristocratic family. You may really be attracted to each other, but it is different before and after marriage. Before marriage, there are only the 2 of you in the world. After marriage, you each have your own relatives. You are a woman who came from the Su family. You will definitely not be able to stand the conspiracies and tricks and the harem of ordinary aristocratic families. Once you act impulsively, you will be scolded and despised by countless people. Even if your future husband treats you well, he will hesitate when faced with the family's choice. After all, the family raised and cultivated him, and this cannot be easily severed. Repeated protection will eventually wear out all the feelings between you two. Su Dejing raised his head and looked at Wu Rushan, opening his mouth to speak, but was blocked by Wu Rushan's words. Don't deny it. You're still young and inexperienced, so it's normal that you don't fully grasp the complexities between aristocratic families. Emotional matters are complex. Take your father and I, for example. Our marriage was arranged by our mother. Your third uncle didn't have much emotional foundation before his marriage, but after we got married, didn't we get along well? Did our relationship suffer? Whether from a wealthy family or a prominent aristocratic clan, a woman's happiness lies not only in the hands of her husband but also in the hands of her husband's family. It's your mother's good fortune to marry into the Su family. If the Su family hadn't appeared, you'd probably have been a tool for the Wu family to stabilize their relationship and liaise with the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao families, exchanging benefits for both sides. Let alone your current innate martial arts realm, if you displeased your husband, you'd probably be imprisoned, and my children would be implicated as well. After all, your mother's temperament is unyielding, and Ginger, you and I are very similar. Su Dejing fought back the tears, but his face was filled with resentment. Su Dejing had been living a carefree life, only to be suddenly betrothed to a man she felt no affection for. Naturally, she felt aggrieved. Hence, she had fought so hard for her. But it all seemed in vain. Su Mingyan and Wu Rushan saw through her, their future clearly defined, leaving her powerless to object. Does this mean I can only marry Wu Tao? Su Dejing asked, a hint of tears in her voice. Su Mingyan nodded. When you turn 18, you too will get married. Wu Rushan sighed. Wu Tao is a member of our Su family, and he's talented and capable. You don't have feelings for him because you haven't had much time to interact with him. Then try to spend more time with him, visit Bahantan more often. We still have 4 years, so there's no rush. Who knows, maybe you two will develop feelings for each other. Bahantan, didn't Uncle say we weren't allowed to go there easily? Su Dejing's mood gradually calmed, her initial anger subsiding. You can go with Zhao, Linger, and the others. If they know what happened between you and Wu Tao, they'll take you with them. Why? Su Dejing was surprised. He had been to Bahantan several times before. But besides growing a large number of rare medicinal herbs, the air was also exceptionally fresh. She had always wondered why, besides his father and the elders, only a few members of his generation in the Su family could freely visit. You'll find out once you go, Su Mingyan said calmly. Su Dejing looked at Wu Rushan in surprise. Wu Rushan chuckled, don't look at me. What secrets are hidden in the mountain? Your father hasn't told me either. He's been very good at hiding them. I guess, of the few who married into the Su family, I'm the only one who's still in the dark. You'll know when you should know. Su Mingyan smiled at her. Could it be that you're not comfortable down there and insist on going up there to practice? I can't argue with you. Wu Rushan looked at Su Mingyan resentfully. Su Mingyan smiled faintly, then said to Su Dejing, Ginger, your mother and I will give you a few days to think about it, and tell us your decision when you have thought it through. If you really don't want to, we won't force you, and we can even persuade your grandfather to cancel your marriage with Wu Tao. But in the future, whether you marry an ordinary aristocratic family or marry into a noble family in the county, we can't control it. Even if you want to pursue the so-called true love and leave the Su family, it's up to you, but then, you will no longer have the protection of my Su family. Okay, that's all Dad said. Go back to your room and think about it. Su Dejing left in a daze. As soon as she left, Wu Rushan said unhappily, Husband, Ginger was clearly about to give in. Why did you tell her all this in the end? Isn't this forcing her to make a choice? She's not young anymore, and it's time for her to be sensible. She'll eventually understand what a noble family is. This will also be beneficial to her future, Su Mingyan continued. Besides, these are also facts. If she really doesn't want to, Dad will definitely not force her. He might even change someone else. Wu Tao's future wife doesn't have to be Ginger, but she will definitely be a girl from the Su family. The reason Ginger was chosen was probably because she's the right age. Why not Linger? She's been in the mountains all year round and is more familiar with Wu Tao, right? Su Mingyan's eyes flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, Linger is special, just like her aunt. Husband, do you mean that Linger is also gifted? Wu Rushan sighed slightly. It seems that in this world, it all comes down to a person's talent and aptitude. Su Mingyan shook his head and laughed. Special people often have special missions. I just hope Ginger can live a good life. My husband, what you said makes sense. I hope Ginger can understand it. Su Dejing thought about it and felt depressed, so he went to find Su Dezhao. Su Dezhao looked at her in surprise when he heard that. Second uncle wants you to marry Wu Tao. It's Ong's idea. Ong, brother Zhao, why are you so surprised? Isn't it the same for my father and Ong? Su Dezhao smiled and raised his eyebrows and said, then let me ask you, do you want to get married or not? If you really don't want to, I'll take you to find Ong. Ong has always valued our own ideas, and I don't think he will force you to get married with Wu Tao. After all, among our brothers and sisters of this generation, you are not the only one who is a woman. Su Dejing was even more confused and even curious. After pondering for a while, he seemed to be angry and said, how can I say no? My father and mother have already told me my future. My father was even more tough. In the end, he said that he would not force me, but this was the meaning of his words. Do you really think I can't hear anything? Su Dezhao became interested and waved his hand and said, Dejing, sit down. Tell your brother in detail and I will analyze it for you. Perhaps it was because people of the same age were more open with each other, or perhaps it was because Su Dezhao often looked after these younger siblings, earning them their respect and love. Su Dejing spoke freely in front of him, criticizing Su Mingyuan and his wife along the way. Afterward, Su Dezhao sighed softly, Uncle, Auntie really does have good intentions for you. Brother Zhao, whose side are you on? Of course I'm on you, Su Dezhao said with a smile. Of course, you have to admit that Uncle and his family have considered everything for you. From what I've heard, women from aristocratic families are probably just as Auntie described. Even if they're favored, they're inevitably used as pawns to win over or curry favor with other aristocratic families. There aren't many as open-minded as our Su family. Su Dejing looked suspicious. Brother Zhao, you speak so seriously, as if you've experienced it all. Haha, just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean you don't know. It's like you haven't seen a pig run, but you haven't eaten pork, have you? Su Dejing's mouth twitched slightly at that. Su Dezhao said again, anyway, since Aeon has proposed this, Wu Tao will definitely marry into our Su family. If you don't want to, I'm afraid the other sisters will certainly be willing. It's not as comfortable to marry into other aristocratic families as to stay in our Su family. Don't you also want to pursue martial arts like your second aunt? It's possible in the Su family, but it is highly unlikely that you will do so in other aristocratic families. After all, your qualifications are not outstanding. Su Dejing seemed unconvinced and argued, although I'm not as good as you and Duan, I'm not bad either. Even your cousin from the Yang family, I heard that he only entered the third grade at the age of 14, the first grade at the age of 16, and is expected to enter the innate level within 20. How can the Yang family compare with our Su family? Su Dezhao said with disdain. If you stay at home and pursue martial arts, you will have the opportunity to become a martial arts master in the future. If you stay in the Yang family, even if the Yang family fully supports you, your hope is slim, not to mention that they won't support you either. Just look at your cousin Ruiao. She's only a year younger than you, but she's only just become a warrior. Is she truly less gifted than you? Or do the Yang family simply not care about her martial arts prowess? If you don't believe me, go ask her about her future marriage, and then come back and talk to me about it. Su Dejing pondered for a moment, then said angrily, I'll go, but big brother, you have to accompany me. You women are discussing private matters, so how can I go with you? Let's go find Deling. Su Dezhao waved his hands, thinking to himself, I'm a man with a partner. All right then. Su Deling hadn't been up the mountain in recent days, cultivating in her room. When Su Dejing asked her to accompany him to ask Yang Ruiao some questions, she thought for a moment and decided to go with her. West Wing. Deling, what brings you here? Are you here to see your grandfather? Yang Zhao asked with a smile, his eyes full of amusement upon seeing Su Deling. Grandfather, Deling is of course here to see you. She and Sister Jing will go chat with cousin Ruiao later. Yang Zhao, knowing everything, patted her head. Your grandfather and grandmother are doing fine. You cousins should talk more. Yes, grandfather. Su Deling was very sensible. She first visited Yang Zhao and his family before going to Yang Ruiao. Yang Shichen and his wife were naturally welcoming. Yang Ruiao's bedroom. Cousin Deling, this is your second uncle's daughter, Dejing. Cousin Ruiao has a good memory, Su Deling praised. My sister Jing came here to talk to you about something. Oh? What is it? Yang Ruiao looked at Su Dejing in surprise. Su Deling said, my eldest brother was engaged yesterday. Sister Jing told me that my second uncle and second aunt seemed to be interested in finding a marriage for him. I wanted to ask what you think. Su Dejing nodded and said, if you, Ruiao, were suddenly proposed to one day, would you accept or refuse? Yang Ruiao pondered for a while, then smiled and said, It depends on the person. If it's someone with outstanding talent, of course I would be willing. Why? Since you don't even know each other, are you really willing to marry like a puppet? It's natural for parents to order and matchmakers to do things, and parents' choices are mostly for their own good. In aristocratic families, in addition to their own biological parents, the head of the family also has the right to arrange marriages for their children from all branches. If it really comes to this, I'm afraid it will all depend on luck. After all, most of my parents really love their children, but the head of the family is not like that. Everything depends on whether it can bring benefits to the family. Su Deling was also surprised. Are there any parents who don't love their own children? Yang Ruiao smiled and said, Aunt and uncle naturally love you, cousin Deling, but not every family is like this. In the county town, there are many children who are not loved by their parents. I even heard that some illegitimate children born to unfavored concubines have a status worse than some servants like housekeepers and deacons in the clan, and are treated harshly everywhere. Don't care. Su Dejing frowned slightly. Who told you she's just a concubine, and can't please the master of the house? If you didn't like her, why did you marry her? Yang Ruiao smiled and said, Dejing, you're really naive. Men are like the new and fickle, aren't they? Naturally, they'll be fond of her when they marry, but after a while, they'll tire of her and just leave her alone. There are plenty of such young men from aristocratic families in the county town. I don't know them all, but I've heard of them from time to time. My parents have few children, and they love me and my brother very much. Besides, my Yang family is a prominent one, so they definitely wouldn't let me be a concubine. Yang Ruiao continued, the Su family is doing well, so it shouldn't have fallen to this point. So, Dejing, you don't have to worry too much about this. Just let it go. What if her family has no power? What should she do? Su Dejing asked. Yang Ruiao frowned slightly, confused as to why Su Dejing asked this question. The Su family should have been quite powerful and influential. However, after some thought, she also answered, marriage requires matching of social status. Those without power and influence should better marry a man of equal status. If they must marry a young man from aristocratic family, even if they are extremely beautiful, they should only be able to be a concubine. After all, although the men of aristocratic families are better than us women, they usually have no say in marriage, especially the main wife. When they reach the right age, they will have a candidate chosen early. Concubines don't matter. Many young men from aristocratic families will marry a few concubines of their choice to serve them after a few years of marriage. Those who are not too discreet will also have one or two maids in the room before marriage. As long as they don't get pregnant and die, it's considered fine. Yang Ruiao looked at Su Deling and asked, Cousin Deling, I heard that the Su family doesn't seem to have maids in the room. Su Deling smiled and nodded, that's right. Our parents were very strict and asked us to keep ourselves clean. Besides, we are usually busy studying and practicing. This is what a truly aristocratic family should be like. Yang Ruiao praised, I heard from mother that the Su family has extraordinary potential, and it is normal for it to reach the level of my Yang family in the next few decades. Su Deling smiled slightly, cousin, you are too kind. By the way, cousin Deling, is cousin Duan married? My second brother. Su Deling was stunned for a moment, then smiled, I have never cared much about such things, and my second brother has never told me, but my second brother has a strong talent for martial arts, and I think my father and mother will make arrangements. She looked at Su Dejing and saw that her eyes were full of disappointment. She had no intention of speaking again, so she said immediately, it's almost time. At this time in the past, I should go to practice. Cousin Ruiao, I will come to chat with you next time. Yang Ruiao smiled and nodded, I'll see you off. Then, Su Deling and Su Dejing left the West Wing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Subtle Emotional Changes. Sister Jing, are you okay? Su Deling asked with concern. Su Dejing stumbled a little, her eyes full of disappointment. So what my father and mother said was true. Is this what an aristocratic family is? They can't make their own decisions about their children or even their marriages. It's so sad, Sister Jing. There are good and bad aristocratic families. I think the children of aristocratic families with strict family rules are still good people, maybe. Let's go and find Big Brother. Su Diliang nodded slightly. When Su Dezhao saw Su Dejing and saw his appearance, he said, "Now you know how well our Su family elders have protected us. Yes, Yang Ruiao is 1 year younger than me, but she knows so much, and I am more like an ignorant girl in the boudoir who is unfamiliar with the world. In fact, this is also related to the fact that our Su family is in a remote corner. There are many aristocratic families in the county city, and they are good and bad. The more you see and hear, the more you will gradually be infected with the same colors." Su Dezhao sighed. "Now, do you have an answer about marrying Wu Tao?" "Huh?" Su Diliang exclaimed, looking at Su Dejing in surprise. "Sister Jing, why didn't you tell me this before? You and Wu Tao? When did it happen?" "It happened today. Grandfather decided it, and my second uncle and second aunt also supported it. But your sister Jing didn't want to, and wanted to marry the man she likes. That's how it is." Su Diliang seemed to have an epiphany. "No wonder you asked cousin Ruiao these questions before. Actually, grandfather has thought it through very thoroughly," Su Dezhao said. Su Dejing looked up and said, "Brother Zhao, do you think grandfather's proposal for this marriage is different from my father's?" "Why?" "Second uncle proposed it to make your future life better and for the sake of his descendants," Su Dezhao said with a smile. "As for grandfather's proposal, it was to make Wu Tao completely reconcile. The person he marries may not be you, but it must be a girl from the Su family." Su Dejing was puzzled, but Su Diliang seemed to be thinking about it. "Future life, descendants," Su Dezhao sighed softly. "Well, let me tell you. There's a reason why Wu Tao and Shen Chengyi were taken in by our Su family since childhood and left to cultivate in the mountains. They're both immortal cultivators. In the future, our Su family will undoubtedly surpass the Yang family in terms of renown. Immortal cultivators are the true core of our Su family." He paused, then added, "Perhaps, in the future, some of the direct descendants of the Su family who haven't yet embarked on the immortal path may not hold the same status as the non-elderly cultivators we've recruited and trained." Su Dejing's pupils constricted at this. Immortal cultivators. The Su family has recently been planning to become an immortal family, but only a few people know about it. "Dejing, don't tell anyone." "Of course, my second uncle is definitely aware, but as for my second aunt, I'm not sure." Su Dejing was stunned. Although both were from aristocratic families, she understood the huge gap between martial arts families and immortal cultivation families. Although the top martial arts masters are not weak in strength, they will also feel awe in their hearts when facing the immortal masters with various means. Su Dezhao then said, "Marrying someone with the aptitude to cultivate immortals will increase the chances of their offspring having aptitude to cultivate immortals. If both parents are qualified, then after 4 or 5 children, there is a high probability that one will be able to cultivate immortals. Among ordinary people, it may take only one person in tens of thousands to have a person who possesses all 5 elements. For example, the aristocratic families in the county, many of which have been passed down for hundreds of years, will have at least several immortal cultivators in their families. They are also working hard to become immortal cultivation families one day." "Why do you let Wu Tao change his mind?" Su Dejing asked doubtfully. As a cultivator, who hadn't yearned to establish their own immortal family, Su Dezhao gazed at the plants in the courtyard, his eyes filled with yearning. Grandfather allowed him to marry into the family to dissuade him from this thought. Of course, grandfather must have also offered him many benefits. "I see," Su Dejing said. "Then grandfather values Wu Tao highly. Is he very talented?" "Not really. He only has the lowest spiritual roots. Most people with immortal cultivation talent in aristocratic families are of this level. Grandfather's appreciation for him is simply because the Su family is a fledgling, with only 3 generations of descendants. Naturally, those with immortal cultivation talent are few and far between. Another reason is that Wu Tao is considered one of the founding immortals of our Su family. We are not ungrateful. Even if his talent is less than ideal, we will still support him. But this isn't unconditional. It requires absolute loyalty to the Su family." Su Dejing finally understood. Su Dezhao pondered for a moment before continuing, "Dejing, our Su family has only 3 generations, so the brothers and sisters are quite close. By the 4th or 5th generation, the number of descendants would probably be at least dozens. It's impossible for every family member to be close. The closer one is to the center of family power, the more influence one naturally has. So, my point is the same as it is with grandfather and second uncle and second aunt. I hope you can accept Wu Tao." As for affection, it will eventually develop with more time. After all, I can guarantee that Wu Tao is a man of good character and worthy of trust." Su Dejing pondered for a moment, then sighed deeply. "Dejing understands. I'll spend more time with Wu Tao in the future. And thank you, Brother Zhao, and Diliang, for taking me to Bihanton." Su Diliang took Su Dejing's hand and said with a smile, "It just so happens that there are no women of my age in the mountains." Su Dejing nodded slightly. At this moment, she finally understood. Since the aristocratic families were generally so corrupt, marrying into one would be pointless. She couldn't just spend every day with her beloved, ignoring the other ladies in the harem. Her beloved grandfather, mother, and eldest brother all supported him trying to get along with Wu Tao. What else could she say? Moreover, upon learning that Wu Tao was an immortal cultivator, Su Dejing's heart shifted subtly. After all, immortal masters were always superior. If Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi were immortal cultivators, were the others who frequented the mountains also? She glanced at Su Dezhao and Su Diliang beside her, a doubt lingering in her heart, but ultimately she didn't ask. Since the Su family was targeting an aristocratic family of immortal cultivators, everything would be clear when the time came. The next day, Su Dejing informed Su Mingyan and his wife of his decision. Su Mingyan was naturally pleased and informed Su Chuan that same day. From then on, Su Dejing became a regular visitor to Bihanton. Most of the time, however, he practiced martial arts silently. After all, Wu Tao also focused on cultivation. However, in their free time, the two of them would stroll through the Emerald Bamboo Sea. After half a month, Su Dejing had come to understand Wu Tao. He was a quiet person, not a large man, but well-proportioned. This was generally the case with cultivators. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a certain charm that grew the more he looked at him, perhaps due to his aura. While he wasn't exactly attracted to him, he didn't feel any aversion to him. One day, after their training, the two of them instinctively took a stroll together through the mountains. "Wu Tao, when did you come here?" "When I was 8, I was chosen to live with the Su family. My parents moved with us to Dongxi village. With the Su family's support, they lived a comfortable life, and over the years, we've had several more siblings." "Oh, I was born shortly there, only 2 or 3 years old. Aren't you bored staying in the mountains?" Su Dejing asked again. Wu Tao smiled. "Miss Dejing, you're practicing martial arts. Are you bored?" Su Dejing was stunned. "Being a martial arts expert is what I aspire to be, so I naturally enjoy it." "I feel the same way," Wu Tao said. "Of course, as a mortal, how could I not aspire to become an immortal master? Ever since I was told I had the talent to cultivate immortality, I've decided to dedicate my life to this path." Su Dejing smiled brightly, looked at him, and said, "Then we're quite similar." Wu Tao met his eyes and nodded slightly. "My father said that Grandpa wants you and me to get married, to marry into their family. What are your thoughts?" "The Su family has allowed me to embark on the path of immortality. This favor is like a rebirth. Even if I don't marry into their family, I will devote my life to them to repay their kindness." "Just repaying a favor, Miss Dejing. I don't feel like leaving today. I'm going back." Su Diliang and Shen Qingyi saw the two returning from their walk, and Su Dejing came down the mountain in a rage. Su Diliang approached Wu Tao and asked in surprise, "What happened to Sister Jing? She seems very angry." "Miss Diliang, I'm fine. I wouldn't dare do anything to Miss Dejing." Shen Qingyi smiled faintly. "Diliang, let Wu Tao explain what happened first." Shen Qingyi gradually accepted her status as Su Dezhao's fiancée, and her way of addressing some people naturally changed. "Wu Tao, if you can't explain it clearly, don't blame me for being rude," Su Diliang threatened. Wu Tao had no choice but to recount the entire story of their walk. "Ah, that's it." Su Diliang was confused. She was still a naive teenager, with little experience, so she naturally didn't understand the subtleties between men and women. Shen Qingyi seemed to be thinking for a moment, then chuckled. "It seems Dejing has accepted Wu Tao and has developed a crush on him so quickly." Su Diliang was shocked. Love is a very subtle thing. Sometimes, even after 3 or 5 years together, there's still no sign of love blossoming. But sometimes, after just 3 or 5 days, it's even more intense than love at first sight. "I'm just surprised by what I've seen." Su Diliang's wide sleeves drooped slightly, his eyes filled with resignation as he sighed softly. Wu Tao was also shocked and stunned. Shen Qingyi smiled faintly at him. "Wu Tao, cherish her. Dejing is a sincere and honest woman, Let's go, Deliang. Let Wu Tao think about it. Shen Chengyu pulled Su Deliang away. Wu Tao took a long time to recover. He had assumed that someone of Su Dejing's status wouldn't be interested in him, and that his agreement was merely a fulfillment of the Su family elders' arrangement. He hadn't held out any hope either, believing that even if they were to marry, they would simply treat each other with respect. But he hadn't expected that after just over 2 weeks together, she would already be attracted to him. For a moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He didn't know how to respond. King Jiang remained peaceful, but the situation in Yuhu County grew increasingly chaotic. The Zhou family had repeatedly attacked them, but the Su family had remained huddled within the formation, staying put. Relying on the power of the formation, unless the Zhou family came out in full force to launch a fierce attack, the Su family's formation could easily hold out for days. Chapter 144 Zhou Family Attack. Yuhu County, the Zhou family. Located in one of the several spiritual energy nodes surrounding the county seat. Just a few dozen miles from the county seat, this place is teeming with spiritual energy, surrounded by thousands of acres of fertile fields and lush forests, all of which belong to the Zhou family. The core area of the Zhou family is also protected by a second-order formation. The fields outside only grow ordinary rice, wheat, and the like. As for spiritual rice, it is naturally within the formation. All immortal cultivation families cultivate spiritual rice. Besides meeting the needs of their own cultivators, they also need to hand over a portion to the royal family each year. Different levels of immortal cultivation families have different amounts of spiritual rice to hand over. In this regard, the Wei royal family is not excessive. The Zhou family's meeting hall. Everyone, what do you think the Su family means? The Zhou family patriarch glanced at everyone present. Perhaps they were scared? Trying to rely on the formation to escape this, impossible, someone retorted. The Su family should also know that relying solely on the spiritual energy from the spiritual energy nodes, even at full power, a second-level formation can only last half a month. The rest of the energy comes from spirit stones, which consumes a vast amount. Even if the Su family's spirit stones are completely depleted, they won't last more than a few days. Patriarch, I think something is wrong. We must be vigilant. It's the same as saying nothing, someone muttered. Even within a family, there are those who dislike each other. Regardless, the situation is currently with our Zhou family, and most of the families in the county support us. We must quickly eliminate the Su family. If we delay for another 6 months or a year, I'm afraid the Yuhu County families will lose their resolve to destroy the Su family. Send someone to notify the other families. 5 days from now, we'll launch a general offensive. Smaller attacks won't be very effective. Yes, Patriarch. At Guanghu residence, shopkeeper Jin also received this news and quickly passed it back to Dongxi through the Su family's undercover agents. Su Mingyun had always been in charge of this aspect of the matter, so he was the first to receive the news about the Su family. Upon learning the news, he immediately went to find Su Mingwei. The Zhou family has decided to launch a general attack on the Su family in 5 days. Su Mingwei glanced at the contents of the note, his brows furrowed slightly, and he pondered. Brother, do you want to go? Although it's a test attack, it's hard to say. With so many cultivators and martial arts masters attacking, if the Su family doesn't have other means, the formation will probably be broken in less than half a day. In 5 days, the Su family will be destroyed. Su Mingyu nodded slightly and said, let's go find my father and see what he says. The two of them immediately set off for the Wangxin courtyard. Why are you two here? Is there news about the dispute between the Su and Zhou families? Father, take a look at this news. It just arrived from the county capital. Su Chuan took the note, glanced at it, and twirled his short beard. I believe you two have already made a decision. Let's go and see in 5 days. That's what I thought, Su Mingwei said, clasping his fists. The two of them immediately stopped bothering Su Chuan. Lately, Su Chuan had been practicing the 9 flames art, aiming to break through to the level of 7 thoughts becoming 1, but it proved to be far from simple. With a single thought, 7 flames materialized before him. Reaching this level was simple enough, but Su Chuan naturally increased the difficulty, controlling each flame's constant transformation, transforming into a lotus flame, its leaves unfolding and blooming, then withering. Then, transforming into a flaming phoenix, each feather vividly alive. However, only 6 of the flames could achieve this level, and the last one was always 2 or 3 breaths behind, with the errors becoming increasingly larger as he progressed. You still need to hone your skills daily. 5 days passed in a flash. Su Mingwei set out for the county capital. Before departing, Su Chuan gifted him the Lei family token and patted his shoulder, saying, "Act accordingly, don't worry, father. Shitao will never let you down." Su Chuan grinned and nodded slightly. Go. Su Mingwei ascended the mountain, passing through the forest, and then, riding his flying sword, headed for Yuhu County. Meanwhile, the Zhou family was assembling a force to destroy the Su family and advancing towards the Su family's territory. Naturally, this movement could not be concealed from the Su family. However, those who had defected to the Su family, masters and above, or cultivators supported by various families, had already entered the Su family. Of course, they also had personnel within the family. No one was foolish enough to devote all their forces to this battle. After all, this was a battle between the Su and Zhou families, not a matter of life and death for either family. Naturally, the Su family would not criticize their allies for this matter at this critical juncture. Faced with this dilemma, the Su family members also restrained themselves considerably. Many families harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that even if they were defeated, they could maintain their strength by surviving. However, this was a decisive battle, destined to shake up Yuhu County and reshuffle the power dynamics. The key cultivating families that benefited from this opportunity would see their foundations further strengthened, potentially challenging the foundation-building families. Martial arts families would also rise, potentially becoming immortal cultivation families. As for the losers, they would be utterly defeated. Even if they could remain safe for a few years, they would inevitably be gradually eroded by the other families over the next decade or so. In a matter of moments, the Su killing army arrived outside the Su family's formation. Immortal cultivators hovered in the air on swords, while martial arts masters stood on the ground. Through the translucent light curtain of the formation, thousands of acres of spiritual fields could be vaguely seen, a sight that made everyone envious. Even the Zhou family possessed only 700 or 800 acres of spiritual fields. After all, having only recently become a foundation-building family, their wealth could not compare to the Su family, which had dominated Yuhu County for 200 or 300 years. Before this, Yuhu County had been devoid of any foundation establishment families for a long time. Among all the counties in the Great Way, this region's foundation was ranked among the lowest. The feud between the Su and Zhou families began from this point. Several families similar in stature to the Zhou family had previously fought against the Su family, only to be annihilated and their entire Taoist heritage seized. The Zhou family endured humiliation and groveled, even when members were killed, offering only a smile and apology, swallowing all the suffering and tears. It wasn't until the Zhou ancestor stumbled upon an ancient cultivation cave and obtained a rare, 1,000-year-old snow dragon ginseng while traveling that he resolved to achieve foundation establishment. After narrowly escaping death, he succeeded. He remained silent for several years, consolidating his realm until he was confident enough to rival the Su family. He was then declared a 4th-rank immortal official, and the Zhou family was elevated to a 4th-rank immortal cultivation family. The imperial family also sent agents to examine the Zhou family, and only after they met the requirements did they allow them to become a 4th-rank family. Zhou Sen also dared to display his alchemy prowess in this way. Had the Su family known about this earlier, they would surely have launched an uprising. Leveraging the art of alchemy, the Zhou family has experienced rapid growth over the past decade. After replenishing their supply of realm-breaking pills, a significant number of cultivators reached a late key training stage in a short period of time. Some who had been stuck at the 8th level advanced significantly. The Zhou family now possessed the foundation to truly rival the Su family. Indeed, Su Chuan also contributed to this, otherwise, it would have taken the Zhou family another decade or two to reach this point. While Su Chuan indirectly enhanced the Zhou family's foundation, Su Mingshu and her white tiger steed sparked deep fear, greed, and resentment in the Su family. This led to a move to suppress the arrogance of the major cultivating families in Yuhu County. Sending talented individuals from these families to the Su family for training crossed their boundaries, and the Zhou family seized the opportunity to openly confront the Su family, leading to the situation we see today. Only by destroying this cancer of the Su family can Yuhu County hope to stand out among the other counties. Every family present will inherit the Su family's profound Taoist heritage and have the hope of further advancement. These words echoed in everyone's minds like a mantra. Even the usually calm Yang Wenfeng and his companions began to breathe rapidly. Now that this choice had been made, these old, immortal members of the Yang family had no choice but to fight tooth and nail to secure a bright future for the Yang family. Everyone present was fighting for their own family. A warning sounded from within the Su family, and all the cultivators and martial arts masters who had joined the battle gathered at the edge of the formation. The Zhou family patriarch waved his hand and declared, "Everyone, follow our Zhou family in attack." The Zhou family cultivators all chanted their magic formulas, casting spells or controlling weapons. A dazzling array of attacks descended upon the translucent green curtain. Every one of them was a cultivator at the 5th level of key training, with as many as 20 or 30 in the late key training stage. This depth of strength was truly unmatched by any other key training family. Each family had at least 2 or 3, and at most 5 or 6, most still at the mid-stage key training stage. Many were stuck at the 5th or 6th stage, having made no progress for over a decade. Once the Zhou family took action, the other families naturally responded. Countless spells descended upon the azure screen, causing ripples to form. Martial arts masters above Qianyuan perfection approached the screen, their hands sending whirlwinds of sand and rock flying as their innate ki condensed into a series of breathtakingly powerful martial arts moves. Crimson palm prints, golden fists, black sandstorms, tiger-shaped ki, snake-shaped ki, and so on. These ki attacks struck the screen. Boom boom boom, hundreds of people attacked, causing the azure screen to tremble violently. The sigh of panic was palpable. A quarter of an hour later. Crack, 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 the azure screen shattered with a crisp, mirror-like sound. Joy flickered in the eyes of every member of the Su killing army. The Zhou family had declared, "Everyone, work harder. If anyone's mana is depleted, take the elixirs our family has prepared." Upon hearing this, some cultivators at the 5th level of key training slapped their storage bags, and a pill flew out, plunging into their mouths. The moment they ingested the pill, their tongues began to swell with saliva, a stream of clear water flowing directly into their dantian. Then, their mana began to gradually recover. The martial arts masters, observing this mystical feat, could only gaze in envy. Obediently, they pulled out porcelain bottles from their bosoms, poured out the pills, and swallowed them. To annihilate the Su family, the Zhou family had recently been frantically accumulating elixirs, all of which were of the Yuan restoring type, a feat they had expended considerable effort on. The Zhou family is truly generous, the Su family had sneered, glancing up at the cracks in the azure screen of the formation. "Everyone, this battle is for the Su family, and for your respective families as well. If our Su family wins, we will grant all your requests, and perhaps even grant several times more. If we lose, not only you, but also the families behind you will be implicated. Don't expect the Zhou family to let us off easily. Even if it's not obvious, we have countless means to wipe out your families." Everyone was in awe. Cultivators above the 5th level of key training and martial arts masters above the level of Qianyuan perfection, follow me to fight. The rest of the Su family cultivators, mobilize your mana to fill any gaps. Spirit stones may be used at a critical moment. A group of men, only slightly outnumbered by the Su killing army, rushed out of the formation. Chapter 145. Someone comes in. The Su family plans. The Su family and their allied clans passed through the green curtain without encountering any resistance, arriving directly outside the formation. "Zhou Xiao Idan, if you dare, challenge me to a duel. One of us must die today." The Su family patriarch's eyes fixed on the middle-aged man in the air, dressed in a black robe with gold patterns. "Su Yuans, you're a generation older than me, so you're not bullying the weak." As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xiao Idan naturally resisted any impulse. "Second uncle, let's join forces to besiege him. The death of the Su family patriarch will surely crush the Su family's morale." "Okay, despicable." Su Yuan saw two spells coming towards him, turned and dodged, and fled into the distance. On a battlefield of life and death, there's no room for despicable behavior. Only the victor lives and enjoys glory, while the dead are nothing, forgotten. Su Yuan's, the Su family patriarch, saw that Zhou Xiao Idan had also reached the 9th level of key training. Although his magical power wasn't as profound as his, it still surprised him. It's only been a dozen years. How could he have advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of key training so quickly? Even if you were a cultivator with true spiritual roots, he definitely couldn't have done that. Is it the elixir? Su Yuan's instantly understood. Damn it. I should have killed Zhou Sen long ago. It's a pity the Zhou family protected him so well, No news leaked before this. If my Su family also had a master alchemist, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. A flash of sword light struck. Su Yuan's quickly formed a hand seal, and a small, ochre-colored seal flew out of his storage bag. The seal was crystal clear, with a lifelike carving of a basalt. The basalt seal instantly released a yellow light curtain, blocking the flying sword from the side. At this moment, a small red cone attacked from the front. Su Yuan formed a hand seal, and the basalt seal also raised a light curtain in front of it. With a tortoise shell, Zhou Xiaoyu launched multiple attacks with his flying sword, yet the light curtain showed no sign of shattering. This Zuanwu seal artifact was truly remarkable, no ordinary high-grade defensive weapon. Even within the Su family, only one or two possessed such a weapon. While the Su family might not be as skilled in elixirs as the Zhou family, they were far superior in terms of magical weaponry. The two men besieging Su Yuan's prevented him from freeing his hands to attack others. Otherwise, a cultivator who had achieved perfect key cultivation and possessed a fine magical weapon possessed immense destructive power. Time slipped by. After a long while, men finally began to fall. The Su killing army, with their numerical superiority, secured an early lead. But the next moment, a spell descended from the sky, severely wounding the attacker. My son, the man's eyes were bloodshot, a madman's expression unconcerned with the expended mana. He was soon slain by the besieged forces. Soon, men began to fall on both sides. The Yang and Chang families also lost elders at the level of perfect innate, and several early-stage grandmaster elders were injured. Fortunately, the Zhou family was considerate. Besides restoring essence elixirs, they also provided healing elixirs. After taking them, a simple breath of fresh air would allow for rapid recovery, thanks to the physique and regenerative abilities of a martial arts grandmaster. Of course, there was no solution for a severed limb. Even among the immortal cultivation world, elixirs capable of regenerating limbs were considered rare healing elixirs, often of the second rank or higher. Wenfeng, the Yang family's eldest elder, shouted upon seeing a cultivator's attack flying towards Yang Wenfeng. His innate ki erupted like an arrow, instantly soaring above Yang Wenfeng. A crimson ki palm print, like a crimson umbrella, blocked the attack. However, he himself was sent flying backwards by the impact. Fortunately, he was a late-stage grandmaster. Despite his age, his physique was far stronger than that of a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of ki training. Yang Wenfeng sent the grandmaster harassing him flying with a single blow. He turned to the Yang family's great elder and asked, "Great elder, are you alright?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on." "As long as you're alright." The next moment, a flying sword blasted from nowhere, piercing his stomach from behind. The Yang family's great elder's smile froze instantly, and blood gushed out. He glanced at his chest, then looked back at Yang Wenfeng with a mournful smile. "Wenfeng, it seems I can't accompany the Yang family." "Protect them, third uncle." Yang Wenfeng watched his body fall in a pool of blood, his eyes bloodshot. Then, another martial arts grandmaster attacked. He gritted his teeth and turned to meet his enemy. Within half an hour, the two sides were in a bloody frenzy. The sudden appearance of some immortal cultivators' magical weapons was a formidable threat to martial arts masters. In a one-on-one fight, this wouldn't have been so severe. But the battlefield was utterly chaotic, with a rumbling of magical energy and the clashing of true ki obscuring the perception of these martial arts masters. Lacking the divine consciousness of immortal cultivators, they suffered a significant disadvantage in this area. Compared to the immortal cultivators, martial arts masters suffered more casualties. Naturally, the Su family suffered the greatest losses. Su Yuan, heartbroken by the deaths of so many of the Su family members, shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the formation." This voice was like a lifeline. The Su family members pushed back their opponents and rushed towards the formation. Most of them made it, but a few unfortunate martial artists were pinned to the ground by the immortal cultivators' magical weapons, falling just feet from the formation. The resentment in their eyes permeated the air. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at the cracks in the formation's azure curtain. They had completely healed, making any attempt to breach them in a short period of time extremely difficult. Retreat a few dozen miles and rest for a while. If any families have lost their lives, please bring their bodies back. Our Zhou family will have them frozen and then brought back for burial after this battle. Thank you, Master Zhou. The other families all clasped their fists in thanks. Master Zhou, the Su family and their cronies, with a formation behind them, won't be easily defeated. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe approached Zhou Xiaoyan. Master Yuan, Zhou Xiaoyan said, you don't have to worry about this. The formation can't be activated all the time, it requires spiritual energy to sustain it. The Su family's tiny spiritual energy node can only last for half a month at most. Of course, we must also be on guard against a surprise attack. Master Zhou is right. The Yuan family is the top key cultivating family in Yuhu County. Apart from the Su and Zhou families, the Yuan family is currently the most powerful. His support for the Zhou family also aims to divide up the Su family's Daozang resources in this battle, strengthening himself and preparing for future attacks against the Foundation establishment families. Su Mingwei arrived at a peak dozens of miles from the Su family. Standing atop, his eyes narrowed, a cyan hue suddenly appearing in them. Instantly, the scene dozens of miles away came into view. It looks like they've already engaged in a battle, with heavy casualties. Yang Wenfen, Su Mingwei saw him and several familiar Yang family elders collecting the bodies of the remaining individuals. He then looked at the Su family's formation. Its cyan light curtain, surging with spiritual energy, gave him the impression that even with his utmost strength, he wouldn't be able to break it. As expected, the Su family also has a second-tier formation. I wonder how it compares to the Su family's second-tier, top-grade 4 symbols Heavenly Gang formation. It's probably inferior. It looks like a second-tier defensive formation. If Yun were here, he would be able to discern its rank. The Su family's 4 symbols Heavenly Gang formation could transform into phantoms of the 4 symbols. With sufficient spiritual energy, the combined attack of the 4 symbols could even unleash the power of a mid to late stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Mingwei continued to observe. While the formation wasn't perfect, weak spots were few and far between. He'd only discovered 5 or 6, and these spots shifted over time. Furthermore, these so-called weak spots were only relative to the rest of the blue curtain. At least in Su Mingwei's eyes, it was stronger than the 6-layered firewall Su Chuan had set up when testing his archery. He observed for a moment longer. He was certain that a fight wouldn't break out between the two sides. Are we late? But it shouldn't be. Let's wait and see, Su Mingwei pondered, then remained standing, observing the battlefield. 2 or 3 hours later, an unexpected visitor arrived from the Su family, a middle-aged man in a golden robe. Su Yuan personally approached him, even leading him to meet the Su family's patriarch. Brother Su, your Su family doesn't look good. The golden-robed middle-aged man raised his lips slightly, a hint of a smile. If your Su family has no chance of winning, then my Lei family doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Brother Lei, do you underestimate my Su family? A dark aura lingered on the Su family's patriarch's face. According to the Lei family, the foundation building period was only about 6 months. If they fought with all their might against someone of the same realm, their end would come within a month or so. I still have the strength to fight. If you don't believe me, Brother Lei, feel free to give it a try. The Lei family's foundation building cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. Who would want to fight a dying person? They weren't afraid of him going berserk and perishing together with them? All foundation building cultivators would avoid such people. Alright, I'll trust you for once, but don't let my Lei family make this trip in vain. After a pause, the Lei family's foundation building master asked again, tell me, how do you want our Lei family to cooperate? Yuan Zan, tell me your plan. Yes. Ancestor, Su Yuan said, Senior Lei should have seen that we have already fought a battle, with mutual losses. And my Su family, relying on the Great Formation, can currently attack or defend. It's just a fight between trapped beasts. The Lei family's foundation building master chuckled inwardly, but did not expose his intention. However, if their plan was to have them charge into battle and fight to the death with the Zhou family's foundation building master, then he would turn and leave. The arrival of Senior Lei is a surprise force. After half an hour, I will call on the Su family members and allies to launch an attack. While talking, Su Yuan bowed to the ancestor of the Su family and said, Ancestor, please come with us then. When you show up, the Zhou family's foundation building cultivator will definitely show up. The ancestor of the Su family nodded slightly, with a determination to die in his eyes. In this battle between the strength of my Su family and the Zhou family, the outcome is about the same. When the battle is in full swing, Senior Lei can sneak attack the Zhou family's foundation building. I believe that even if he doesn't die, he will be injured. Then, even if Senior Lei doesn't make a move again, the ancestor can still kill him. Once the foundation building member dies, the Zhou family will be in chaos, and the other allies will be even more panicked, and may even flee from here. By then, my Su family will be able to win this victory steadily. The foundation building member of the Lei family seemed to be thinking about something, and looked deeply at the patriarch of the Su family. You, the young man, still have some ideas, but it will not be easy to completely destroy the Zhou family. Indeed, some people of the Zhou family are hiding in their own formation, but as long as the Zhou family's foundation building member dies, he will fall to the lower 4 grades. Even if my Su family does not attack, there will be people in Yuhu County who will target the Zhou family like they targeted my Su family today. Of course, if Senior is willing to lend a hand, with the combined strength of you, the ancestor, and the rest of the Su family, we can still break through the Zhou family's formation and enter to plunder. At that time, half of the Zhou family's Taoist resources can be divided among you, Senior Lei. Chapter 146, Su and Zhou are both quite smart. No cultivator would ever be dissatisfied with the abundance of resources at their disposal. The Su family's promise to the Lei family was for them, not for the Lei family foundation establisher before them. He rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled. We'll discuss this after the Zhou family foundation establisher dies. If both the Su and Zhou foundation establishers perished, would he be bored to death attacking the Zhou family's formation alone? According to Senior Lei, we'll discuss this later. As for what I said before, yes, the Lei family foundation establisher said calmly. He believed the Su family had a 70% to 80% chance of winning if the Lei family foundation establisher attacked. The reason why it wasn't 90% or 100% was because they didn't know the Zhou family's hidden weapon, and they couldn't afford to be careless until the very last moment. He believed the Zhou family would be the same. The Su family's patriarch gathered everyone and gave a passionate speech. He mentioned that a foundation establisher would be coming to assist, and everyone's eyes lit up, as if they saw hope. In half an hour, we will launch a decisive battle. This battle, our Su family will surely win. We will win, we will win, we will win. Their voices ripped through the air. Half an hour later, the Su family emerged from the formation, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Su Mingwei's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he murmured, "The Su family's expressions have changed. Are reinforcements arriving?" He patted his storage bag, and a token with the word thunder engraved on the front suddenly appeared in his hand. "Is it the Lei family?" He glanced at it, then quickly returned it to his storage bag, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. His Su family had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Someone from the Zhou family had been monitoring the Su family's movements. Seeing them trying to break out of the formation, they immediately returned and informed Zhou Xiaoyan. The Su destroyer army met the enemy. The two sides faced each other, but did not immediately engage in battle. The Su family's patriarch, hands behind his back, stood before the formation with his robes fluttering. Before he could even open his mouth, a thunderous sound erupted from his danshan. The sound instantly resonated through the heavens, like a bell ringing in the clouds. The vast waves of sound washed over the vast expanse, causing the mountains to tremble. "Zhou Qingfang, I know you're here. Get out." Zhou Qingfang was the Zhou family's patriarch, a recent foundation establishment cultivator. A moment later, a streak of green light flew in from afar, instantly landing before the Zhou family's cultivators. "Ancestor!" The Zhou family members clasped their fists and shouted. "This is the Zhou family's patriarch." That's the Su family's patriarch across from him. The Su family's patriarch's forehead is black, a sign of impending doom. He's definitely no match for the Zhou family's patriarch. All of the Zhou family's allies shared this thought. Zhou Qingfang, dressed in a simple gray robe, looked remarkably plain. Despite his graying hair and beard, his face was like that of a child, his demeanor distinguished, his vital energy abundant, his mind focused. "Old Ghost Su, your time has come. Instead of enjoying your last days in your tortoise shell, you've come out to seek death. Don't be so arrogant, youngster. You weren't even born when I achieved foundation establishment. In my youth, I killed many members of the Zhou family. I wonder if your parents or ancestors were among them." The Su family patriarch grinned, a chill emanating from his face. Combined with his appearance, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Qingfang appeared stoic and unmoved, but his hands clenched tightly behind his back. His words must have come true. "Since you're out, don't go back. You're almost dead, yet you're still making such a fuss. You might as well leave your life here today." Zhou Qingfang waved his sleeves, and a green wooden flying sword flew out from his sleeves. The terrifying aura it exuded made the surrounding cultivators retreat. Top-tier magical weapon, the cultivators stared with envy. The vast majority of Foundation establishment cultivators wield top-tier magical instruments, whose power far surpasses that of superior-grade instruments. Only the truly impoverished could afford to use superior-grade instruments, though these were certainly not ordinary superior grade. After all, a Foundation establishment cultivator, relying solely on their immense magical power, the might of their second-tier spells, and their spiritual awareness, could crush most key condensation cultivators. If they also possessed a top-tier magical instrument, a key condensation cultivator would have little chance of engaging a higher-tier cultivator. HMPH, the Su family patriarch snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black cone emitting a chilling aura flew out from his sleeve, directly meeting the azure flying sword. A clang of metal clashed. The azure blade and the black cone collided in mid-air, sending forth 1,000 sparks of fire. The clouds above seemed to rip apart. Those nearby retreated, not daring to approach within a few miles of the area, fearing accidental injury. The black ice cone and the azure flying sword both reversed course, their shimmering light flickering. "Hurry!" Zhou Qingfang formed a sword gesture with his fingers, ready to summon more magic power. Suddenly, the azure sword split into 9 shadowy forms, like a rainbow piercing the sun, striking at the vital points on the Su family ancestor's body. The Su family ancestor slapped his storage bag, and a miniature black mountain flew out. In the wind, it grew to several feet in size and stood above the Su family ancestor's head. The overwhelming pressure it emanated also indicated that it was also a top-level magical weapon. The Su family ancestor, now over 200 years old and nearing his end, possessed 2 top-level magical weapons, which was not surprising. However, Zhou Qingfang's foundation was somewhat lacking. If he had another few decades, he might have been able to obtain another top-level magical weapon. There weren't many top-level magical weapons in the entire Great Way. After all, there were very few weaponsmiths capable of refining top-level magical weapons, even rarer than alchemists capable of refining second-level elixirs. The Su family ancestor's invitation to the Lei family was rewarded with these 2 top-level magical weapons. After all, if he died, the Su family would be left without a foundation, and even with a vast formation, it would be difficult to maintain control. Of course, the Su family had weathered this crisis in advance. A yellow light showered down, shielding the Su family patriarch. 9 phantoms landed on the translucent yellow screen, barely causing ripples. But the next moment, the Su family patriarch himself suddenly vomited black blood. He was nearing the end of his lifespan, and such a fierce battle was unsuitable for him. Otherwise, he would have been confident of easily defeating Zhou Qingfang, forcing him to retreat within the Zhou family's formation. Controlling 2 top-tier magical instruments is still too much of a strain, the Su family patriarch thought to himself, then telepathically transmitted a message to Su Yuan's, "Begin the attack." The more chaotic the situation, the more likely the Lei family will intervene. Su Yuan's received the message and immediately declared, "Su family, follow me, destroy the Zhou family, kill." The Zhou family also launched their attack. Martial arts masters versus martial arts masters, cultivators versus cultivators. Whether in the air or on the ground, the battle was fierce. Boom boom boom, dust flew as the blows clashed. Waves of air surged. The Su family's momentum was completely different from the previous battle. They were all filled with fighting spirit, so for a moment, the Zhou family and their allies were unable to gain the upper hand. The battle raged on. However, 2 people were watching from the periphery. One was Su Mingwei, dozens of miles away from the battlefield, his foundation building consciousness far from being able to cover such a large area. The other was a Lei family foundation building cultivator, perched atop a green gourd, suspended high in the air, more than 10 miles from the battlefield. Yet, Su Mingwei could vaguely make out their figures. Sure enough, the Su family has friendly forces, they must be foundation building cultivators. Otherwise, the Su family members and their allies wouldn't be so confident and so eager to fight. Su Mingwei pondered, a headache brewing. If the Zhou family's ancestor is killed in a surprise attack, then all our Su family's plans will be in vain. We can only proceed slowly. However, the Su family has been increasingly noticed, and they can't hide their situation for much longer. There was a Su family ancestor who was about to die. The Zhou family's greatest fortune was that he killed him and only suffered a few injuries himself. But now that the Su family has a foundation establishment helper, the Zhou family is in a very precarious situation. I wonder if the Zhou family also has such a trump card. However, Su Mingwei thought it unlikely. The Zhou family has only been a fourth-rank family for a little over 20 years. Networks and other things take a long time to accumulate. The Su family must have paid a huge price to hire foundation establishment helper. The Zhou family didn't need to do the same. After all, the Zhou family's ancestor had just achieved a breakthrough and still had nearly 2 decades of life left. There was plenty of time to establish good relations with the foundation establishment families in the neighboring counties and expand the Zhou family. Should I warn them? No, Su Mingwei immediately retorted. If the Zhou family knew there was a foundation establishment cultivator lurking in the dark, they would have retreated out of caution. If we don't fight this battle, the Zhou family might well have planned to outlast the Su family's ancestor and then destroy the Su family. What benefit would my Su family gain? Would that mean I'm just stealing food from the Zhou family? The Zhou family had originally harbored similar plans. However, due to the Su family's actions, the other families harbored resentment and sided with the Zhou family. Both sides then began to woo the martial arts families in the county, leading to the current situation. Su Mingwei's eyes flickered. Then I'll wait for the foundation establishment cultivator to make his move, then I'll intervene. Even if I can't stop him completely, my attacks should be able to deflect or delay him. However, this location is a bit far. It's best to be a few miles away, so my arrows can stop his attack. After a moment's deliberation, Su Mingwei left the hilltop and slowly approached. Fortunately, the frenzied battle left no room for attention. Old Ghost Su, you've spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Your lifespan has dwindled again, hasn't it? None of your business, the Su family patriarch snorted, manipulating the mystic ice cone to collide with the azure flying sword. If he had any remaining energy, he would have attacked Zhou Qingfang himself. However, a red shield, engraved with a ferocious beast, now floated around him, revealing itself to be a fine defensive weapon. Compared to these aristocratic immortal families who have accumulated power over hundreds of years, my Su family's heritage is truly lacking. Su Mingwei sighed inwardly. Green wood sword technique, heaven-reaching swordwood. The azure flying sword suddenly emitted a clanging sound, and a surge of green wood energy surged. With a flying sword as its core, a giant azure sword phantom formed around him. Go! Zhou Qingfang formed a sword technique with his hands, driving the giant sword. The Su family patriarch suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, forcing out a stream of blood essence, which then sank into the mystic ice cone. The mysterious ice cone quickly absorbed the essence, a faint red glow flashing. The Su family patriarch clasped his hands together, his eyes blazing as he shouted, "Mysterious ice peak, condense!" Countless cold energy erupted from the mysterious ice cone, rapidly condensing into a small ice peak. Foundation establishment cultivators unleashed their mana, their magic formulas, and the full power of their top-tier magical instruments. This is the true reason all key cultivators fear foundation establishment cultivators. With this attack, 7 or 8 key cultivators at the Great Perfection stage would likely be killed or severely injured. The 10-foot-long green wood giant sword collided with a mysterious ice peak, creating a sound like the cracking of the sky, showering the ground with countless ice shards. Zhou Qingfang was using all his might, forcing the Su family patriarch to consume his lifespan, a move the patriarch understood. But this also presented an opportunity, a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. The Lei family foundation establishment cultivator on the green guard smiled as he quickly approached, saying, "Both the Su and Zhou families are quite resourceful. They've created an opportunity so quickly." Chapter 147 I am doing this for the sake of convenience. As they approached, the Lei family foundation establishment cultivator slapped his storage bag, and a small golden sword flew out. It was a fine quality magical weapon. For a foundation establishment cultivator, wielding a top-tier magical weapon inevitably creates a commotion, hindering a surprise attack. But as he formed a sword seal, the golden edge was restrained. Even if I fully unleash the power of a top-tier magical weapon, I won't be able to perfectly wield a defensive magical weapon. Unless I possess a top-tier magical weapon like the Su family ancestor, who only needs a small amount of mana to defend himself. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. I don't even have such a defensive magical weapon. It would be a shame to leave it with someone who is nearing his end, Let's kill the Zhou family's younger brother first, go. The golden flying sword transformed into a streak of golden light, circled, and attacked from behind the Zhou family ancestor. The Zhou family ancestor was concentrating on wielding the green wood giant sword to fight the Su family ancestor. He only noticed the golden flying sword as it approached, but by then, it was too late for him to react. At that moment, a streak of black light pierced the clouds and pierced the sky. It landed precisely a few feet behind the Zhou ancestor, and with a clang, it sent the golden flying sword flying. The crimson shield blocked most of the violent impact. The Zhou ancestor then realized that the Su family had a foundation establishment cultivator lurking nearby, but a moment's thought quickly led him to guess that they must be hired helpers. Break! A violent explosion erupted at the point where the two top-tier magical instruments collided. The shocking blast sent the instruments flying, sending both the men back dozens of feet before coming to a stop. Zhou Qingfang immediately slapped his storage bag, pulled out a pill, and swallowed it. The Su ancestor spat out another mouthful of black blood. At his utterly exhausted state, no pills would be effective. He could only watch helplessly as his life slipped away. Which fellow Taoist is secretly harming someone? Are you too ashamed to come forward? Zhou Qingfang's spiritual sense surveyed the surroundings. Seeing there was no chance of a surprise attack, the Lei family's foundation building cultivator also controlled a green-skinned gourd to fly over, appearing in Zhou Qingfang's sight. Zhou Qingfang's eyes were filled with vigilance, his green wooden sword in hand, his red shield ready to activate its defensive light barrier. Fellow Taoist Su, this isn't my fault. If it weren't for that sudden attack, the Zhou family's youngster would have been dead. The Su family's patriarch's eyes grew increasingly cloudy. The previous battle had left him with less than a month of his 6-month lifespan. This is fate. The rest depends on your own strength. Even if I die today, I will kill the Zhou family's youngster. Otherwise, my Su family will never have peace again. To make up for what happened before, I can help you a little. Thank you, the Su family's patriarch said, cupping his fists from afar. He then turned to Zhou Qingfang. Young Zhou family, I didn't expect you to be so prepared. If so, please invite the fellow Taoists you invited to help. Zhou Qingfang was still terrified, and he wondered who had attacked. Seeing his silence, the Su family patriarch said, Fellow Taoist, aren't you planning to come out? Su Mingwei pondered for a moment, then, grasping the inked dragon bow, stepped on his sword and soared into the sky, landing beside Zhou Qingfang. Not only did the Su family patriarch and the Lei family foundation establishment assess him, but Zhou Qingfang did too. Junior, aren't you going to call out the master behind you? The Lei family foundation establishment said disdainfully. An 8th level key training junior could be destroyed with a single blow. Su Mingwei smiled faintly and made a hand gesture. An arrow flew from a distance and landed in Su Mingwei's hand. That was you just now. The Lei family foundation establishment's eyes flashed with shock. The Su family patriarch and Zhou Qingfang were equally amazed. Su family, Su Mingwei greets the three seniors. Su Mingwei bowed. Su family? The three of them pondered. Was there a noble family in Yuhu County, or perhaps even in the Great Wei, with the surname Su? Seniors, there's no need to speculate. My Su family is unknown, so naturally, we're not in your sight, the Lei family foundation building master said. Unknown? The fact that you were able to deflect my previous attack proves that your arrow possesses the power of great key perfection. It's rare for someone at the 8th level of key training to achieve this. Your energy surges, like a master. If it weren't for your ability to wield magical instruments, I would have mistaken you for a martial arts expert. The Su family patriarch coughed twice and said, Boy, the Zhou family's younger generation doesn't seem to recognize you, but you're hindering our Su family's good fortune. Do you want to kill us too? Exactly. At this point, even if Su Mingwei said otherwise, the 3% wouldn't believe him. Zhou Qingfang said calmly, Thank you for your help just now, young friend. When this battle is over, my Zhou family will surely reward you handsomely. Senior Zhou, although my Su family is unknown, we would like to share in the pie. Is that possible? Su Mingwei suddenly sent a telepathic message. Zhou Qingfang responded, On behalf of the Zhou family, I welcome you to come and help. He naturally didn't elaborate on why he hadn't come sooner. After all, he had never heard of the Su family before. Perhaps they were truly unknown, but they had produced a talented cultivator. Such families were not uncommon in the Wei dynasty. Senior, the situation is not good. The other side has 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Although I pride myself on my strength in the key training realm, I'm not sure if I could truly defeat a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Zhou Qingfang remained silent. He did have a trump card, a highly destructive one, but it could only deal with one person, and activating it would likely consume a considerable amount of mana. He had already used up a lot of it, and although the elixir he had just swallowed had restored some of it, it was only a drop in the bucket and would take time. Young friend, if you have any ideas, just let me know. My Su family wants 30% of the Su family's resources, including spiritual fields, spiritual rice, spiritual medicines, elixirs, spiritual stones, magical instruments, and so on. We also want copies of all the Taoist scriptures, but we don't need the originals. Furthermore, we must give me one of the 2 top-tier magical instruments in the Su family ancestors' possession, without a big appetite. Zhou Qingfang's brows suddenly furrowed. The Su family had accumulated wealth for hundreds of years, and an unknown family was asking for 30% of its resources without any fear of being overwhelmed. Young man, you are so arrogant. It seems that you are sure that you can help my Zhou family win. Senior Zhou only needs to deal with the ancestor of the Su family. The other senior who is in the foundation building stage will be left to me. Senior Zhou should be able to deal with the ancestor of the Su family alone. Zhou Qingfang pondered for a moment and said, of course, but are you really sure, senior? Just trust me, otherwise you would have died just now. Okay, if you can really delay until I kill the ancestor of the Su family, I agree to the conditions you proposed just now. If they lose this battle, all the promises made by the Zhou family to other families will be empty talk, and his Zhou family may also be defeated. Although this guy barged in mid-flight, I believe he's been secretly watching for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved me by such a coincidence. And he dared to offer such a condition in front of a Foundation Establishment cultivator like me. He must have his own reasons. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingfang looked at the Su family ancestor and said, Old Ghost Su, it's time to start the second battle. Let me see you off, young Zhou family member. Please don't speak nonsense. Zhou Qingfang led the Su family ancestor away while fighting. The Lei family Foundation Establishment cultivator looked at Su Mingwei with interest. Su family member, it seems that you have reached some kind of agreement with the Zhou family Foundation Establishment cultivator. But do you think that just because you could break my attack just now, you can stop me? I dare not, Su Mingwei said with a faint smile. But you, senior, are only here to help. There is no need to risk your life. The Lei family Foundation Establishment cultivator remained silent. Su Mingwei then added, Senior Zhou, having only recently completed his foundation building, dares to risk his life against the Su family's ancestor, who is nearing his end. Do you think he doesn't have a trump card? Perhaps even Senior's life would be in danger if you were to get involved. A sneer crossed the Lei family's face. So, I should actually thank you, youngster, for stopping me. His eyes gleamed with fury, as if he were about to strike. Senior, you are from the Lei family, right? This statement instantly caused the Lei family's brow to furrow. Of the Su family, only Patriarch Su Yuan's and the Su family's ancestor were privy to his knowledge of his membership. I truly cannot stop you, senior, but you haven't revealed your identity, presumably because you don't want the other families in Yuhu County to know about the Lei family's involvement, Su Mingwei said. The prestige of a first-rank family is immense. If the Lei family openly defends the Su family, I'm afraid the Zhou family wouldn't dare target them. I don't know the hidden truth, and I don't want to know. But for the sake of this token, please refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Su and Zhou families. Su Mingwei swept his hand across his storage bag, and a token flew out, shooting into the hands of a Lei family foundation building cultivator. My Lei family token? How did you get one? The Lei family foundation building cultivator's expression suddenly changed, a look of shock in his eyes. This token is only bestowed upon those who have rendered great assistance to the Lei family and are considered of great value to the Lei family. Anyone holding a token is treated with respect by the Lei family. I remember that my Lei family hasn't given out this token in decades. Could this person be the descendant of someone from over 100 years ago? Wait, no, we just got one recently. The Dan Palace's priest who helped my Lei family refine the King Ho Pill, Taoist Sanshu. The King Ho Pill is a Lei family secret, known only to a few Lei family cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. It can extend the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator by 30 years, and of key condensation cultivators and ordinary people by 60 years. It's an extremely precious elixir that increases longevity. The Lei family gifted Taoist Sanchu the Lei family token to establish a friendly relationship with him after his successful refinement. This token shouldn't belong to you. Who is it from, my father, Taoist Sanchu? Su Mingwei said with a bow. It was indeed him. Personally recommended by Yun Hongzi, he became the 13th priest. He left the Dan Palace after less than a year and has not returned since. He not only refined the King Ho pill, but also completed the recipe for the Divine Mind pill. His alchemy skills are almost as good as Yun Hongzi's, and he's only at the key condensation stage. If he could break through to the foundation establishment stage, his alchemy skills might surpass Yun Hongzi's, making him the foremost alchemist in Great Wei. Such a figure would naturally be valued and befriended by the Lei family. Yes, Taoist Sanchu calls himself a self-proclaimed independent cultivator. Most independent cultivators may be orphaned, but some simply practice cultivation abroad, while others have family descendants remaining in the world. This Taoist Sanchu's real name is Su, and his information also states that he's from Yuhu County. It seems he comes from an obscure family in Yuhu County, but this presents a dilemma. The Lei family's foundation establishment sighed inwardly. He had come here to help the Su family, but Taoist Sanchu and his son sided with the Zhou family, presumably indicating his support for the Zhou family, aiming to destroy the Su family and divide up their profound Taoist treasures. Was it to enmity with Taoist Sanchu for 2 top-tier magical instruments, or to do him a favor and give up the top-tier magical instruments? The Lei family's foundation-building efforts were also in a dilemma. Immortal cultivators are either balancing gains and losses or on their path. Su Mingwei, noticing his expression, sighed. It seems a token alone isn't significant enough. My father's alchemy skills are unparalleled. I wonder if he'll buy into my promise, using his skills as leverage. Father allowed me to do what's convenient for me, so I guess this counts. Su Mingwei immediately added, my father once said that the Lei family is a respected first-class family. This time, I'm doing them a favor. If they have any rare elixirs or something like that, I'll help them 3 times without compensation. I believe the Lei family will need it when the time comes. If they really want to protect the Su family at all costs, then my Su family has no objection and will retreat when faced with difficulties, after careful consideration. The Lei family's foundation-building master transmitted his spiritual consciousness. Since you are a descendant of Master Sanchu, I will not make things difficult for you. My Lei family also owes Master Sanchu a favor, and now that Master Sanchu has promised to refine elixirs for our family 3 times without compensation, I will not participate in the dispute between Su and Zhou. However, if the Su family's ancestor wins, I will take the promised item. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. Please don't reveal my origins. Junior understands, this Great Wei is, after all, part of the Cao family. Each county town is essentially autonomous, and internal conflicts are resolved internally. Interference by other noble families might not be a major concern, but if the 3 first-rank noble families, Jiang, Lei, and Lin, were to interfere in the county towns, it would undoubtedly arouse the unease of the imperial Cao clan. This is especially true with such a shift in dominance. They could be suspected of attempting to control the county town. With the Cao clan's golden core ancestor still alive, even the 3 first-rank noble families with deep roots would not proactively provoke their anger, as such consequences were unbearable for them. In that case, it's better to play out the drama, Su Mingwei said. The Lei family's foundation-building master grinned and nodded slightly. This boy, he said. Su Mingwei immediately drew his bow and fired 3 arrows in a row. Each shot was followed by another, and the arrows, if left alone, would return to Su Mingwei's side. What a powerful arrow. He's at the 8th level of key training, and yet he can pull that off? That precious bow is only a mid-grade magical weapon, and the arrows appear to be low-grade. So, does the power of that arrow come from its own strength? The Lei family's foundation-building cultivator quickly realized that the precious bow wasn't just an ordinary mid-grade magical weapon. There must be a secret within it, otherwise it wouldn't possess the power of a top-grade magical weapon. Furthermore, this was a 3-arrow burst, equivalent to the opponent simultaneously taking the attacks of 3 top-grade magical weapons. Even with a high-quality defensive magical weapon, even a key training master at a great perfection wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. This boy's combat prowess is truly extraordinary, already threatening a foundation-building cultivator. This is rare even in the Imperial City. However, the Lei family's foundation-building cultivator didn't know this, This was merely Su Minghui's ordinary attack. Even if he truly exerted all his strength, his magical power surging, he wouldn't be able to fire 3 arrows simultaneously. At least not yet. The two exchanged views as they fought. Su Xianyao, may I ask where your father is right now, or where your Su family is in Yuhu County? Su Minghui replied with a faint smile, it won't be long before Senior Lei will know where my Su family is. Oh, and you still don't know Senior Lei's name, that's right. If the Su family gets the Su family's foundation, it won't be long before even an ordinary family can quickly rise and become another immortal cultivation family in Yuhu County. By then, the Su family will be a prominent family in a great way, listed in the Immortal book, and will not be as unknown as it is now. After pondering for a moment, the Lei family said, the Lei family, Lei Hecken. Chapter 148 Talisman. 3 arrows. Elsewhere, the Su family patriarch, seeing his plan thwarted, was determined to perish alongside Zhou Qingfang. Zhou Qingfang, too, sought a quick victory, preventing the Su family from aiding and killing the Su family's unexpected young man and then joining the Su family patriarch in a siege. If that happened, he would be in grave danger himself. Both sides, with almost no regard for their magical power, threw all their energy into the fight. The mysterious ice cone flickered with cold light, while the green wood sword shone with azure aura. The two top-tier magical instruments clashed in mid-air, emitting 1,000 bursts of starlight. Every time the mysterious ice cone and the sword's edge made contact, a piercing chill emanated, condensing countless tiny frost particles within a 30-foot radius. The green wood sword, with its dragon-like chant and a shimmering azure light, seemed to sever every ray of light it passed. The clash between the two treasures caused the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Ice crystals and wood spirit energy tangled and tore apart in the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound like silk ripping. Less than half a minute elapsed. The Su family patriarch's magical power suddenly stalled, and he suddenly vomited blood. The black ice cone was instantly blasted away by the aura of the green wood sword. He forced himself to remain calm, attempting to control and recall the black ice cone, confident that the green wood sword would not easily penetrate Xuanmo Peak's defensive light barrier. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhou Qingfang withdraw sword-shaped talisman from his storage bag. Zhou Qingfang poured approximately 30% of his magical power into it. The next moment, the talisman erupted into 1,000 azure rays, illuminating an area 100 feet in a shimmering azure. Ancient seal characters shimmered within the azure light, swirling and moving like living creatures. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard, and the azure light in the sky suddenly contracted, condensing in mid-air into a 3-foot-long azure blade. The sword's blade resembled a carved jadeite, its veins flowing with liquid wood spirit energy. 9 azure jade talismans on the hilt flickered in a lingering pattern. A strange fragrance filled the air. This astonishing sight caused Lei Hecken to stop playing with Su Minghui and stop to watch, exclaiming, "Talisman treasure!" Su Minghui was also fascinated by it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, Senior Lei, what is a talisman treasure?" Lei Hecken smiled in surprise. Talisman treasure is a rubbing of a magic weapon. It has some of the power of a magic weapon and is extremely rare. Even my Lei family has it. Suddenly feeling that he had said too much, Lei Hecken changed the subject and said, "Zhou Qingfang is lucky to have obtained a talisman treasure, but it looks like he only has one last use of its power." He looked at Su Minghui and said, "You really guessed it right. If I join forces with the Su family ancestor, I guess he will use this only chance on me. After all, the Su family ancestor is already on his last legs and it's not worth it. This time, he must want to quickly get rid of the Su family ancestor so that he can free up his hands to deal with me." Zhou Qingfang thought so. Lei Hecken was merely providing assistance. With the Su family ancestor's death, the Su family's power was gone. And they would certainly not fight to the death with the Zhou family. At most, they would pay a price. The Su family ancestor naturally knew about the talisman, but the Su family had never possessed one. Under Zhou Qingfang's control, the 3-foot green peak formed by the talisman pierced the light curtain formed by the Xuanmo Peak like a green beam. The Su family ancestor's eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer cared about the Xuanbing cone. He focused all his energy on the Xuanmo Peak, pouring all his magic power into it. Suddenly, a yellow light intensified. Clang! The 3-foot green peak collided with a yellow light curtain, causing the Su family ancestor to cough up blood again. "Stop it!" Then, in an instant, the yellow light curtain was pierced by the 3-foot green peak, piercing his heart along with it. Why is destiny not in my Su family? I hate it. His life force quickly faded, and a moment later, the Su family ancestor was dead. Zhou Qingfang let out a long breath, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the lost Xuan Moftang and the Su family ancestor's storage bag, retrieving the Xuan Bin Cone as well. The Su family's destiny is not with us. Lei Hekun let out a wry smile. This trip has been in vain for me today. Su family boy, remember your promise today. I'll return the token. With that, he returned the token and immediately controlled a green-skinned gourd to fly away. Act according to your own convenience. Act according to your own convenience. Su Mingwei put away the token, muttered a few words, and flew towards Zhou Qingfang, meeting him shortly thereafter. Zhou Qingfang was surprised to see him safe and sound. Su Mingwei clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior Zhou. I have fulfilled my mission." As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the Su family ancestor's storage bag. Zhou Qingfang hesitated for a moment before finally sighing, "Never mind. Since I've already agreed, I'm not one to go back on my word. However, I killed the Su family's ancestor, and his storage bag is my trophy. As for one of the top-tier magical instruments, I'll grant you this mysterious ice cone. But if you'd like to trade it, you can contact my Zhou family. We'll definitely offer you a satisfactory price." With that, Zhou Qingfang withdrew the mysterious ice cone and handed it to Su Mingwei. The mysterious ice cone barely hovered above Su Mingwei's palm, and he felt a surge of extreme cold piercing his skin, threatening to penetrate his blood and bone marrow. A fine magical instrument. Without boasting, Su Mingwei glanced at it before placing it in his storage bag. "Su, my friend, let's go. This battle should finally come to an end." The two flew towards the battlefield of key training and martial arts masters. The Su family's ancestor is dead. Aside from the Su family's disciples, anyone who has been bewitched by this will join us in besieging the Su family, and our Zhou family will hold them harmless. What a brilliant move. Now the Su family is under siege from all sides, Su Mingwei thought to himself. Zhou Qingfang retrieved the Su family's ancestor's body. Everyone looked on. "Ancestor," Su Yuan cried in grief and indignation. Countless members of the Su family were also filled with anger, but many began to grow fearful and began to consider fleeing. "Qianyuan, I'll leave this to you for now, ancestor, rest assured. This battle will surely destroy the Su family." Zhou Qingfang nodded slightly. Then said to Su Mingwei, "My mana has been greatly depleted. I need to recover first. Young friend Su, you can assist me here. Our Zhou family keeps its word. We will keep our promises, thank you, senior." After Zhou Qingfang left, Su Mingwei soared into the air, stepping on his sword. Yang Wenfeng stared at the familiar figure, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, a look of shock and disbelief etched across his face. "Is it him? How could it be him? It shouldn't be him. How did Su Mingwei suddenly become an immortal cultivator? Was everything he did back then just a trick on our Yang family?" The Su family has been patient until now, only jumping into the conflict between the Su and Zhou families. What are they planning? Go to hell. The Su family members were already frantic, willing to pay the price, even if it meant one for another, for the Zhou family and their so-called allies. Yang Wenfeng had no time to dwell on this moment. Any negligence could lead to his death. Suddenly, a figure flew over. "It's you. If it weren't for you, how could our Su family have ended up like this?" The man's eyes were bloodshot and red. It was Su Yuan's, the patriarch of the Su family. However, he no longer had the same spirit he had before. His crown had been shattered at some point, his hair disheveled, and he looked like a madman. With such a large family overthrown in a single day, who wouldn't go mad? Su Mingwei rode away on his sword, his speed 3 times faster than the Su family patriarch. He drew his bow and aimed it at Su Yuan's. Although Su Yuan's was protected by the exquisite Zuan Wu seal, he had been in battle for a long time and his magic power was less than 50%, so he couldn't hold out for much longer. "If I were you, I would do everything in my power to escape. Even if you were alone, the Su family might still have hope," Su Mingwei said calmly. "Come to me, it's your worst decision. It's not too late to kill you before you leave, patriarch. Do you want to help?" Su Yuan's is quite formidable, second uncle. This man suddenly appeared and is valued by the ancestors. "I think he's extraordinary. We should just wait and see what happens," Zhou Qianyuan said. "Then I'll follow the patriarch's orders. I'll go and kill the other Su family members first." Zhou Qianyuan silently observed the battle between Su Yuan's and Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei held back nothing. A single arrow pierced the clouds in air, knocking Su Yuan's away. Cracks appeared in the light curtain activated by the Zhuan Wu seal. Zhou Xiaoyun was horrified. He and his second uncle, one at the 9th and one at the late 8th levels of key training, had attacked for ages, wielding top-grade magical instruments, yet they hadn't managed to create a single crack. One strike. Just one strike. Su Yuan's, similarly startled, was horrified and immediately attempted to flee. But how could Su Mingwei allow a key training master, hostile to the Su family, to escape? After all, it wouldn't be long before the Su family officially emerged from Yuhu County, making it difficult to remain hidden. All future troubles must be eradicated. A second arrow struck the same spot, creating a crack that instantly expanded to cover half the light curtain. A third arrow pierced the Zhuan Wu seal's defensive light curtain, causing it to tremble slightly, its light dimming, unable to activate the barrier immediately. This strike also pierced Su Yuan's head. With a terrifying bow and arrow, Zhou Xiaoyun believed that once he reached perfect key training, his position as the head of the Zhou family would allow him to wield fine magical instruments, making him no weaker than Su Yuan's. Yet, such a formidable cultivator was only able to withstand 3 arrows from an 8th level key training cultivator. Of course, Zhou Xiaoyun didn't know that these 3 arrows also consumed 30% of Su Mingwei's mana. Furthermore, even if Su Yuan's were at full power, this wouldn't be enough. In a fair fight, Su Mingwei would need at least 7 or 8 arrows to kill someone like Su Yuan's. Su Mingwei dashed past like lightning, collecting the Zhuan Wu seal and the other magical instruments. Su Yuan's storage bag was also his trophy. However, aside from the Zhuan Wu seal, the other 2 items were only of top-grade quality. Su Mingwei felt a little disappointed. A quick glance at the storage bag revealed several bottles of elixirs, over 100 spirit stones, and 2 manuals, Bloodline Attraction and Soul Confinement. Su Mingwei's eyes lit up. These 2 spells were exactly what the Su family needed. Bloodline Attraction could leave a legacy of blood within the clan, and using this blood to perform secret techniques, it could later reveal the location of family members and track them down. Even after death, the effect would persist for a period of time. However, if the body was destroyed immediately, it would be useless. Soul binding was a secret technique that placed a barrier around a person's spirit, preventing them from prying. If someone forcibly searched their soul without a means to prevent the soul binding from erupting, nothing useful would be found. Of course, this would likely only prevent Qianyuan Foundation establishment cultivators from forcibly searching their souls. The Jinan stage cultivators were too powerful and had long lifespans, so there should be a way to prevent such secret techniques from working. Chapter 149 Good luck today. With the Su family's former allies defecting one after another, the Su family suffered a crushing defeat. Each family vented their resentment for their fallen members on the Su family. Within a quarter of an hour, every Su family member who had emerged from the formation had perished. Most had been attacked by multiple attackers. The Zhou family and their allies, with their superior numbers, suffered few casualties, with only a dozen or so unfortunate individuals dragged along by the Su family members. Seeing the outcome was inevitable, Zhou Xiaoyun, alarmed by Su Mingwei's actions, flew over to inquire about his background. Fellow Taoist, thank you for killing the Su family patriarch. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult for us to kill him, and he might even have escaped. Seeing him approach, Su Mingwei hid his storage bag within his arms. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Su Yuan was killed single-handedly by you. My Zhou family has long stated that the spoils of war belong to the family. I see. Su Mingwei nodded slightly, then said, the Su family, Su Mingwei, the Su family. No matter how hard Zhou Xiaoyun thought, he couldn't find a hidden immortal family like the Su family in Yuhu County. Fellow Taoist, you're not from my Yuhu County family. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. My Su family is just a small, unknown family in Yuhu County. How could it possibly catch the eye of the Zhou family head? Did the family rise to prominence because of an incredibly talented immortal cultivator? Zhou Xiaoyun understood instantly. This kind of thing was common. After all, it wasn't just immortal families that could produce cultivators with true spiritual roots or above. Even ordinary families could have it. It was just that the relative probability was higher for immortal families. However, he has cultivated to the 8th level of key training, but is still not famous in Yuhu County. This Su family is really patient. Besides, has this person traveled to other counties to cultivate before? It is impossible for him to reach the 8th level of key training at such a young age just by staying in the family without a lot of resources for cultivation. Zhou Xiaoyu looked at Su Mingwei. His blood and energy were so vigorous that he almost mistook him for a warrior. However, based on his appearance, he could also infer that his age should not be over 60 years old. I won't be able to help you with the attack on the Su family formation next, right? Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned. Brother Su, aren't you planning to join us in the attack on the Su family? No, with so many people attacking, one more or one less won't make a difference. With all our strength, we should be able to break through in less than an hour. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. Nearly 70% to 80% of Yuhu County's combat power is here. If we still can't destroy the Su family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Yuhu County itself? Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Brother Su, that makes sense. Besides, your ancestors have agreed to destroy the Su family this time. My Su family will exclusively own 30% of the resources, including spiritual stone medicinal fields, spiritual medicines, spiritual stone magic tools, and more. As for the Taoist scriptures and secret techniques, my Su family doesn't want the originals, but we want copies of all of them. What? Zhou Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. 30% of the Su family's resources would be enough to create a top-tier 5th-grade family, even surpassing the Yuan family, the current top key training family in Yuhu County. Master Zhou doesn't believe it? If it were a lie that could be easily exposed, how could I, Su, dare to speak in front of Master Zhou? Su Mingwei smiled faintly. Are you serious? Why did the ancestor, the Su family also has a trump card? Senior Zhou was nearly killed in the surprise attack, and I, Su, just happened to break the siege, and in the process, delayed the Su family reinforcements. Master Zhou, do you think this feat can earn me 30% of the Su family's wealth? The Su family reinforcements, is that the golden-robed monk sitting on the gourd? Zhou Xiaoyu had caught a glimpse of him from afar, but he was too far away to accurately determine his realm. However, to dare to serve as reinforcements for the Su family in this battle, he must be a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. If the Zhou family ancestor dies, the Zhou family will surely be defeated. This feat is a major achievement, worth 30% of the Su family's resources. Zhou Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then looked up, a hint of regret in his eyes. He then said, since our ancestor has already promised, after this battle is over and our Zhou family has sorted out the resources, can we send someone to deliver them? Or could you, Brother Su, come to our Zhou family and collect them? I'd better trouble the head of the Zhou family to send someone. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded slightly. By the way, Brother Su, please understand one thing. All families contributed to this battle, and therefore all will receive a share of the Su family's resources. Our Zhou family has promised to distribute them according to their contributions. We will also disclose these details to the other families, otherwise it will be difficult to silence the rumors. Brother Su was not involved in our discussions, so he probably doesn't know about this. No problem, Su Mingwei said dismissively. He was trying to make the Su family retreat? If it were an ordinary family, they might be wary, worried that they couldn't hold on to so many resources. But the Su family had already made every possible preparation. If they were not, they would not have rashly interfered in this dispute between the Su and Zhou families. Su Mingwei continued, I believe the Zhou family will explain why our Su family received only 30%. If you're not convinced and want to come and demand an explanation, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhou Xiaoyu's heart trembled. An ordinary person in the late key training stage would likely be killed with a single arrow. Then may I ask where the Su family is? The Su family of Dongxi, King Jiang, farewell. Su Mingwei calmly stepped on his sword and departed. This person is truly extraordinary. I believe our Zhou family will explain. Isn't it clear that if anyone harasses the Su family over resource allocation, it will be our fault? But Su Mingwei's figure suddenly disappeared into the distance. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching him disappear into the twilight. After a long moment, he murmured, I'm afraid our Zhou family may not fully benefit from this conflict between Su and Zhou. As he finished speaking, a gust of late winter wind swept past, leaving him feeling a little dreary. The Zhou family suffered the most casualties among the other families. And the Zhou family also provided the elixirs for the other families, which was a huge expense. Of this, 20% must be shared among their so-called allies. Originally, they could have received 80%, but now only half remains. After offsetting the losses from this battle and promising benefits to some martial arts families, the remainder is likely to be similar to what the Su family received. The Su family of Dongxi, they are truly extraordinary. I hope the Zhou and Su families of the future will not be the Su and Zhou families of today. The Su family's sudden appearance has caused great wariness in the Zhou family. If they threaten the Zhou family in the future, they may resort to coercion, or even annihilation, just as they did with the Su family in the past. 2 or 3 hours later, Su Mingwei returned to the Su family and handed over all his belongings. And then, the Su family, a family that has existed for centuries, has been annihilated. In the Wangxin courtyard, in the study. Father, that's roughly what happened. 30% of the Su family's wealth, a top-tier ice-attributed attacking magic weapon, the mysterious ice cone, a fine defensive magic weapon, the black tortoise seal, and 2 top-grade magic weapons, bloodline attraction and soul confinement. This trip has yielded quite a lot, it's all thanks to Father. After saying that, he returned the Lei family token with a smile and asked curiously, did Father expect the Lei family to go and provide assistance? No, Su Chuan shook his head. I just thought it would save your life if you were in danger. Why doesn't my son believe it? Su Chuan chuckled. Believe it or not, leave the things behind and do what you need to do. Yunnu is almost at the peak of the 8th level of key training. Once he reaches that point, he can directly break through to the 9th level without having to overcome the bottleneck. You must also catch up as soon as possible, but don't get carried away by what you did today. Becoming a family of immortal cultivators will also bring many corresponding things. I see, Father. Su Mingwei bowed and said, what about my father-in-law and the others? Tell them about the situation in the county town tomorrow, and they might leave that same day. Su Mingwei nodded slightly and immediately left the study. It's auspicious indeed. He chuckled twice and immediately began to read bloodline pooling and soul confinement, to see if he could learn them quickly. He had only asked for divination today to inquire about Su Mingwei's fortune. The divination indicated that he would save the Zhou family's ancestor and gain 30% of the Su family's wealth, a very auspicious hexagram. With this 30% of the Su family's wealth, the Su family would soon be able to gain a firm foothold in Yuhu County. As for the dissatisfaction of some of the key training families in Yuhu County, let them be dissatisfied. If anyone dared to come, the Su family would not give them face. If they went too far, their bodies would be returned as a warning. To gain a firm foothold, it was not enough to just endure, one had to be strong. The next day, Su Mingwei went to the West Wing. What? The battle between the Su and Zhou families is over. Yang Zhao had just taken a sip, barely swallowing it, when he nearly spit it out upon hearing the news. Gulp. His Adam's apple rolled. Yang Zhao's eyes were filled with nervousness. He grabbed Su Mingwei's arms and asked, whose family won? The Zhou family won. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. My Su family has received news that those who participated in the battle have returned to their respective families. Yang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, released his arm, paced back and forth, then turned and asked, how much damage has my Yang family suffered? I don't know exactly, but it's likely significant. Yang Zhao stumbled, finally sitting down in the chair next to Su Mingwei, remaining silent for a long moment. Father-in-law, what are your plans? Tomorrow? No. Today. Yang Shidao and I will leave first. If there are no more problems, we'll find time to send someone to pick up Changer and the others. Su Mingwei nodded slightly, expressionless. Yang Zhao immediately said a few words to Madame Yang and went to find Yang Shicheng and Yang Shidao. Yang Shidao and Yang Zhao immediately rode back to the county capital. Just the two of them, riding at full speed, could reach the county capital in a day and a half. But bringing their families would take at least 2 or 3 days. I hope Dad has a safe journey. Yang Ronghua, Yang Shicheng's family, and Madame Yang all came to the gate of the Su residence to see him off. Su Mingwei shook Yang Ronghua's hand and smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's nothing. At most, there's a little sadness, a bit of shock, and a sense of doubt about life. Yang Ronghua looked at Su Mingwei in confusion and asked, what do you mean by that, husband? My father-in-law will know some of the Su family's background when he goes to the county capital. Aren't the Su family going to keep a low profile? We've already made a high-profile appearance. How can we keep a low profile again? Let's go back. Yes, Yang Ronghua never asked about anything Su Mingwei didn't want to talk about. She just did her job. Uncle, we've arrived at the county capital. Go in. Yang Zhao produced a county lieutenant's token. The soldiers guarding the city gate clasped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord County Lieutenant. Has anything unusual happened in the county capital lately? It seems every household is in mourning, and there's crying and shouting. It must be related to the previous war." "Okay, I understand." He and Yang Shidao exchanged a glance, both looking helpless and a little anxious. They both rode their horses into the city, heading straight for the Yang residence. Chapter 150. Why did you ban my spirit beast hall? As Yang Zhao and Yang Shidao made their way, the streets became much less crowded. And indeed, as the city guards had predicted, all they saw was mourning. In a flash, they arrived at the Yang family's ancestral home. The spring chill still lingered. The red lacquer gates of the Yang family's ancestral home had lost their splendor, and the three lintels were draped with plain silk. Copper bells tied to hemp knots on the eaves wailed in the wind, blending with the cold, late spring north wind of late February and stirring up the frosty shavings of the newly spread mugwort on the steps. Young Master Shidao, Master Zhao, the guards at the gate, all wearing hemp shoes, bowed in greeting. They entered the Yang residence and soon reached the main hall. 7-foot white banners draped from the eaves like silver threads. 12 mourning curtains fluttered in the silent air of the morning hall, and sandalwood and paper ash mingled in a mist. Many members of the Yang family were there, their faces mournful. Hearing the noise outside, Yang Wenfeng turned around and saw Yang Shidao and Yang Zhao. He was surprised and asked, "Why are you two back? I heard that the dispute between the Su and Zhou families has ended, and each family has suffered heavy losses, so my nephew Shidao and I hurried back." As Yang Zhao said this, he looked at the person in the black coffin, and it was actually the Great Elder. "Grand Elder's uncle, how much damage has our Yang family suffered?" 20 innately perfected warriors, 6 grandmasters, and 1 6th level key training cultivator. Only 7 innately perfected, 2 grandmasters, and Yang Yan returned alive. My cousin and the others, they all died in battle. Yang Wenfeng sighed with tears in his eyes and a sad face. "Apart from me, the only grandmaster left alive is the 3rd elder, but one of his arms is crippled. The others also have injuries. 7 or 8 out of 10 of our Yang family's 100 years of martial arts heritage are gone." Yang Shidao's eyes were red, and he said angrily, "How could it be so tragic? Did they say that the Zhou family had a good chance of winning? That's still considered good. If the Zhou family's ancestor hadn't killed the Su family's ancestor at the last moment, and if his corpse hadn't caused the Su family's disciples to become distracted and incited their allies to rebel, more than half of the rest would have died. How is Yin Yan? Why is he nowhere to be seen? He received a barrier-breaking pill from the Zhou family and has been in seclusion trying to reach the late stage of key training. If he succeeds, our Yang family will have an additional deterrent. After all the families have suffered heavy losses. Although the masters of the Chang and Shen families are still alive, they have been seriously injured. 2 late-stage masters have also died, and the head of the Chang family was also killed in battle. Their lives are no better than our Yang family." Yang Zhao sighed. "No matter who wins, the Su or Zhou families will ultimately benefit the most, followed by the other immortal cultivation families, and finally our martial arts families." Yang Wenfeng frowned and suddenly asked a random question, "How are you living at the Su family?" Yang Zhao was stunned. The Su family is indeed different now. There are many rules. They arranged for us to stay in the West Wing. The courtyard is elegant and quiet. But we are not allowed to walk around freely outside the West Wing. The Su family's hospitality is very thorough and impeccable. The younger generations are all outstanding. Duan once fought with Rufang and had a plan. He used his attack to open up his acupoints and broke through to become a first-class warrior in the battle. "What else?" Yang Wenfeng asked again. "Also, the people of Dongxi are all rich and healthy, and loyal to the Su family. By the way, I also suggested that Chuan move the Su family to the county town to help my Yang family. It's a pity that I haven't received a clear response so far." "Alice," Yang Wenfeng suddenly sighed heavily, "it's not your fault. Perhaps the entire Yuhu County is unaware of the extent of the Su family's development." "What do you mean by this, uncle? Let's go to the study to talk." "This is not the place to talk, in the study." The two stood in front of Yang Wenfeng, quietly waiting for him to speak. However, he waited a long while before speaking. "Yang Zhao, you didn't notice anything different about the Su family when you were there. What's different about your son-in-law, Su Mingwei?" "Different?" Yang Zhao pondered for a moment and said, "Even more unfathomable. He once battled my nephew, Shidao, old patriarch. I wanted to fulfill my obsession and asked him to fight me. Unfortunately, Shideo wasn't very effective and was defeated with a single punch, and he didn't even use his innate ki. Yang Shideo sighed. I told him to use his full strength, but I'm not even qualified for that. Of course he wouldn't use innate ki, Yang Wenfeng said. Why? Yang Shideo and Yang Zhao asked in unison, puzzled. Have you ever heard of immortal cultivators retaining innate ki? Immortal cultivators? The two still didn't understand what Yang Wenfeng meant. Su Mingwei is no longer a warrior. He's embarked on the immortal path and become a cultivator. How can a cultivator use his innate true ki to fight an enemy? That's impossible, Yang Shideo said. When I fought him, I could clearly feel the surging ki and blood in his body. It's definitely the ki and blood of a master. 2 days ago, during the conflict between the Su and Zhou families, I saw him soar through the air on his sword, even standing on equal footing with the Zhou family's ancestor. How could this be false? The realm of martial arts masters cannot be hidden from cultivators, but cultivators have many tricks to hide from us warriors. The Su family is never as simple as you appear. They have been patient and silent, accumulating their strength, but now they have made a high-profile appearance in the conflict between the Su and Zhou families. I think they are well prepared and can withstand even a cultivator family. Yang Zhao and Yang Shideo were both shocked and silent. It was even a little hard to believe. I have been a guest in the family of cultivators for so long, and I didn't notice anything? I competed with a cultivator, and was defeated by the force of a single punch? Using magic spells also creates fluctuations in spiritual energy. If Su Mingwei had used one or two, it would have been difficult to hide from Yang Shideo at such a close distance, so he simply used his own strength. At first, I thought the Su family was just an ordinary, small county clan to my Yang family, one we had to look up to and see our faces. Later, I realized their potential and believed they could support my Yang family in the future. However, in the eyes of the Su family, my Yang family was just a clown from the beginning. Now, with just a few claws, we have become an existence we look up to and yearn for, Yang Wenfeng asserted. If the Su family is not destroyed, Yuhu County will surely be dominated by the Zhou and Su families. After a pause, he continued, Yang Zhao, you have the deepest friendship with the Su family, so maintaining this relationship depends on you. I also said that after this battle, you will be the head of my Yang family until you can train a suitable successor. I understand, Yang Zhao nodded heavily. Uncle, I will shoulder my responsibilities. Yang Wenfeng patted him on the shoulder and said, let's go. Since you are back, come with me to pay homage to the great elder and the other elders, Su family. Bihun Pond. Su Chuan summoned all the current cultivators of the Su family, including Su Dezhao and Su Dehan. I've called you here because I have something important to announce. Father, what's the matter? Why are you so serious? Su Mingshu, dressed in a striking red outfit, said as she sat on the tiger's back. The conflict between the Su and Zhou families is over. The Su family has been annihilated, and Mingwei made a high-profile appearance in this battle. By saving the Zhou ancestor and blocking Su reinforcements, he claimed 30% of the Su family's wealth. And these are his extra rewards for killing the Su patriarch. Everyone was in an uproar, immediately drawn to the magical instruments that flew out of the storage bag. Such an icy aura. What kind of magical instrument is that? Su Mingyin asked. A top-tier magical instrument, the ice-attributed mysterious ice cone, owned by the Su family's ancestor. Only cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage can fully unleash its power. Where's this yellow seal? Su Mingsun asked. The Zuanwu seal is a top-grade earth-attributed magical weapon, but like my life in furnace, it's a premium grade, with incredibly powerful defense. The other two are ordinary top-grade magical weapons. Su Chuan glanced at the crowd, noticing the glint in their eyes. He smiled faintly and said, whoever reaches the 7th level of key training first will receive a top-grade magical weapon. First come, first served. I'll take one of those, Su Mingshu said immediately. In terms of progress, she was ahead of both Su Mingyin and Su Mingsun, having already reached the 6th level. Then the other one is mine, Su Mingsun said, a touch proud. The three of them were currently the closest to reaching the 7th level, the others were much slower. The only one who had a chance of overtaking was the junior Su Diliang. You're all picking on me because I'm not talented, aren't you? Su Mingyin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Everyone burst into laughter. Mingsun, you've worked so hard for our Su family. This Zuanwu seal is yours. It can make up for your lack of defense. Father, you don't have any defensive magic weapon either. I don't need it right now. With your status, few people would have bad intentions. Besides, if there's nothing urgent, you won't be in danger if you stay home, Su Mingwei said. Mixon, father asked you to accept it, so please accept it. Understood, big brother. Su Mingson took the Zuanwu seal, which transformed into a stream of yellow light and disappeared into his storage bag. Su Chuan looked at Su Mingwei and said, your attack is sufficient. But you lack a magic weapon. When there's a chance in the future, father will find someone to forge you a high-quality or even exquisite bow. Thank you, father, Su Mingwei said with a fist. Also, these two techniques are bloodline pulling and soul confinement. All cultivators in my Su family must practice these two secret techniques. I've researched them. Bloodline pulling isn't difficult. I estimate it can be mastered in 10 days or half a month. Soul confinement is more difficult, but still slightly easier than breath confinement. Later, you will all make a copy and return to practice it when you have time. Yes, everyone said in unison. Next, we will discuss the establishment of an aristocratic family of immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation families are ultimately different from martial arts families. While martial arts masters can achieve the lifespan of key training cultivators, the martial arts path stops at mastership and has no further advancement. Immortal cultivators, however, can achieve foundation building, extending their lifespan by 2 centuries. Breaking through to the golden core stage can add another 500 years. This is the path to immortality. Everyone was captivated by these words. Not only were they drawn to the prospect of immortality, they also yearned for the magical powers possessed by the great cultivators. Therefore, the family rules of immortal cultivators must also change, Su Chuan continued. Previously, our Su family rules were people-centered. On this basis, I'm adding another rule, immortals as the core. In the future, the Su family may grow even larger, and its members may grow ever larger, but the core of the family must be immortal cultivators. For in this world, only power is true. Only power can protect those you wish to protect and those you cherish. Of course, this doesn't mean that immortal cultivators are superior, free to abuse and oppress mortals, members of vassal families, or even ordinary people. After all, we immortal cultivators are, first and foremost, human beings. Everyone present looked solemn, and they nodded in agreement. Only with unity can the Su family prosper and achieve ever greater success. Father, with immortals as the core and people as the foundation, I seem to understand, but I don't quite. Could you explain it more clearly? Su Mingshu asked. Su Mingwei smiled and said, Father, what you're saying is that this family is ultimately dominated by cultivators. Therefore, the core of the family, or the one in power, must be a cultivator to withstand external risks. If the Su family is likened to a giant ship, then the cultivators are the rudder, the decision-makers, guiding the direction and determining the future development of the Su family. People are the foundation. Cultivators, too, were born from the mortal world and should remain true to their original aspirations and never forget their roots. Zhu Ji understands. Thank you, big brother, Su Mingshu smiled slightly. Father, this is a simple and clear principle, but the key to its implementation is still the clan rules, Su Mingyan said. Su Chuan smiled faintly and said, Mingyan is right. Therefore, the formulation of clan rules is extremely important, just like a person's hands and feet. They are subject to change over time, so clan rules must not be rigidly set in stone. Additions and deletions can be made at any time. Of course. Additions and deletions must be approved by the Elders' Hall. Elders' Hall, Su Dezhao asked curiously. Is it something like the Yang family Elders' Hall? Su Chuan nodded. Indeed, there won't just be an Elders' Hall. There will also be a Discipline Hall, overseeing the family's rules and penalties, a Mission Hall, issuing family missions, a Celestial Arts Hall, managing the family's elixirs and magical instruments, and also cultivating the family's children in the various arts, a Battle Hall, overseeing the family's external combat and defense, and a Spirit Beast Hall, training the family's spirit beasts. For now, we'll establish these 6 halls. This is also flexible. As for the Spirit Beast Hall, it's obvious I'm the head, Su Mingshu said. Roar. The white tiger beneath him roared as well. Who else but the big sister? Su Chuan smiled helplessly. This idea was also based on his imagined divisions of the immortal sect in reality. Whether it was an immortal sect, an aristocratic family, or even a country, their operations were largely similar. Su Mingyan pondered for a moment and said, Father's deliberations are extremely detailed. The elders make decisions, determining clan matters and clan rules. The discipline hall handles punishments, commanding respect from the clan members and vassal clans. The Immortal Arts Hall is responsible for logistics and training, continuously producing talent for the clan. After all, the struggles among immortal cultivators are mostly about resources, including elixirs, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. The Battle Hall cultivates sharp weapons to defeat the enemy, and the Mission Hall inspires the clan members to strive for progress, teaching them that there is no such thing as something for nothing. As for the Spirit Beast Hall, Father believes it should be abolished and merged into the Immortal Arts Hall. No, second brother, why is it my turn to have my Spirit Beast Hall abolished? Xiaobei is so angry he's about to rebel. Su Mingshu secretly pinched the white tiger with red gold pupils. However, its wisdom had increased, and it knew it had no right to interrupt. It shook its head and remained silent. I've raised you in vain. You little idiot, Su Mingshu laughed heartily. Zuji, taming beasts is also one of the 100 arts of cultivation. Su Mingshu was speechless. Father has neglected it. We should merge it into the Immortal Arts Hall first. If it grows and becomes an important part of the Su family, it can be listed separately. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.